this expose is like fully personal. Look at that. It's literally the same picture.
So the Sunday before the fight, Anisa makes him eat all this shitty food.
With his IBS too.
Oh, with his arm.
Ian, you have to eat the nickel balls. You have to eat the red hot nickel balls. It feels like he is just being pushed around and controlled a lot. I still feel bad for him a little bit. I am really excited about today because essentially, all of the idubbbz stuff that I am most interested in is the relationship dynamics between idubbbz and Anisa. Because ever since Sam Hyde mentioned, you know, this woman is ruining his life, she is Yoko Ono, she's dug her claws in, I really felt like that was an accurate description of the energy I was picking up from watching their interactions online. That is, you know, my parasocial reading of what's going on with idubbbz and Anisa. And for the last few years, it feels like everybody's been like, oh no, you know, that's not true at all. Like Anisa, like, is probably really nice, and you can't just like make assumptions based off of how people act online. You don't know what they're really like in real life and all that stuff, which is like kind of fair. But now we have this awesome 2-hour call on the H3 podcast, and it's like little bits and pieces of their lives behind the scenes have been revealed. So this stream was quite literally content Christmas for me. This is the best piece. I will stand behind this. This is the best piece of idubbbz content that has ever come out about idubbbz. This is the most humiliating, embarrassing thing that idubbbz and Anisa have ever had said about them in public. And it's legendary. It's legendary. I feel like we just got to start. We got to get into it. I feel like I can't even do it justice.
By the way, I don't know if you still have this as the thumbnail, but that picture of Anisa with the fuck-ass bob is so
Wait,
good.
I sent Joe Schmo. This is so funny. I was on the phone with him, and I sent him that picture, and I was like, you know what's funny is she kind of looks like Coconut Head from Ned's Declassified.
She does.
And I forgot what exactly he looked like and how accurate this was.
No, it is actually crazy. Oh my god.
Look at this, guys. Look at that. How fucking insane is that? It's literally the same picture. It's exactly the same. She is Coconut Head. Like, what?
Was that taken by a hairdresser or something? That looks like a hairdresser picture.
Could be.
No one would, like, she would never post a picture of herself looking like this. Like, the fucking zoomed in, like...
I think she would. She thinks she's so hot. She thinks she's so attractive. And it's like, okay, you're not like an ugly woman. You're probably above average, but you're not like a stone cold, like, killer, super hot model person at all. I feel like she's convinced herself that she is extremely attractive. It's like, I don't know. Your ego needs to be knocked down a few pegs.
She has like a nice body or whatever, but her face does not do it for me. I know some people think she's really pretty. It's just not for me. Her haircut, okay, I will say, controversial opinion. I think I've said this before, but I think she looked pretty good with the short hair. Like, not the super short, like, buzz cut, but, like, the sort of grown out, like, curly pixie cut.
I can agree with that. I think that did suit her.
People were, like, shitting on her so hard, but I thought it looked pretty good.
His boxing trainer going off on idubbbz was absolutely brutal. It was crazy. I actually almost didn't watch this stream. Because I was like, their boxing coach, they're just going to be talking about creator clash and stuff. The creator clash stuff is very interesting, but it's not interesting to me because of like the event failing or anything. It's interesting just because it like gives you a little peek behind the scenes at what idubbbz and Anisa are like. But this expose is like fully personal. Like, you find out shit about Anisa and idubbbz, and it's like you hear these things that you've had these suspicions in your mind of what's going on with them behind the scenes. And then to hear these people who have dealt with them in real life for years and know them very well, tell you basically exactly what you thought was happening is real is so satisfying.
So we are so vindicated. It's insane.
Insanely vindicated. I should have released my video sooner. I was working on a video about their relationship and like how I thought she actually did ruin his life a little bit. And I wish that had come out, because now if I make that video, it's like now I'm getting it from this stuff. I want to be like, I was right. I told you guys. But hey, all right, let's get into this. Yeah, Ian, you're hungry is crazy. Okay, so very first thing, very first part of this that was really funny, which I actually missed, was when they put this thumbnail up for the H3 show. I'll show you guys what that looks like. They put up this thumbnail exposed by Coach with that's Anisa? Yeah, Anisa and the boxing coach. idubbbz saw this thumbnail before the stream actually went up and panic texted his coach. He panic texted him like, please, if there's anything you need me to clear up, please reach out to me. I really hope this is a troll. I really hope this is just clickbait. Look at this.
For contributing to the show. It's great content. Now, you guys want to know what's great content? Ian is panic texting his coach, and he sent me the text.
Yes.
That's how it is. I sent you the second one where it's just cropped more. He said we can show that one.
No.
Ian, I hope you're watching.
I have feelings.
Not him. Why Ian? Not that one. That's a good Ian. That's good.
I still think that Anisa pegs him, but the one thing idubbbz forbids her from saying public.
Dude, that pegging clip was so funny too. Oh, believe me, I've tried, and Ian really doesn't like any of that stuff. I've tried though. I've tried to fuck him in the ass.
I don't even get, like, what do most girls get out of that? I don't understand.
It has to be like a domination thing. That's like everything with her.
So out of the realm of like my understanding that, like, I don't know. I just can't even picture myself in her shoes being like, please, let me, please.
Because she wants to like sissify him. That's what it feels like.
So weird.
So that's good, Ian. We missed good Ian. All right, you guys ready for this shit?
Dude, by the way, look at Ethan's face. He loves this shit. Dude, he's having the time of his life leaking all this stuff.
He has been looking so lively lately. Yeah. I said on the Discord, it's like, I don't know if it's like, if he's actually just like doing better, or if I'm imagining it, or if he's on Adderall or something. I don't fucking know, but he is looking pretty good.
I don't think he's on drugs. A lot of people have accused him of that, but
I don't. He doesn't give me like Adderall like stimming very much, but I don't know for sure.
Put out the title like an hour ago, Dan, or like at like 11. So he sent this text. Hey, Michael, not sure if this is clickbait or not, but saw your face on the H3 podcast thumbnail. Let me know if it's real and if you want to talk. I'm hoping it's just some clickbait because I'd be happy to talk to you if you had unresolved feelings about me and Anisa.
My God.
Oh, he did say me and Anisa. Because, okay, we spread some misinfo on Joe Schmo's stream last night, but the me was cropped out here. We were quoting it as unresolved feelings about Anisa and saying, like, so idubbbz knew that Anisa was the problem the whole time. But no, he was saying both of them. He was saying both of them. All right.
Oh, and by the way, I speaking of Ethan being on drugs, I think it's so fucked up that people see his like tics getting worse, which in my understanding is like a normal progression of Tourette's. It's like they get worse over time, and being like, oh my, like what is wrong with him? Like he's acting so weird. He's like fucking on drugs or something.
No, and the only reason that they're doing that is because they don't like his politics, and they would never have done that like 2 years ago when they were all fans of him and he was Hassan's best friend and all that stuff. They would never have done that. But now that it's suddenly he's been demonized, it's okay to attack all these other things about him according to their progressive views. Oh no, you can't be ableist, you can't make fun of people with disabilities, you can't do blah blah blah. Well, now that he's public enemy number one, suddenly it becomes okay to be ableist in their eyes.
Isn't that always the case?
Yeah.
Like, you're not allowed to call someone ugly unless they're like
they're conservative.
Person.
Yeah.
bud.
But his tics have been getting worse for like years and years, and we've been saying this. You could probably find like old clips of us saying like, "Wow, his Tourette's look worse."
Yeah.
It's just how it
screwed
is.
everybody over. It's a little too fucking late when the Reapers is coming to collect.
But I truly
that
am
what they say?
genuinely the happiest
guess.
I've ever been.
I don't believe you.
in my
I don't
life right
believe
now.
you.
I feel so freed.
Freed? Yeah, I mean.
Did you know that was a clip from Anisa recently?
Yeah,
After
yeah.
the content cop
Yes,
came out? Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
I will not fucking shut up.
I will not
that
fucking
is
shut up.
probably a bad idea.
I will tweet the stupidest shit.
That is probably a bad idea as well.
You can actually tell.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's just fucked up to me, and like actually very ignorant to be like he's on drugs because he like makes coughing noises and stuff
Well,
like that.
also like that's like if he had like multiple symptoms of being on Adderall or stimulants, I would understand. Like it's okay to speculate on that as long as you're not attributing it to his tics. But it's so obvious that is the only like symptom that he has of drug use, which is literally just explained by Tourette's. There is no reason to assume that he's on drugs. He does not act like a person who's on stimulants, because it would be stimulants. It wouldn't be anything else.
well, like, I mean, he could be on like benzos or something, I guess.
That doesn't make you like physically stimulated though.
Yeah, that doesn't give you the symptoms that people are like telling everyone to look out for.
Right.
When I'm having a terrible day.
I don't know what this segment is about. I think we're gonna skip because we don't
Yeah,
have
it's
time to
definitely
go over
better.
every single thing
Wait,
here.
but what is this?
I'm not
Oh,
even
more
sure.
old friends?
Up on Twitter.
Oh, this is the gun show thing. Yeah, we could
Oh,
we
yeah.
could go over this a little bit, but basically, like Anisa was saying that they gave up their friendship with Donut Operator, who's like a gun YouTuber, I'm pretty sure, because he took them to a gun show where a child proceeded to fire a loaded gun into a crowd, and nobody seemed to make a big deal out of it. And that just does not sound like a real story to me. Some part of that story is either the story is just made up or it's exaggerated extremely. Like everyone's saying negligent discharge. If somebody fired a loaded gun towards a crowd, it would be a much bigger deal. Like people would be like freaked out, like what the fuck is going on? They would get on that person's case who let their kid touch a loaded gun and shoot it.
Anisa, you were friends with a gun YouTuber?
And she
What
also
the fuck?
yeah, that's the other thing. If she turned this into like a big thing to talk about like how I hate gun culture and this is why I don't like guns and like guns are so bad and yeah, it became it became another political thing. Like, oh, the stupid gun owners are all just negligent. And they just want their kids to be able to shoot people. Like it's so dumb.
Oh. There's things we'll get into in this stream that like really like put the puzzle pieces together
Yes.
for me. Oh, I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna spoil it.
We can't spoil anything.
I'm not going to, but
Do we want to watch him talk about the new idubbbz video? Something
Nah.
that I have noticed, by the way, recently is idubbbz's own fans are starting to turn on him. It's just been small, like a falling dominoes, one after the other, and at this point, we're starting to actually have his own fans be unable to ignore the chaos and like the patheticness that is idubbbz.
Tafka, that is so base. I didn't even think about that, but the way she said, "I feel so free,"
Yeah.
like you just sold your charity event, and you're like, "I just feel so free."
Did we?
What the heck?
Wait, did she say that after they announced the Creator Clash thing? I thought she just said that after the Ethan video.
What Ethan video?
The content
Oh.
call.
I don't know actually. If that's the case, then I'm not sure.
But yeah.
Maybe.
Horizontal again. Maybe we'll fix.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you go,
okay.
So here we go. This guy was idubbbz and Anisa's boxing coach that helped idubbbz prepare for his 2 fights in Creator Clash 1 and 2.
Maybe it has rotate. Oh,
might-
there you go.
yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you guys. Thank you.
Sweet.
Thank you. Thank you. There it is.
thank
Harley, you here? Can you hear me?
Harley, you're muted. I was talking on a muted microphone. Can you hear me?
Harley, everybody.
Hey.
We sure can, buddy.
Hey. Yeah.
So they brought Harley on, and Joe Schmo actually pointed this out. I was kind of Harley doesn't talk much during this thing, but Joe Schmo pointed out, I was kind of like, why did they bring him on if he wasn't really exposing them that much? But Joe Schmo pointed out to me yesterday, they brought Harley on so that he could verify some of the stories. So it wasn't just one person or two people. It was Harley also heard about this stuff. And that is so smart on Ethan's behalf. Because if it was just these two, like technically idubbbz and Anisa could just be like, well, they're just making that up. I don't know why. They're just like trying to get clout.
Now Harley actually put me in touch with these guys. And so how did you guys connect? Kind of Michael, Kate, and Harley, you guys were in touch, right?
Well, I know them from Creator Clash, actually. That's how I met them. And I never saw the clip, Michael, of you saying that you could beat up all the coaches. I'm telling my coach, we'll see about that. I don't know. He's not going as hard as you do every day, but I don't know.
I don't know. I've seen Michael. He's a beast.
Yeah. I don't know where he gets all that energy. You know, I'm not a morning person, so someone like Michael would piss me off. I feel like he's good to go first thing in the morning.
Is that right, Michael?
Not always, no. Sometimes I need a couple cups of coffee.
Oh my
Good,
God! I
human.
love your
He's
guys'
human.
dog. Harley,
thank
Harley, Harley, stand back. I love your doggy.
That is a cute dog.
A girl or boy?
Normally these types of dogs have so much like crust under their eyes, but it looks like they actually clean their dog's face.
Girl, 12 years old.
Yeah.
Aw, she looks
12?
like a little puppy still.
Yeah, she still does, yeah.
What's her name?
Winnie, like Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I love her. She's got a little bowl cut.
Yeah, well, her hair's too long right now. We had to shave her body because
So
we were out.
cute. I have two terriers. I've got a Yorkie and
Yeah, we
Good
met
check.
one of them when we were there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can't really see
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
What?
So,
my fit check.
guys, first of all, thanks for calling. I really appreciate it.
Oh, that is a really cute dog.
So, oh, great.
You're wearing them
Hold on one
backwards.
sec, sorry.
You're so right.
To request access for myself.
Oh.
To access my nubs.
You dork.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, you
Nice-
guys know AB, right? I mean, AB was singing your praise, Michael. You were in his corner, right? Because his coach was unable to attend. That was so nice of you.
Yeah, I love AB. Yeah, I helped him train for a little while as well. I helped a lot of the fighters from Creator Clash 1 train. But yeah, I love AB. He's a great guy. Yeah, I'll be in his corner any day.
Oh,
There it is. Oh,
Thanks, bud.
so nice.
Appreciate you.
Notice how nice these people are. They're like sweet.
no, they're so chill and normal. Like you can tell from this interview that they're super offline and they don't know anything about this drama. Like
Yeah.
didn't he say he didn't know who Ian was like before he trained him or something like that?
I don't remember. He probably did.
He's like, yeah, I don't know anyone on YouTube. Like I really believe these guys.
Here, you can hit play.
Okay.
I actually, we were supposed to go out to eat, the three of us, recently, but my grandma got sick and I had to bail
Oh.
last minute. Yeah. But nice to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you.
Here.
Yeah.
And Kate, what did you do for Creator Clash?
I traveled with Ian and Nisa along with Michael, and I did all the recording for all the sparring sessions, all the meetups with all the YouTubers, even small interviews with like Eric, who also fought on CC1. So I have a ton of content, and Ian promised us that he was going to put out this documentary that was going to share the journey of how Michael took this video game nerd and turned him into a boxer. And so that's how they sold it to us. when it
Video
first
game
came to
nerd,
us.
see?
And so I
She
was super
doesn't know
psyched
who
that
he
this is going to be a
is.
way for me to help build my husband's brand and also put the work out there. But it never came through. And so when he most recently put that video out saying that he told a big lie and he was never going to put out a documentary, and all he has is a ton of 4K videos of him doing stupid shit or something like that, it was actually very hurtful to me.
That's your.
So, yeah, one of the things about this interview that's so interesting is like you come to realize that idubbbz and Anisa are not very nice or good people. They're not very considerate to others, and this is so much the opposite of what they've been constantly preaching. Oh, we're super empathetic. Oh, we just can't help but feel for other people's pain and suffering.
She has more sap on her face.
How'd you get more sap?
I'm sorry, our dog has sap on her face from I don't know what.
bathe her. Considering that woman's life story, she's amazingly happy and optimistic. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
You know, I feel like it's either extreme. You either get super bitter and angry, or you're like her and you're super chill and you would never have any idea that
Yeah,
and the crazy shit that happened to her did.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know if we will watch this part because it's like this is already going to be a long stream, but basically the backstory on her is that she was a child bride. She basically got sold to somebody when she was 12, I think.
I don't know if she got sold. She just got like in her.
There was an exchange of money. There
Oh,
was.
okay.
And she had 2 kids with this guy who was just like literally a pedophile. Yeah, horrible tragic story, and she was able to free herself from that and now is some type of activist.
From the age of 12 too, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah, from the age of 12. And so
crazy.
I have obviously no complaints about this type of activism. Like that is a very real issue and it's so fucked up and nobody should have to be a child bride. Anisa acts like she has child bride trauma. True.
Wait, that is so.
That's so accurate.
That is
Your
that is
footage
crazy.
he's talking about your footage.
Oh yeah, so this part, yeah. So they filmed this Creator Clash documentary, and for whatever reason, all this effort went into making and editing this documentary. They even flew out Froggy Tonic, who was the editor, to Creator Clash 2 to supposedly edit, I guess. And this footage never came out. So this, they were obviously looking forward to this footage coming out because it would be good promotion for his boxing training and stuff. But turns out that idubbbz just totally abandoned it. So they were like, "What the fuck is going on?" He wouldn't give them like a clear answer on why it wasn't coming out. He just decided not to make the documentary. So that's what she's talking about.
Exactly.
3 years. Yeah, 3 years of filming.
Wow.
Yeah, well,
Jeez.
yeah. Before the 61 was filmed the year.
It was 10 months.
Her
yeah.
hair looks so
And-
good, by the way.
Was he paying you at the time or like what? How was he
Yeah,
compensating
he
you?
paid.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
So I do want to say that like for dynamic filming, I usually charge $150 an hour for dynamic filming. But because I was under the impression that this is going to charity, me and Michael, would always scale back on charging them. So for example,
Ooh.
instead of charging him $150 an hour, I would charge him $100 an hour.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I've heard that from other professionals now. I'm starting to hear people say that who, like one of the announcers put out a video recently. Maybe you guys saw it.
So they were going around like not only using the charity thing for sympathy points and like to basically excuse their behavior online, but also in person. They were, I don't know if they were intentionally deceiving people, but when I hear that something is for charity, like up to this point, I thought that a percentage of ticket sales went to charity. That is something that I did not even question. I didn't even want to take that away from them that, oh, what if the ticket sales actually aren't going to charity? Like that
Yeah.
sounds like a schizo conspiracy theory. And we come to find out that's true. If you bought a ticket to Creator Clash 3, that money, I believe, is not going to charity. Right? Or was it Creator Clash 2 where the ticket sales didn't go to charity, or both?
I don't know because now it's under new ownership. It might be different, but Ian
Yeah.
did say that like basically it was just like they would push people to donate to a charity.
Right. Yeah. On the Creator Clash website right now, you can donate, but everybody was under the impression that the proceeds were going to charity.
And by the way, honestly, to me that's almost better because one thing that really pisses me off is when you go to Walmart and they're like, "Do you want to round up for, a homeless shelter or something?" And the reason that a lot of places do that is not out of the goodness of their heart, but because they basically get free tax write-offs
Interesting.
from other people, so they don't have to put any amount in as long as someone else agrees to pay to round up or whatever.
Interesting.
So I kind of feel like if it was, I don't know for sure, I'm not like a tax expert, but I feel like it would be the same thing, right? Like if everyone bought Creator Clash tickets and then Ian and Anisa gave it all to charity, then they would be reaping all the benefits of donating to charity, and everyone who came wouldn't be.
Interesting.
I'm
yeah.
not sure though.
He was like, Wade? Yeah. He was like, they offered me a salary or they offered me payment, but I declined it because I was like, it's for charity. I'm good. But then they took that
Are audio levels good on the video, by the way? Do we need to turn it down a little bit?
money that he generously forfeit, a guy who's not rich, by the way, and gave it to all the fucking creators. It's nuts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Oh, and also, by the way, I meant to say this, but $100 an hour for like the specialty filming that she was doing, I'm pretty sure that's like an insane deal that like no one else in the industry ever offers.
Right.
Anyone. That's like actually crazy. Based on what I've seen just from regular videographers, they're charging a lot more than that.
Yeah. Sounds good. Okay, cool.
good.
like we were also promised a bonus on CC1 and we never got it. But
Ooh.
because Michael was so nice,
Ooh.
he didn't want to like make Ian feel uncomfortable and ask Ian and Nisa about it. I was pretty upset by it, and I thought it wasn't fair.
There we go.
because How is it that we put on this great event? We raised $1.3 million for charity, and he promised us a bonus. And then right after the event, he just kind of pretend like he's too busy to check in with us, you know? And then we
Yeah, after the event, like once the event ended, I didn't see him again for about 5 months. So because he was working with Dax on some show, and so he never trained. So the only 8 times that Ian ever actually trained.
Thank you, James. I turned it up a little bit. But yeah, so idubbbz had this habit of, and Anisa, I guess, of just like ghosting these people after Creator Clash. It almost feels like a fake friendship thing to me or something like that. Like acting like they're friends with these guys and stuff. Well, I don't know. Is that fair to say? Because they hung out with them like outside of the practice and stuff too. Like they went on a trip together and all this stuff.
It does feel a little bit like they're using them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're paying them, so they're not fully using them, but I feel like the charity thing, like, I don't know, giving them a discounted rate because they think they're doing something charitable, like, is definitely a little slimy. I don't know.
I trained him from July until May, and then I didn't see him again pretty much for several months. And then he started training again to fight Alex. Pretty much we started at like the end of December. And then that's when like they had to kind of get serious with the camp because they realized like Alex was training hard. So really I only had 10 months with him to begin with, and then about 4+ months with him for the second event. And then I've never seen him again since then.
Yeah, I was talking to AB. I think it was pretty normal that the boxers at least gave their coaches.
They really are clout demons, yeah.
100, and oh my god, you guys will see later in this video. We're not going to spoil it, guys. I want to spoil it so bad, but we're not. But the pieces really fall together as these guys keep talking about it. They truly are like clout demons, and I don't think Anisa in particular has anything else in her mind.
Yeah.
Personally.
100%. I think that's why she was into idubbbz in the first place. I don't think that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. What other reason?
Literally no other reason.
Would she have?
A tip, especially because you were there, you weren't just working for him, you were helping everybody out. It seems like you guys were both like super involved in this event.
Yeah, one of the reasons he was even able to kind of connect with Manny Pacquiao's people who hooked him up with Mike Leonardi was like one of our connections. Our friend Eric ran into a guy in a bar in Vegas, and that was the guy they were supposed to get a hold of, but he was not reaching back to him. So we were able to get them connected with the people that connected them with Mike Leonardi. So we were literally there I was there from the beginning for everything.
So that's, you guys had a really
so
unique...
just like they wanted the event to succeed because of the whole charitable aspect of it. Like they really wanted to help these guys out to put on an amazing event. Sad old idubbbz would never tolerate this. Yeah, for real.
Yep.
What do you mean? He's a 9.5 out of 10 and would be a perfect 10 if his breath didn't stink all the time.
Hey, okay, but listen, like back in the day, even though he was not, I wouldn't say he was conventional. He had this like.
He had aura.
He had aura. He had riz.
riz.
No, like he actually had this like indescribable, like just like he didn't give a fuck.
He was a Chad. He was an actual Chad. Well, that's like how he came off in his videos, at least.
Yeah, so I can't say for sure if like she was actually attracted to that when she first met him, but like I understand the appeal.
Right, yeah.
But she literally ruined everything that was possibly attractive about him.
Yeah.
Now he's like sniveling and like meek and like
he's such an unappealing person now. Like
Yeah.
I cannot stand to listen to him because it's just pathetic. Like you can't help but like feel sorry for him even if he's like totally in the wrong. You can't help but feel sorry for him like he's the victim of like being molded into this pathetic person.
Unique point of view where you had like a front row seat to everything.
Yeah.
It seemed like you were with them intimately more than probably anyone else involved in this event. So there's all these interesting little details that you guys shared with me. For example, one being that I think it was you, Kate, that mentioned that he and Anisa did in fact pay for Hassan and all of his compadres to
Yep.
travel to and stay at Creator Clash 2.
Yes.
Yeah, so they were talking about that long before, about how they had to fly in all these people. First of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators and flew a lot of them in. When the first year it was much more scaled back. We just had a couple floors.
300 people. What were they thinking? Like, even if like the pay-per-view sales were higher the second year, that is extremely expensive to pay for an entire hotel to be booked. Extremely expensive. Not to mention flying all these people out. Like, that is obviously a very, very significant thing that you have to consider. Like, okay, this is a huge expense, probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. How are we going to, are we sure that we're going to pull in enough extra money this year to like cover that? Like, I just feel like the way they handled that was so preventable, and like they were just so disconnected, and they did it in such a stupid way, just hoping that the sales would be that much higher the second year. I don't know, just crazy.
And by the way, why the fuck did they not do it in LA?
I heard that it's because of like the laws. The regulations in boxing in California are way different than Florida. Florida, it's much more lax.
Okay, but Creator Clash 3, the new owners
Yep,
seem
they
to
moved it back to LA.
figured it out pretty fast.
I
So
don't know.
like the cost of flying everyone out, it couldn't have possibly been worth whatever benefit they were getting from
Yeah.
Florida.
No, yeah, you're right, Tafka. I think Anisa did ruin his life. And how much promotion did Hassan and his Orbiters do for Creator Clash 2? Yeah, zero. Nobody helped them. Ethan Klein did the most promotion for Creator Clash 2.
Oh, by
But,
the
like,
way,
some
and
pla-
James, I think you're also correct about
Yeah.
like the butterfly effect is crazy. Like
Yeah.
just that one little decision that he made so long ago has he might not ever recover, even if they do get a
Right.
divorce.
Well,
don't
I
know,
think
he's
his
just-
image, like even if he turns back into epic-based idubbbz, you're never going to be able to see him the same way that you saw him in 2017 because he was untouchable. He was like
Yeah.
the content cop guy, the guy that you literally couldn't say anything about him, or like nothing that you would say about him would affect him because he was just on top. He didn't give a fuck about what anyone thought of him. He would like humiliate himself on purpose, and he would still come out looking cool. Like he
Yeah.
would fucking shave his eyebrows, spray paint his teeth, eat piss cake, and like he still was like the most respected like alpha guy on YouTube. Like literally everyone was like, this guy is like a fucking
Well,
legend.
yeah, everyone was like terrified of him too.
He was
like-
untouchable, and he was so influential.
No, and I don't think there's like really a market for the kind of stuff that he used to put out anymore. I don't know. The post Anisa world for idubbbz would be very interesting. I can't
Yeah.
really predict it. Hey, the pendulum is swinging back, okay? We're getting edgier. So maybe. You never say never.
Yeah. No, he's irredeemable. I'm banning you for that. I'm banning you for saying he's
But it
based.
wasn't
Lopez,
extravagant
no.
at all. And then the
Lopez
second
banned.
year,
Lopez
they did that full hotel
Crambuckle.
for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in.
Yeah,
one of the people-
obviously I'm joking about the alpha thing. All right, you're definitely getting banned now. You're definitely getting
No,
banned.
Lopez, don't ban. Wait, I want to see him. I just want to see. No. Adam!
Maybe not
Wait,
alpha, but definitely a badass.
Lopez.
Yeah. The alpha thing is like a joke, kind of.
I will love you forever, Lopez. Please come back.
people they flew in.
Please
was
come back
Fadi
on an
Tonic,
alt
and they
account.
flew him in from France.
That's
Yeah, no,
insane.
my point is basically just like he was the guy who was like the most respected content creator. Like everyone thought he was so cool and so awesome.
And Froggy had told us that he was there to salvage the documentary.
Yeah.
And that was super offensive to us because
What?
we're like, what do you mean?
It is weird to hear that confirmed, yeah. But it like totally makes sense.
Makes
Like I'm not surprised.
100% sense.
salvage
Have you
the
guys seen
documentary.
pictures
And
of
he
him
said
in
his
high
job was to
school?
go around and like film Anisa,
It's fucked up.
having interactions with everyone. So we didn't know if that meant they were going to make the second documentary about how, or the actual documentary about how like Anisa was responsible for the event, because she did put a lot of work in for the first event and she did put a lot of work in for the second, but at the same time, in the first event she didn't get credit for it, so she felt like she deserved all the credit. So I think that's why they paid Froggy.
That is
Tawny
so
to come
weird.
film.
She totally has this tendency to like need to be praised for like everything. I don't know. She like, would you call it humble bragging the way that she describes her role in things? It's like
Yeah.
I kind of feel like she did that with on the H3 podcast too, when she was talking about how the Tana content cop was her idea. She was like weirdly in a way bragging.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that impression too?
No, she's always bragging. Like I almost wouldn't even call it humble bragging. Like she's like very overt about it.
Yeah.
It's almost just bragging.
But even without content, yeah, Kickstarter crap and bad unboxing were actually my favorite. I binge watched a bunch of the Kickstarter craps like a few months ago, and it was so good.
Hi, Sake.
Her and follow her around
yeah.
for the second event. But yeah, they
Also, by the way, why does she need all the credit? It's literally a charity event.
It's so weird.
Imagine
she
imagine
needs
doing that.
validation from people constantly. Like she needs people to think that she's like this great person. I don't know where that comes from.
You know what she is? She's totally that person where she goes to a coffee shop and she tips, but she waits for the barista to turn around to see her put the money in the tip jar. You know what I
true.
mean? Like,
True.
here you go, so that the barista thanks her or whatever.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm with you on that, beans and rice. I've been saying that for a while. Even when people were saying like, no, it's he needs to be responsible for his own decisions. No, 100%. Like, especially the OnlyFans thing. If he wasn't with Anisa, that wouldn't have happened, and that he's credited that to him discovering empathy, and that's when he changed. You know, so it is definitely like largely because of Anisa.
They flew in a lot of people. They rented out the whole hotel for 300 creators. And when we asked them if Ian's dad was going to be there, because he was there for the first event, they said they couldn't afford to fly Ian's dad in. It was too expensive.
What?
Yeah. I know. It's pretty sad. And Froggy.
Thank you,
That-
Mario. Appreciate it.
Aww.
That is
thank you,
crazy.
Mark.
That is crazy though. Like
No, that is.
he wouldn't fly his dad out.
I could actually cry thinking about that. Like that is so fucked up. He flew out
What?
Hassan, but he
How
couldn't
is
fly out
Hassan
his
more important than your
daughter.
dad? What?
What?
Well,
the
if
fuck?
he flew out, let's say he flew out. He rented out a hotel for 300 people. Let's say he flew out 50 people. You could sacrifice one person out of those 50 to fly your dad out. Like what? Like my family would be my priority in something like that. I wouldn't even fly out if I could only fly out 5 people and I had like 5 content creators that wanted to go but needed to be flown out. I would fly out my family first and then pick like 2 content creators, you know?
No, that is like
That's crazy.
that's insane. Even if you have like a troubled relationship with your dad, I don't get that at all.
Yeah,
I mean, unless it's super troubled, you know.
right. I don't know. Won't fly his dad out, but we'll bend over backwards for Frogan. Dude, what is with people defending Frogan so hard? Like seriously, I just don't get it. Like it's so easy to you could write off Frogan and be like, yeah, I think it's like fucked up that people like call her fat and stuff, but I disagree with her. Why is that so hard for people to do? It's like I actually support everything Frogan does, and everyone criticizing her is wrong.
Tonic told me directly because
What's
I
his
met him at
dad's
the hotel
subscriber
where we were all
count?
staying at in Tampa for CC2, and he was like, "Oh, you're the videographer that has all the content."
He
that
knew
you
he was
want."
gonna disappoint him again.
And I said, "Yes, I'm super excited. I've been waiting for this documentary, but it never came out. So I heard that you're taking it over now and you're gonna help with the editing." And that's when Froggy Tawny told me that, yeah, Ian and Issa brought out his whole crew from France.
His
and-
whole
Well, I
Jesus.
think it's just him.
Well, he had a few people that were holding the
Okay.
cameras, his camera guys. Because the interesting thing was that usually when like someone is a videographer, they would be the one filming most of the time. But it was interesting to me that
He was just directing?
Yeah, he was more directing.
This fucking guy thinks he's Spielberg?
Scorsese.
What the hell's going on?
Camera people with him that were actually doing the work.
That's
I don't remember that, but I do remember for a fact that he had told us that he was flown in to salvage the documentary. Anyway, so we were just
To salvage the documentary, which ended up never coming out. By the way, salvage the documentary after these people had been helping him film it for the past year at least. Wait, maybe not year, maybe 6 months for Creator Clash 2.
Merry Christmas, Oki.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Don't even joke about that. Adam misses Christmas
I
so much.
love Christmas. I'm a big Christmas guy. This stream really is a content Christmas.
It really is. Christmas in is it June now?
Yeah,
Is it
June. Is it June?
I forgot. Anyway, yeah, but from France too is crazy.
Yeah.
How? International flights?
His crew is a polycule, yeah. Yeah, no, Frogan is like literally kept alive by life support. It's insane. She literally has no appeal at all.
She must have like I don't know if she's like I was gonna make a bad joke, but I don't know if she has some friend in some high up place or something, but it really seems like everyone is propping her up.
Well,
It's
she
actually crazy.
gets promoted a lot.
Yeah.
I think because of she's like the default hijab wearing content creator. She was promoted in like the women's section of Twitch like for like over a year straight, pinned to the top. I think that's kind of what it is,
And
to be honest.
let's not even get into that, okay? But but you
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I just don't see why she would be promoted over other female streamers that are much more entertaining and much more likable. You know what I mean? I just feel like
I think we need some new hijabi streamers out there because even on like reels and stuff, I see way better
yeah.
hijabi YouTubers. Okay,
For sure.
it is really not about that.
And I think the connection with Hassan, it's like
Oh,
it gives
yeah,
her clout because
for sure.
Twitch loves Hassan. They
They
worship him.
love Hassan, even though they banned him that one time for saying crap.
Yeah.
Can I say that on YouTube?
Yeah, I don't care. But yeah, they ban him just like for PR essentially. They're never gonna give him any actual punishment. They just ban him so that people stop talking about, oh, Twitch needs to ban him. Look, guys, we actually did ban him.
offended by that because we were
Nominated for
like,
Rising
what do you
Star
mean
2 years in a
salvage
row.
the-
I think it was
And then
3,
him
was it
saying
not?
It was 2.
It was
that he
2?
had no
Oh, my
idea
memory, guys.
how to make the documentary for the first event. I had taken him from like 140 pounds as like never played a sport a day in his life. 10 months later, he ends up fighting Dr. Mike in front of over 10,000 people with 100,000 pay-per-view buys. And the fight itself was like a rocking moment. And then he he literally took interviews with everyone before the fights, after the fights. He got all the coaches to interview. And then he said he had no way to make the documentary. So I was just like, how can you not make a documentary?
Yeah,
AB made a documentary.
Everybody made
That's
that.
insulting. And also, it's just stupid. It's like this documentary would be so good for the promotion of your next event because Joe Schmo went to Creator Clash 2 and he had a great time. He said it was awesome. Yeah, he said it was an awesome event. And from everyone on the outside looking in, I would never think that this was an interesting or good event. Like, I would never have thought, just because of all the bad PR that it gets. It just seems like really overhyped, but it is apparently a really cool event in person. And if you were able to capture that and show it in a documentary, you would
Yeah.
do so much good for promoting your event. Like, people would want to come to it if they could see behind the scenes and see that people are having a great time.
This is like such a pattern for them too, because it's like basically the same thing they did with the Sam Hyde documentary that they were filming. They were gonna like shelf it forever. I don't know what that is. I don't know if like they're scared of the way they come off or
Yeah.
what, but and I bet there's tons of stuff they have on the cutting room floor that we've never seen.
Well, based on this interview, I think that they were a little worried about how the documentary was going to portray them, based on how the training went, now that we know that it wasn't smooth sailing the whole time for idubbbz and Anisa. I think that might have something to do with it. I don't know.
documentary.
AB, Harley, I was in their documentaries, but I wasn't in Ian's documentaries.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's so sad to work on an event, like to work such a big event like
You
Creator
guys were
Clash.
so invested. Yeah.
We're so invested.
And
yeah.
it would always drive me crazy because I could tell Ian wasn't really proud of his work. So
Aw.
one of the big things is like
Sad.
it was very hard to get Ian to train because he doesn't like boxing. He doesn't like boxing.
Well, that seems to be a
He doesn't like boxing.
Oh,
He doesn't like boxing. Why are you forcing yourself to do it, man?
That's like your whole thing.
Dude, I have to give him some credit. Like he did pretty good in his fights. For somebody who's never boxed before, I feel like he at least like stayed up and like I don't know. He looked like he was trying and he did better than anyone would have expected idubbbz to do in the ring, you know? That's sad to hear that he doesn't like boxing and he's not proud of it. Like why did you put yourself through that then? Yeah, they knew they were 500K in the hole. They still chose to have 4 galas. Ridiculous.
Insane.
It's actually ridiculous.
And what else is crazy is remember when oh god, what's it, when Bungie was reporting on that, and he was kind of, we at the time, even we kind of just thought he was talking out of his ass about some of the stuff like the 4 like there was no proof that there were 4 parties and stuff like that. And now so much of this stuff has been proven correct that
Yeah.
it's actually insane.
Boxing
I bet
lessons come with the tattoos.
no, like actually, I'm starting to think, was that Keemstar that said that like there was some boxing coach that Anisa had that she had a crush on, and then like
Yeah.
and that's like what started this whole arc.
Yeah, I fully believe
I
that.
believe that.
There's something kind of similar to that
Mhm.
they'll cover in this, not to spoil it or anything, but yeah, I think Anisa falls for guys pretty easily. I think
So
he wanted the
depressing.
concussion clout. Yeah, the concussion clout.
somewhat of a
Problem?
a sticking point
Yeah. So I would try to make the session
because he's
as fun as
boxing.
possible.
Just to be clear. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And he
mean,
doesn't.
but I think that's why it was as traumatic as it was for him as well, because he was dealing with like a lot of trauma and a lot of issues when we were in our boxing sessions.
Mm.
And don't get me wrong, that happens with a lot of fighters in general, because fighting's a very hard, whether you're fighting MMA, boxing, whatever.
Listen to how like this guy is being so understanding. He could sit here and like make fun of idubbbz for being a baby. Like I feel like there's boxing coaches that would do that, but no, he's
100%.
being totally understanding. You know, this is normal. idubbbz was processing some traumas during the training, like totally non-judgmental. Like this guy is just seems cool, and he honestly seems like a good match for idubbbz.
It's very hard because you're getting beat up constantly, and then you're supposed to show up to the gym the next day and the next day and the next day. AB can attest.
Yeah, 100%, James. If you guys haven't watched Brittany Venti's video called idubbbz Girlfriend, the Sneaky Snake of YouTube, that is a classic. That is, you know, everybody hates Anisa because of just like the way she acts, but if you want to go into like the history and like why people didn't like her even back then before the OnlyFans stuff, like she's never been liked. She's always been very unlikable.
That's how I got on the Anisa hate train before anyone
Yeah.
hardly even knew who she was.
Yeah.
Was that video.
That's
Thanks,
to it,
Brittany.
right? So it's mentally very hard. So I did feel bad for him because I could tell his heart wasn't into it. So then to be into something like that your heart's not into, that's why I didn't see him once the first event ended. We didn't see him again for several months. And I told him, hey, come in once or twice a week, train for fun, make it fun for yourself. Because when you're in a fight camp, it's not really fun. You just have to keep training.
Right.
But then he never came back. And then so I was like, oh, wow, he really doesn't like boxing.
Oh,
And then he did an interview with
buddy.
That's actually
Anthony,
sad.
or the guy from Smosh.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
was talking about boxing, and I was just like, oh, he doesn't like boxing at all, and he's making it like public now the way he was talking about it. And then even in the video where he's trying to promote Creator Clash 3, he said, oh, all I have is 4K footage of me going, and it's like, that's called boxing training, Ian.
That's what boxing
What does he
looks like.
expect?
Yeah, that's literally what you're doing. And then if you notice after he walked out of the third event and stepped away, he goes, I'm through with this boxing shit. I've been doing it for 4 years. And I was like, well, wait a minute.
God.
You trained for 10 months for the first fight. You took 6 months off. You trained 4 months for the second fight. And then you never came back to boxing again for over a year. So I'm like, how are you sick of boxing? Like, you obviously hate boxing. So yeah, so it was hard for me as
I
a
just don't understand why he would want to do it again if he already knew he didn't like it after the first one. True, Big Tex.
The concussion thing is so funny to me. Oh my gosh, we'll get into it, but Anisa apparently can I spoil this as a
Yeah,
Anisa
it's
is
fine.
apparently a hypochondriac.
Oh yeah.
And you know what, guys? I'm a big fan of people with Munchausen's.
Yeah.
I love people with Munchausen's. I think it's very fascinating to look at, and I'm just wondering, when is the Anisa munch gonna start? Okay?
That would be
When's
so
the munch?
funny. That would be so funny. If you guys don't know, Munchausen's is basically people who think themselves sick. Like, they'll convince themselves that they have all these diseases and then post about it a lot on social media.
Yep.
Playing the victim all the time, like, oh, I have this wrong with me, I have this wrong with me, even though there's probably nothing or very little wrong with them. They like the being a sick person. They like the victimhood it gives them.
I see it for her. I really see it. Like, I think it would be a great turn in her career for her to turn towards being like a chronic illness influencer.
Yeah. Long
So-
COVID.
Yeah, long COVID. Anisa, where the fuck is the long COVID?
Yeah.
Hello?
the coach to just get
It's
him
weird
to
of them to try to
train.
blame the left.
Also, like half of the sessions, we'd have to train Anisa. So every session.
Oh, this is crazy, by the way. Anisa was never boxing.
Instead of being just training for Ian for a fight, I would have to take half of the session and train Anisa.
So whose idea was that?
Why?
Hers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why was Anisa wanting to train when she wasn't fucking boxing?
Oh, they'll get into it.
Like, taking up Ian's valuable time where he needs to train. He's the one fighting. Like, why? What?
I think she might. We'll see.
But the thing about it is, Ian goes along with it, right? Because I feel like if Ian would have said, "Hey, no, I need the time to train," it might have been different. But he's just like, "Oh no, she needs to train before I train."
But she didn't even
So-
fight. She wasn't even fighting.
No, and so literally, in like the training.
Well, that's interesting. I haven't heard that about Edmonton, but that makes sense.
Is it like a small town or what?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Footage, half of the sessions I had with him would be with her, and then she would come in with like all sorts of drama to the gym. One day she was super dramatic, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, what happened?" And she related Will Smith slapping to Chris Rock to somehow Ian having to defend her online. So she was like super dramatic the whole day.
What?
And I'm like, I can't even train Ian today because she's so dramatic.
The Will Smith slap?
That's one of my favorite moments of this whole interview because she really watched the Will Smith debacle and she said, I'm on Will Smith's side. I'm on Jada Pinkett Smith's side. Why doesn't
Yeah.
my husband do that for me?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And it's so funny too because like if you watched that moment live on TV, you could see Will Smith himself wasn't offended at the joke or anything. He just was like kind of like lightly giggling to it, and then obviously she turned to him and said, "That is so fucked up. You cannot let him get away with that." And he was like, "Yes, honey," and he stood up and went and did the slap. That is the perfect representation of idubbbz and Anisa. That is literally the picture perfect representation of them. "Yes, honey, I'll defend you again. I'm so sorry. All these incels keep making fun of you."
She truly is Yoko Ono. Like,
Yeah,
she
that was
truly
funny.
is.
Give me a sec.
Big city, it's Edmonton, because it's such a shitty city. Yeah, that would make sense. Sorry you have to live there. That sucks.
Yeah, that really sucks, man. Shit.
Give me a sec.
In today because she's so dramatic. So that was
Give me a
constantly
sec.
happening.
Give me a sec.
He's having the time of his life. Ethan is living Ethan is literally having the time of his life right now. Look at this man.
He's always been like a hoe for drama. Like
That
we've always
that is
known this.
awesome. I feel like he's embraced that side of himself lately, and I love that. I love that he loves tea and drama. Look at his face, like he knows that this interview is just destroying idubbbz. He knows that he's not gonna be able to come back from
And
this.
we've had to pause so much because there's like a great moment every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually fucking insane.
The slap, guys.
Yeah. Yes. She came in distraught, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened?
Yeah.
She's
then
on
she
Chris.
said-
She's on the slapper side, right? Like she was empathizing with Will.
You gotta do this. You gotta
no,
do this.
she no.
Oh,
she felt
she
like
wasn't.
yeah. She felt like Will was Ian.
He had to
And so
slap.
she felt, yep, Ian has to slap all the people that insult her, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so
No, I think that's like 3/4 of the way through. We're going through this so slow so far, but like Erica said, it's literally just so good. Like
Mhm.
there's so much to talk about here.
Adam, why don't you slap people for me, okay?
Yeah.
You need to slap people more, honestly.
Just slap my chatters.
anyway, so
That's
it was just
true,
crazy.
Will.
You guys are
Not-
misogynist.
Wait, what was that guy's name? The guy that you banned?
I don't remember.
Oh, it was funny though. It was like Crinklebuck. Wait, what was his first name?
Oh, yeah, crinkle muffins or something.
I'm not putting this word. This is my observation. Will Smith is one of the most famous cucks. and again, that's my analysis, not your guys'. But it is an interesting analogy, right? For them to
The
be
pause
idolized
before
because
he says it.
Jada famously had an affair with her son's friend.
This is so based. This is so fucking based, dude. I cannot believe that Ethan is this based now.
You know,
Yeah.
so I wonder if that's how they relate more so than the slapping. You know, yeah, it's just me. I'm doing a little psychology here, psychology in Los Angeles.
I got a couple questions actually, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
Harley, what's up, man?
They forgot.
I-
They forgot. It was so juicy that they forgot who was in the call. That's so funny. Yeah, it is. It really
No,
is a whole
Ari-
buffet. Like
100%.
I'm like glowing. Like this is like amazing. I don't think
that-
I've ever covered content that I've been this enthusiastic about.
Well, especially because it's just like lighthearted. It's pretty lighthearted. You know what I mean? I mean, it is, but it is
For us, yeah.
Well, it's just like it's not like Anisa killed someone or something.
Right.
You know what I mean? She's just like an asshole.
Yeah, there's enough like pedophile drama and like rape drama. I feel like it's so nice to just have a making fun of someone drama.
Yeah.
Awesome.
By all
Yourself?
means, yeah, chime in anytime.
Okay, yeah, I had a couple questions here. Let me get
Look at this. Look at this.
What's
let me
happening?
set this up right here properly.
Let's go.
Get this in order.
Oh my god.
Did you guys get any paperwork, by the way? Did you guys sign contracts? The fighters had contracts. I'm curious if the coach.
You can hear Zach in the background laughing. Like this is
God.
so funny. This stream is a masterpiece.
Zach is my favorite, by the way.
He's so
He's my
awesome.
favorite H3 person.
I love him. Yeah.
Underrated.
No, we never had a contract.
No.
Oh, interesting, because that would have
It really is. It's karma. It's karma playing out.
been like something that would have detailed
hmm
what's like what like I mean, did they I guess by word they told you it was charity and they didn't ever.
Right. Yeah. So, and I'm still hoping that the first event was all charity, other than Ian
Damn.
taking his fighter purse. But what was crazy
Fighter
about
purse.
that is then you said you had a $27,000 bonus, and I was always under the assumption that there was no bonus because even though he told me there was a bonus, he then disappeared for 6 months and I never saw him. So I was like,
Yeah, I would believe that, Tafka.
was there a bonus or was there not a bonus?
And you confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to
No, I just let it be.
Because I'm the
No.
same way, by the way. I never spoke about money with Creator Clash. I have a guy on my team that does that. I wanted to not talk about money, and plus it's awkward.
These people gave Ian and Anisa so much grace and like all came together to help make this event happen, and it's seemingly under false pretenses. Like they were misrepresenting, or maybe not intentionally, but everyone was under the impression that this was like all for charity and all the proceeds were going to charity. And that seems to not really be the case.
Ethan has always been based. Always?
No, I don't know about that.
He had a moment. He definitely had like a bit of a break, melty.
Yeah,
but...
I feel like the reason that he has come around a little bit recently is because he saw how his pandering to like the lefty Hassan people, which he had been kind of doing for years, was not good and not productive, because he had like a reckoning with that. Like, people on my side of politics don't necessarily have my best interests in mind all the time. And that, I think, freed up he became more of an independent, free thinker, I guess, kind of person, or like less afraid to like state his real opinions instead of like grifting.
And you can be a cool person and have any kind of politics.
Yeah. 100%.
We've met people from every part of the political spectrum that are really cool. It's just more about like I think he realized that how many snakes in the grass there were.
I think he was being a little bit like fake for a while, and I think he relaxed and like realized that people like him for him. And
and he doesn't have to like police what he says.
Right. Yeah.
Charity thing. You're like, I don't want to. Am I gonna ask for money?
Yep. Right.
Yeah, and it's awkward when it's your fighter, and then you have to train him for a whole nother
What's
event.
up, Brandon?
Hi, Brandon.
And I mean, truthfully, like a lot of times fighters will say
Brandon was here yesterday.
I know, but I haven't seen him.
So that happens sometimes. So truthfully, unfortunately, I'm used to that, right? Where they're like, oh, there's more money coming in, and then the more money coming in just goes to them. So you get used to that as a coach. But I am under the assumption that the first event did all go to charity. And then the second event was supposed to go to charity, but instead it went to the hotel, the party, and after party.
Was there a moment
about the after party? Because he said he was using the after party to help promote the event. But I have no idea how an event after the fight will generate money for the fight.
Well, so
like,
it doesn't even make sense, because
no, it doesn't make sense at all.
A party before, like months and months before, I could kind of see how that would help people promote the event, because all the people would be getting together, talking about the upcoming event, networking, and getting like all hyped. Like, yeah, this is gonna be awesome. What are you guys gonna? Are you guys gonna talk about it on stream? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, before, it would have made sense, because that might have encouraged the creators to go and talk about the event on their streams because they're excited for it. But after, what? Oh yeah, guys, by the way, there's going to be a party after the event. Oh, I better go and promote the event on my stream. Like, that just doesn't make sense.
And Ian in his video said that, like, oh, I learned that I can't just like throw a party and hope people post. I'm gonna have to tell them to post or pay them to post. And it's like, how did you not realize that before? As an influencer, you must realize that like these people are getting freebies like a million times a day. I like how you're like an evil villain. These people are getting so many freebies every day.
I'm gonna go piss.
Should I play?
Piss. Yeah, play.
Okay.
In his most recent video of concern trolling, in the beginning, he says he's explaining how they lost money in the second one, and he goes, the event before the boxing was to promote it, and that sounds reasonable and normal. But I don't think he even mentioned the fact that there was a massive gala after the fight where Anisa got to play as MC and give out awards and shit.
So we actually didn't even know about the gala until about probably maybe less than a week before the event, or a week before the event. The only reason I knew about the gala was because Ian had invited some of his training partners, and they were on the email list, and so they kept telling me there was going to be a gala. And
Damn, he didn't even like directly invite them to the gala, or didn't tell them about that. Like, they really don't like these people. I don't understand why they treat them so snakishly. It's very odd.
I assume they were talking about the pre-party, because the first year they did do the pre-party, but it was much smaller. It was on a way smaller scale than the second year. And then also, so we had no idea. So when everyone was asking me about a gala, they're like, what are you going to wear? I was like, I'm going to wear sweatpants. What are you talking about? And then they're like, what? You're going to wear sweatpants to a gala? You're crazy. And I was
The
like, what
first
the hell are
year,
you talking
it was
about?
like the first year was like a little party thing. It was like a Sweet 16 vibe,
Which is
with
all you
little, like,
need. It's
games set up.
that's
Yeah,
it.
We
so
had
it's totally.
Super Smash Brothers set up.
That-
It was in the hotel both years.
That sounds great.
It was much more casual, but if you dressed for that, like I was told specifically to dress nicely for the gala, that there would be pictures and such.
Yeah, we found out it was a red carpet event.
And has anyone seen pictures from this gala at all?
Probably.
Like,
Probably.
do they exist? I've just never heard of those coming out. It's like, I feel like there was so little promotion for it.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I feel like maybe some of the red carpet photos were from the gala, not from the actual event.
Were
Like,
they in?
do you
Like,
remember seeing,
were
like,
they
the-
in dresses and stuff and like
Yeah.
nice suits? Okay, then that
Do you remember
was,
seeing
yeah.
the red carpet photos with like the Creator Clash background, like Frogan
No.
all dressed up and like Hassan? No, I think that was from the gala. He yelled at Ian like his daddy used to, and that scared him. No spoilers.
Hey,
No spoilers.
hey.
They flew Getty Images in for. So they straight up flew Getty
Getty
Images to take
Images?
pictures for the event.
Why Getty Images? What? Getty Images is like a royalty-free, or like a picture licensing company. Am I confused? Oh, they do. Okay. Weird.
But they
You could just pay a photographer. Why do you have to fly people in for this?
That's
But-
so, yeah. They're the only.
But we could-
Go ahead,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when we asked them about it, and I said, "Hey, is there a gala?" And they said, "Oh, you guys don't even worry about it. You don't have to go to that." And I said, "What?" This is what Anisa said. And I said, "What?" And I said, "Well, some of the sparring partners got invited." And she said, "I don't know how they got on that list. They weren't supposed to be on the list." And in my mind, I'm like, Ian had invited them. He sent them the email personally,
What a
right? So I'm like,
disgusting.
It's so weird, dude. Like the dynamic between them is so strange. Like Anissa's like, "Oh, actually the sparring partners aren't even supposed to be at the gala. That was a mistake."
Oh.
But Ian was inviting people. Like Anissa's like trying to, I don't know, dude. She's just trying to dominate, and like it's so fucking weird. Yeah, Ian is cooked. It's so bad.
Human being she seems to be. I'm sorry.
"Oh,
Yeah,
shit,
they have royalties. Yeah, I've just been stealing. Dude, the best No, I shouldn't say this. You can use AI to edit out the watermarks. Let's
Hey,
go.
hey.
any of us there. She only wanted like creators there or people that would, I guess, make her feel like
I
she
know, me too, Ari.
could get more clout. So she told us we didn't have to come to the event. She doesn't know why we would want to be at the event. And I said, "What's the event for?"
Yeah.
And she said, "And it's an award show." And I said, "What are the awards for?" And she said, "They're awards for the boxing." And I said, "Why wouldn't his coach want to be there? Why wouldn't his team want to be there?" I was like, "That makes
So was she basically just like politely saying that they can't go? This coach? Is that what Anisa was telling him? I'm a little confused. It sounds like her tone is like he's like, "Hey, is there like a gala happening?" And she's like, "Oh, don't even worry about that. You don't have to go to that." But it kind of sounds like she's telling him like he's not invited. Am I crazy?
No, that's the impression that I got too. Am I?
Yeah.
I don't know if I was misreading that.
Yeah.
no
You
sense.
find someone
So-
normal. I hope he's not damaged for life, man.
Yeah.
And especially, when you've never had a girlfriend before or a boyfriend, it's just like you're so naive. He doesn't know anything different, and I
He
don't
has
think he had.
no frame of reference for like what a cool, good woman is like. So
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of his behaviors where he's excusing her and like he's coming up with this excuse in his head that like, "Oh no, this is just normal. Like this is what women are like, and like I have to be tolerant and like accepting. I can't be misogynistic. If I get mad at her for this, I'm a misogynist." And it's like, no, she's just like she's a bad person, hands down.
And I don't think he had like healthy, normal relationships like modeled in his life in his
True.
childhood.
Yeah.
So like he was just fucked from the start. Like if he just happened to find a nice girl as his first girlfriend instead of Anisa, like things would be so different.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
For sure.
everybody else, all the other
But also at the same time, he was a shitty ass boyfriend. So maybe a nice girl would have left. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think there's some truth
He
to
was
that.
a bad boyfriend from what I've heard.
Well, it's just that the way that I read that era, if you guys don't know, there was this whole like idubbbz and Anisa almost broke up like within the first year after they started dating, like a few times. And it seemed like the problem to me from because Anisa was telling her whole Discord about her relationship drama. idubbbz was a private person. He didn't want any of this stuff talked about online. He wasn't ready to show Anisa to the world. He wanted to take things really slow. And he was prioritizing his career and his videos. That's what he was doing. He was really focused on being the content cop, making videos, and keeping his image like clean, I guess. And Anisa could not handle him leaving and not talking to her for a week or whatever when he was working on a video, which is okay, that's fair. Like maybe he doesn't want to hang out with you for a week and you need to see someone more often than that. But it sounds like she sort of guilt tripped him into changing his like what he did on a day-to-day basis to be with her. But yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he was a good boyfriend. I genuinely don't think.
I mean, yeah, that's
He was
totally
very
like yeah.
unavailable, immature. He didn't know, like, I don't think he ever should have gotten into a relationship in the first place. But
talked to, I said, hey, did you guys know about the gala? They said, yeah. I said, did you bring a suit for it? And all of them had
yeah, she
like,
wanted him to make her public. That's very true.
That's true. And I thought it was so funny at first, back in like 2018 or whenever it was, the way he would like, she was obsessed with him and like showing him online all the time, and he never posted her once the whole time. That was hilarious. I miss those days.
I just think he was very private. Like he didn't want his relationship to be a talking point. Like he didn't want people talking about it at all, and she really did want people talking about it.
Like three-piece
They both
suit
seem like terrible people, yeah.
For sure, Tafka.
with like kerchiefs and everything. I had sweatpants. I'm like, what the
dude, that's so messed up. Why? It's like you're the guy connected with the event organizers, and they're explicitly excluding you guys.
I know why. I honestly believe that the reason why Ian and Nisa excluded us and did not want us to know about the gala is because we're both very professional, we're both very direct, and very transparent. If they told us that they were going to throw a huge gala after the fight and it was going to cost a ton of money, we would have asked them, why are you doing this?
Yeah,
because
True.
Anisa already told us, she shared with us prior to CC2, like a month before, that they were negative, was it 500K already?
Yeah, she at the time.
What? They were already before the gala when they were still planning the event. They already knew they were negative $500,000, and yet they still decided, let's throw this gala, let's throw this crazy party. What a great idea! And they knew that it was a bad idea. That's why they didn't tell these people about it. They didn't want to be confronted or like criticized on it. They knew that they were making a stupid financial decision. Like there's just
100%.
There's no other explanation.
100%. They were ashamed and they knew that it's just like, it's kind of like those people that Caleb Hammer interviews that they know they're like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, but they're still like going out to buy like new MacBooks and new cars and stuff like that. It's like some cognitive dissonance in their brains.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, but the thing is, she only started doing OF like after they had been dating for a while. Like he was ashamed of her before that, I think.
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't even know
say
if
that again.
Maybe it's shame, but like
Say that.
I don't know. He was a complicated guy back then, especially.
Yeah.
He was not ready for a relationship because whether or not you want to show someone off in public, like ghosting someone for a long periods of time and stuff is just like not what you do, in my opinion.
We're only 20 minutes into this.
That again?
Jesus Christ.
They were negative 500K before the event.
Yes.
So going up to the event with the ticket sales and the PPV sales, they had when the event started, they knew they were down $500,000.
Yes.
Keep in mind that they moved to a bigger venue and they sold a lot of tickets. But before the event had started, they said we're fine. So the reason we found this out was because I wanted Ian to start doing 2 training sessions a day. And I said, Ian, you need to start doing 2-a-days. And he was like, why should I do 2-a-days? And I told him, I was like, Ian, you're not good at boxing, man. My brand is at
What's up, Brad? I appreciate you.
stake.
Hi.
So you need to do 2-a-days. That's what pro boxers do. And so I
Wait,
told
did you
him
actually say that to him?
Yeah, yes. And then I told him, I said, my brand is on the line. I said, you can go back to YouTube. My whole life is fighting and coaching fighters. And I'm like, so if you don't have a good performance, that's going to.
So what does that tell you? Like he's got a feeling that idubbbz isn't taking this seriously enough, and he needs to step it up for the event. Not only for his own sake to do well in the fight, but also for his brand is at risk. He's saying, listen, idubbbz, I've been helping you out for this long. I really need you to do me a solid and like try your very best. You need to start training twice a day, like the pros do. Alex Wasabi is training twice a day. We need to step it up.
Is that the music guy?
Probably. Oh, wait, is it? Probably.
I don't know. Oh my god, I used to be obsessed with Alex Wasabi. What a throwback.
Bad on me. After the
Is that the guy who used the launch pad and like the little arcade buttons?
I think so. Wait, no, just kidding. No, that was a different Wasabi or something.
Yeah, we're thinking of someone.
Wow,
event,
guys.
He didn't. So for the first event, he didn't
I'm
do
so
any
sorry.
of his cardio. So that's why I ended up gassing out so bad. And
Ooh,
I
he didn't do
truthfully believe
cardio.
if he would have just done his freaking cardio, that he would have won that fight. But they couldn't do the cardio because 10 weeks before the first event, Anisa wanted them to buy a house. So instead of doing 2 training sessions a day at that point, they had to cut out training.
Notice how it's Anisa wanted them to buy a house. It wasn't like it was a mutual decision. They decided to buy a house and they were dealing with that. It was Anisa decided she wanted to buy a house.
Look to buy a house. And he moved
It's his
into
brother,
his new
really?
house the week before we
Wait,
left
what?
to Florida.
No.
So he literally
you're
wasn't
fucking with
training like he
me.
was supposed to for that whole first event because they wanted to go buy a house when they could have just rented a place for 6 months or a year. And then Ian could have focused on the fight, had the fight.
Sean
and then found a
Wasabi,
new
it's spelled
place.
different.
So I found that super offensive. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're not doing anything I'm telling you. And they would lie to me and he would tell me he was doing his road work.
They
He
would
tell her-
lie? Why would he lie? That's like lying to your doctor.
That is so weird.
He was
It
so
made no
ashamed.
sense because he acted like I told him to do things because I wanted him to do them. And I really wanted him to do things because that would help him win the fight.
Yeah.
So when I
Yeah.
tell him, hey, you need to do this.
Of
he'd be
course, it's your coach. Why else would he be telling you to do stuff?
like, and then not really do it. He didn't realize how important cardio was until the second fight.
What
when
do you mean he
I
didn't realize how important cardio
No,
is?
that's
Oh my!
Hey.
This is Froggy Tonic, by the way. I believe
What?
this is the person that hates Ethan, and this was what got Ian and Anisa into trouble with Ethan. Was this guy was saying crazy unhinged shit about Ethan, like being a bad parent and like having shit in his house and getting his kids
Wait, this
sick.
this is the guy that like started all the CPS stuff?
He didn't start it, but he was taking part in it.
Oh.
And Anisa and Ian were interacting with him on Twitter, like replying to him and being all friendly. And Ethan was basically like calling them out on the stream, like how could you not like make a public statement? You guys have been in our house, but
This looks like one of those like early 2000s like shitty red carpet photos that
Yeah.
you would see like top 10 worst red carpets of all time, and it's
Yeah.
like what the fuck is this outfit? Like
Yeah.
actually.
That's like the entire thing. Yeah, that's everything. That's the whole thing.
It literally is everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were
And
you,
so,
hearing all this, strikes me as ironic because he was always, and Anisa, going on about how they hold boxing in such high esteem and they want everyone to train and this is life or death. This is serious. You get in the ring and people die in the ring. And and hearing him speak so loftily and respectfully about boxing, but then hearing he's like, oh yeah, no, I lied to my trainer about running. It's like, what?
yeah.
and I feel like a lot of that was them regurgitating what I would say. A lot of it, when I would tell them things about boxing, they would go repeat those things. I don't know how much of it was like them actually believing it. But so for that,
Dude, I noticed that Anisa particularly does this a lot. First of all, she just talks for the sake of talking. She loves to hear the sound of her own voice.
Yes.
But especially if she can sound very passionate and very like she knows what she's talking about, she'll just say anything. So when so it's just funny to picture when she hears this boxing coach talking about boxing as blah 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 blah, and this is what is important for it. For her to just go and like repeat that when they're talking about it in public is just so funny to me. Like they got that from them.
High School
second event-
Musical red carpet 100%.
so I tell him he needs to do 2-a-days. This is like 2 weeks before the fight. I'm like, we need to do your 2-a-days. And I said, my brand is at stake. Well, he went and told Anisa that I told him my brand was at stake. So the next day she comes into the gym super mad and she's like, our brand is at stake. We're 500,000
Oh my god. She came in pissed off at
dollars in
him.
the hole right now.
And
we're like- we're like,
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that time. I think a lot of the fighters would have liked to have known that. I don't think none of.
Yeah. Of course the fighters would have liked to have known that. Nobody would have like felt comfortable going to the gala that was just wasting money
Yeah.
when they were already in debt.
None of them needed to be in the
Yes.
dark about that, you know?
How much I'm really curious, how much did the gala cost? Like if they were 500 in the hole and then the event lost 200 overall, did the 4 parties lose 250K? Like would they have been at least break even if they didn't throw the parties? That's what I would like to know.
She is so Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah.
That is so accurate, Rad Rat. Or like she
Yeah.
also reminds me of how like no matter how intelligent you are, most people think that they're slightly above average intelligence.
Right. Yeah.
That is so
Yeah, she would be ditto.
completely. Well, and that's the thing. They said you guys didn't promote enough, but they weren't honest about the fact that they were spending the money from the ticket sales
Yeah.
on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other.
God damn.
So it was just
So
like
those decisions, the gala decisions, were made while in the red.
Yep.
Yes.
That's right. I have a
all
question
the-
about-
Harley is just realizing more and more as things come out, like how fucked it was, this whole situation. And I guarantee he's thinking back to when he put his neck on the line to defend Ian and Anisa publicly and say that, you know, they were making the right decisions. They know what they're doing. They're great event organizers. The event is incredibly successful and like it's a charity event. It's this noble cause. He's thinking back to those times and realizing that he has been played by Ian and Anisa. He's been totally lied to.
Like
Yeah.
that.
So she was like, we're
That's
already
so
down
true,
500,000. And she still had time to cancel stuff when she said that? Like how before the event was
Oh
that?
yeah, I mean it was 2 weeks. It was
Yeah,
2
it
weeks
was
before the
2
event.
weeks
I mean, they
prior.
So
knew
she
they
could
were
have made some
500K
last
in
minute
the hole.
moves. Yeah.
They knew
Yeah,
they were
you
500K
coulda
in the hole
canceled that.
long before that, right? That's just when they yelled at us about it.
Yeah.
So they could have definitely made moves to reduce spending.
100%.
She wanted that award show so bad the next day. They
Yeah.
really wanted to have that award show so she could give out awards.
Best event organizer goes to Anisa Joma. Yay. Who, me? What? Wait, I get an award? Oh my god, wow.
Stinkiest husband award goes to Ian.
Ian Joma, Mr. Joma, come up here.
Once again, you had heard like Ian said he didn't want to have the fight just end and have everybody go home the next day. That
He
was the
said,
plan.
I'll quote him because it's very rich. He says that the first time afterwards, he woke up and everybody was gone. And he found it super depressing because he didn't get a chance to process his trauma, which seems a little bit hyperbolic, frankly, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's like a self-inflicted charity
Stop
event. I
rubbing
wouldn't
your
call that
hands together
exactly-
like a villain.
I'm just ecstatic right now. Like this is the best fucking thing of my life. Yeah. Why did he need to process his trauma? Like, do you not know what you're signing up for? You're getting hit in the head. Like, of course that's gonna happen. Of course.
I wouldn't.
Or
put
how about
that
a
up with, like,
therapist?
like,
Maybe
fighting
I don't know. Like, how does
I
the
think
gala
they've
help?
had enough fucking therapists. I think they actually
that's
would
true.
benefit from having less therapy.
Maybe
a
talk to
war.
a friend, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe talk to like someone who really relates to you. Maybe talk to the other fighters on a Discord call or something, okay? And fly back home.
Yeah.
We don't need all this.
Taking your last name was the most wild thing ever.
I
It
don't
really
know.
was.
But
One of my
but I
favorite
guess-
parts of
so like it's just so on the nose. Like how could they not see how that makes them look?
and the vasectomy.
The vasectomy. Oh my god. Literally
Ah.
they have to have like Reddit awards given to them in real life. Like, "Oh, you get the wholesome award. You're so wholesome."
It's trauma. We all define trauma differently. But so he goes, so in that case, I wanted to throw a party afterwards where we could all talk to each other and process our trauma. And then he says, we lost money, but I don't regret throwing the after party.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he
I
said
think
that.
that was a
True.
And like, hey, maybe we could just have breakfast at the hotel the next day. Like,
Yeah,
maybe we could all go to lunch together. Do we really need to throw a
you
gala?
don't need to throw a lavish,
No, yeah.
extravagant party.
Sake read my mind.
Yeah.
Sake literally read my mind.
Well, also, like, was anyone else asking for this? Like, saying, like, yeah, the last time was so traumatic for me. I really need to have someone to talk to after process my trauma. Or was that just idubbbz? Was that just idubbbz saying that it was traumatic for him?
I don't know.
I guess I could imagine that, like, the reality of getting hit, like, full force from someone while being broadcast and surrounded by a crowd of people, I could see it. I could see why that would be, like, more intense than you expected. But I don't know. I feel like calling it trauma is,
No.
like, so extreme. Like,
Trauma is very far. Maybe...
trauma is like your child, you were abused as a child and you're, like, traumatized from that for years and you haven't processed it.
Yeah, you saw war.
You saw war, yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
A lot of her words, because
Yeah, therapy industry, Ian and Anisa cease and desist. True.
like he would say things that she would say, and so for example, he said, well, we thought inviting Hassan and all those other people was going to translate to more buys.
Oh my
pay-per-view buys.
They
god.
didn't even promote. They didn't even care.
No, it made no sense to me. I'm like, people don't watch fights because Denzel Washington's in the crowd.
Yeah, who cares about that? My favorite socialist political commentator, Hassan Piker, is going to be there. I totally got to watch it because he's literally in the crowd right now. He's actually there in the crowd. Wait, I have to buy a pay-per-view ticket right now. I might even get a single shot of him. I might even get to see him waving to the camera. Wow.
Denzel Washington's there. I need to watch the fight.
Right.
Like, it makes no sense. And if they would have taught, so a lot of decisions before the first event, they like spoke with us about, because I know boxing. I've been around boxing my entire life. So I'm like, oh, I could help them with all these other things. And then for the second event, I felt like they wanted to make it much more like their own version of a Twitch.
Yeah, like physical trauma. That kind of makes sense, but then he said, like, process the trauma. Like, I feel like that just implies the mental trauma thing, but
on their own version of a VidCon.
That's what he said, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
this picture of Froggy Tonic is so funny. I love that they keep bringing that up.
Like a VidCon. And we are new to the YouTube world. Like, we never been to a VidCon. And she's like, you guys haven't been before, but it's super cool where all these famous YouTubers come and everybody gets to vibe out. And so I was just like,
Vibe
is this
out.
like Comic-Con?
Anisa describing VidCon and why it's fun is there's a lot of famous people there and you get to actually hang out with them and it's super cool. Do you guys see this? She's like inadvertently like admitting the things that she's lasered in on, which is like fame and clout and networking with like famous people. There's more of this. There's more of this in this stream that we'll look at.
Yeah, he was really mad the first year that
No, I think Hassan just went there to support his friend idubbbz.
like
I don't even know if they're friends. I think he went there to support the guy who used to be edgy and bad and now is, you know, he's turned his life around. He's become empathetic. He's become woke.
because she would always
That's
talk
why he
about
was
a
there.
certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people.
Oh my god. No fucking. We gotta watch it again.
Comic-Con?
Yeah, he was really mad the first year that like because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people, and she would always talk about how she wants like them to be there and she wants to be a part of their group.
Boom! Guys, all the speculation for all these years, people have been saying Anisa just wants to be in this cool Twitch streamer crowd. That's why she's obsessed with doing X, Y, and Z to mimic them. That's why she is streaming. That's why she's doing the Hassan political pandering stuff. Now we have firsthand account of somebody saying she wanted to be in their group. And that's what it was really about. She wanted to be in the group of streamers that she was a fan of. That's seriously what it is.
So a lot of it, and then so that's why like, and then the first year was like during that girl's birthday party. So
No, sorry. Knowing that detail, it breaks my heart that she had to settle for denims.
Yeah.
That is such a fucking good line.
I don't really know these people, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the only people I really know in the YouTube
Yeah,
world
for
is
sure. Guys, I'm sorry if I'm not keeping up with chat. My chat is moving so much faster than normal right now.
Yeah,
So
it actually
I
is.
actually can't read every message or else this stream's going to be like 8 hours.
Thanks for the love.
Yeah, thank you guys for the
It's
support.
crazy.
I appreciate
But
it.
you guys.
I missed my favorite part of this video.
We'll go back.
Sorry.
Oh, it's
Out of
okay. You
it,
don't
and
have
then
to.
for him to be first year that
Wait, this is
like
the wrong sign on.
because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people, and she would always talk about how she wants like them to be there and she wants to be a part of their group. So a lot of it, and then so that's why like, and then the first year was like during that girl's birthday party. So
No, sorry.
Oh.
Knowing that detail,
Oh my god, it's so good. I just like really want like Pokemon's approval. Like that's
So
insane.
blatant. Like, not, she doesn't even have the self-awareness to like not say that out loud. Like, I get why people would want to, like, in their head, their goal is like, okay, I'm, you know, once I have this many viewers, I do want to meet Ludwig and I would like to be part of his group. So these are the steps that like I could take to be blah 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 blah.
I guess
That already just feels a little weird. Like, instead of being like, I want to be a good content creator that can stand among those people, it's like I want to be part of their friend group. I don't know. That is so bizarre, but she says it out loud. I want to be part of their group.
And by the way, I've watched a couple of videos of people doing commentary about this stream, and no one has mentioned this unless they're going over the whole stream. Like, I watched someone do a couple clips, and he didn't even mention the Pokimane part. That is like one of my favorite parts for some reason. Like, she's just like,
Yeah.
I can't even imagine wanting to be friends with them.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make any sense to me. Like, they are so like bland, nothing people to me. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. It's just
100%.
so funny. It's just like so clearly and obviously for clout and because they have a lot of viewers and no other reason.
Yeah. I'm with you 100%, Tafka and Ari.
Yep.
You guys are absolutely correct.
it breaks my heart that she had to settle for denims.
Yeah. I don't really know these people, but yeah.
Yeah, and, the only people I really know in the YouTube world is you guys, because you guys were so nice to us. Like, we got more clout from being on your show than we ever did from working with Ian, because he would never show any of the work we did.
Isn't that so sad?
Not even on Instagram or anything?
That's
Come on.
so sad.
At least give him a shout out on Instagram. That's so sad.
He would never, yeah, and then everybody else, it drove me crazy. Like, AB would shout out his coach, Wale, Lucky Boy, yeah, and then
yeah,
Farley
AB
had a
was
great coach.
AB was all about it, man, and you know, the coaches deserve a lot of credit for what you, especially you guys who were involved with the freaking event, the management of the whole event, you know.
Right. Yeah. Mike Leonardi even said after the second event ended, when it was just him and I talking, and Mike Leonardi was like, "Man, these events wouldn't even happen."
They are done for. Like, this is so. I keep using this word, but like, it's so humiliating. There is nothing. You can't come back from this, I feel like.
Especially because, you know, if they were insane Twitter weirdos or something, you could be like, oh, they're just lying. But these are like the most cool, like normal, like everyday people, well adjusted that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Happen without you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, because he knows about the drama that I have to deal with training Ian and how hard it was to get him to train.
Yeah.
And so, because I think he knew Mike knew that I think Ian didn't like boxing either.
Everybody
just by the
knew.
way, like, he would interact with boxing.
So this guy Mike, you mentioned him to me. I wasn't sure. He's the fight promoter.
So he was he was the manager that they got in touch with. So what happened to
Yeah, Anissa's a flirtatious person, and
Yeah.
I have this conspiracy theory that the tattoo thing was because she had a crush on some tattooed person. She saw some guy that had tattoos, and that is why she wanted Ian to get tattoos. Because we all know that it wasn't his idea to start getting a bunch of the exact same tattoos as her. Come on, like, are we joking? We think he saw Anissa's tattoos and was like, I want some just like yours. I want to get some tattoos to match you. No, he doesn't give a fuck about tattoos. He got them because she wanted him to. That's what I think.
And like They look so bad, by the way. Can we pull up a picture of them?
Yeah,
Is there
real
a picture
quick.
of them?
We're going through this
I
video
know.
super slow,
I
but
This
know,
event was
but
amazing.
I just have to say that I'm a big fan of American traditional tattoos. So it's not that at all. They are just like straight up ugly, and they truly look off the wall.
this was unironically a better tattoo than his actual tattoos. I wish this was his tattoo.
Oh my god, I actually fuck with the S.
Yeah.
Ew!
There you go.
Ew! They look so bad.
Apparently the eagle was the only one that was his idea.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a cool placement.
It is a good placement. I'm not that mad at this one.
I'm not mad at any of them individually. It's just like all of them together, they just look so try hard.
Yeah.
Amazing. Like,
I'll be right
Ian
back.
had to reach out to all these people, and they were weird. And then he reached out to Manny Pacquiao, and Manny Pacquiao hooked him up with a guy, and then that guy ends up putting him on a phone call, and that's how they meet.
Would it be better for Ian to respond, or does he need to go on another hiatus? Well, we'll have to ask Mr. Juice when he gets back, but
They need a divorce.
yeah, he needs a divorce. That's what he just said. I feel like the only thing they lied about is when H3 kept repeating a question when he didn't get the right answer. Like he asked 20 times about Ian's smell until they were like, yeah, he smell. Okay, spoilers, guys. If he did, he would have had them before. Well, he was young before, to be fair. They have been dating for a long time. I think he was only like 20, in his mid-20s when they got together?
He must have been like 24, 25. Oh, I'll get that. Or you want to get that for her?
Sure.
Alright.
His stats are sick as hell. They're alright. They're not the worst I've seen.
They met.
I think the thing is, like, his tattoos don't suit him. They're not like, obviously the tattoo artists did a good job. Like they don't look shitty or low quality on their own. The thing is, it looks like, have you guys ever heard this phrase? It looks like the tattoos are wearing him. He's not wearing the tattoos. The tattoos they're right there. They're just on him. They don't blend in with him or his personality at all, you know? They just look like they're stamped on there. Yeah, skateboard art. Yeah, the skateboard thing's funny because they really do look just like Ed Hardy, like skateboard graphics.
Met Mike Leonardi. And so Mike was a manager in Vegas, and he knows promoters, and he knows how to promote boxing events.
Yeah, I'll say that too. I don't think that the whole tattoos need to mean something. I don't even think that's true. I think you can get tattoos just because you think they look cool or you have something that you are inspired by that you want to put on yourself. But yeah, they just don't look good at the end of the day. They don't look good.
On him.
On him, yeah. But also, you know what? It is also because they're just like a hodgepodge, I guess. Like just every tattoo is just stamped on there.
Oh,
they don't look
patchwork. It's like a
patchwork.
patchwork sleeve.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, junky
the actual
tattoos.
promoter was a guy named
They are.
Ryan Ricky.
They're like prison
who's like
tattoos
friends
a little
with
bit.
Coach Thompson, Jesse Thompson, and this guy Coach Rick.
That's Harley's coach.
Yeah, Jesse Thompson's
Oh,
Harley's
AB's
coach. So anyways,
tats.
he hooks us up with all
Oh,
these guys
AB's tats. Okay, yeah.
in Florida.
Oh.
Oh shit. Wait. That's a good theory.
I think you're onto something.
You might be right too.
I think you're onto something.
Wait,
here.
isn't AB Lebanese also?
Yeah.
Ooh, idubbbz can never be Lebanese.
You know, I used to be a bit of an AB hater, and I've like fully come around on him. I think he's pretty chill.
Oh, he seems cool.
He's totally fine.
How we were able to throw the event. But it was like the craziest set of circumstances for us to end up where we ended up.
Yeah, he's a bad boy now. He's a real bad boy.
So I wish Ian would have told this story. He should have been proud of the story.
Right.
I had a quick
there's something-
question. Sorry.
You want to go
Yeah.
or should I go?
Oh, I was going to say,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm being silly. Go ahead.
Roll it.
Oh,
This
Hila had a
guy's
funny
silly over
comment.
here.
She said,
He still cuts
Hila
him off
donated.
anyway.
I hate when she does that. Why is she giving money to Google? That's our money. Anyway, she said too much dumping in here. You guys, stop. This is not what podcasting is.
I know. I was afraid this was going to be an emotional dumping ground,
Yeah.
This is
and I
not
was
what
like, oh, I hope it
podcasts
doesn't
are.
sound like.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, Harley, go ahead.
I was going to ask because just your opinion. Do you think that they were intentionally misleading with any of this, or just sloppy in their execution and communication?
Just sloppy. I think it was just sloppy. Like that's the thing. Like
Yeah.
I still freaking. I always had the best. You want to be around people that want the best for you, and I always wanted the best for Ian, and so I always felt like, man, like we're gonna break through. We're gonna have this moment where we break through, and things are gonna be good. But then they never were. So in my mind, I think they just got sloppy. I think they thought in the second event they were gonna do millions of dollars in pay-per-view sales. And so I think that's why they went so far in the hole, because they just assumed they were going to get these huge pay-per-view sales.
Yeah.
Why
makes
would
sense.
Why would they assume that though? I don't understand.
Well, the fact that they did like no promotion on their own, barely any promotion, and they just expected that like inviting all of these famous Twitch streamers was going to promote the event for them was just so like stupid. That was so stupid.
Yeah.
How could you think that?
I don't know if I just have like a low self-esteem or something, but I would always err on the side of caution and be like, this could definitely still fail. Always with anything that I'm
Yeah.
trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, she simped for Leafy.
Yep.
Also, yeah, Ari, I think the thing is that her preferences like have changed over time. Like I think like she got into tattoos at a certain
Yeah.
age. She started having like a crush on a guy that had tattoos, and that's what made her want him to get tattoos as well.
And also, Ari, some people are like, they're like, I can fix him people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a really
It's
big
true.
thing where they like the character arc,
Yeah.
which is really fucked up. And by the way, usually doesn't work out. So
Yeah.
wouldn't recommend. And don't forget Chris Raygun. How could we forget Chris
Yep.
Raygun? That was a huge arc. He was like kind of emotionally cheating on Ian, in my opinion. The shit that she tweeted to Chris Raygun is fucked up to me.
Yeah. 120.54.
Hey, Tafka, same wavelength. That's actually crazy.
Wow, Erica said that, and then that popped up on the screen. That's crazy.
That's insane.
Just to be clear, Ila's joking. I don't know if you guys know that. The dumping thing is a joke about something
Oh,
Ian
yeah.
said.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want you guys to think that I was. You guys
Emotional
dump away.
dumping.
Dump away.
I feel like these two have been dealing with this for so long, having all these problems with Ian and Anisa, not being able to share it with anyone because they don't want to ruin the event, they don't want to cause drama, and now they finally get to let it all out. And that is why this is so good, because it's cathartic. You can feel how relieving this is for these people to finally tell their story about what idubbbz and Anisa are really like behind the scenes.
Please, we're here to dump. Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned something. So this guy Michael, he
Mike.
left. Mike. So he left Creator Clash and went and started working for Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And he
Of course.
scheduled the Jake Paul event
Oh wow.
for the same
Same
day.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ian's old guy. He did, and it's,
I
he
think
had to
he's
do that
still-
on purpose, right?
I think
I
he
mean,
still owns Creator Clash. That guy. I think he's still
Yes.
part of it.
Well, I don't.
It's just when you have like a Jake Paul, you can like that's your thing. That's going to take priority over everything for sure. Like the event is 100 times bigger than Creator Clash.
But still, he scheduled it on the same day.
Yup.
That has to be, at least
that's
I'm picturing that being vindictive a little bit, right?
No, that's weird.
That is weird.
best. But I think he's still involved with Creator Clash.
So, but then why would he do it on the same day if it wasn't meant as shade?
It's a great day.
It's crazy.
It's so crazy to me. When we saw that,
Yeah.
I was like, because we already knew it was the same night as it. So first of all, Ian never even reached out to me at all for Creator Clash 3. That's one of the big things I want from this is to like, because what happens when Ian messes with you or messes with these other people, a lot of it comes back onto me and either my YouTube channel or my Instagram, where people start putting a bunch of comments on my stuff. It's probably happening to Harley. It happens to everybody that's related to it, right?
Well, like what? What
So-
did they say?
They say fraud coach.
Oh, they're
they
shit.
say-
Aw.
Yeah, talk about the sparring videos.
Oh.
So people want to see sparring videos, but Ian never put out any of my filming, so people think that Michael didn't
Yeah,
have
so
him spar correctly.
people in
Oh
the
my
Oh
comments
my
God.
say,
god.
oh my gosh, you never had him spar. That's why he lost the fight. Oh, you didn't have him do this. That's why I lost the fight. And I'm like, if he would have released the footage, they would say we did all of those
Yeah.
things. But now I have to try to stick up for myself and have my YouTube be an emotional dumping ground in my
Right.
comment section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
To try to protect
shit.
myself, or my brand. And so it was just crazy to me because
Horrible.
Sorry about that, guys. You know, Ian, now is not your time. We'll have time for you.
Dope.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that. He's
Thank you, Ari. I really appreciate it.
Oh
so
yay! I'm
he's
glad.
intolerable. Ela is loving this, by the way. She just gifted 20 members. Ela is loving this. So you know, Ian almost has this superpower.
I
Maybe
love
it's
how
Anisa.
much everyone on this stream loves this, like what's going on right now.
I
Like,
know.
Ethan is having the time. No, but there's nobody in the studio that was not having a blast exposing this shit.
And it's funny too. Even Ela's getting in on it when she's usually really reserved and like kind of like nonchalant about everything.
She was the one who was like, yeah, they can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
That was so like cool. I don't know. That was such an awesome line. from her.
Ela is that person where like she doesn't say anything very often, but when she does, it's always a banger.
Yeah.
You know what I-
For sure. I love Ela.
Even
So,
when I
together,
hated
but they
Ethan,
say great
I still
leaders
like Ela well
inspire
enough.
Loyalty. It seems that everybody in his life.
I love how they keep pulling up this fucking picture of this ridiculous fucking
Loyalty.
goober.
Is that Zach?
It seems that
Yeah, who is doing this? It's gotta be is it
It's gotta be
Dan?
Zach.
I don't know who it is. I don't know if Dan is on this stream actually.
everybody in his life, he's forced to be disloyal. He has like negative
Yes.
leadership.
Yeah.
What do you call that? What is negative leadership?
Abuse.
Abuse.
Damn.
Okay.
Yes.
So you think it's so? I guess quantify that. Did you feel like abuse? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes. The reason why I say it's abusive is because, like for example, the bonus, right? They mentioned it to me, Michael, that they're gonna give a bonus after CC1, and then after the event was so great, they just went rogue on us. You know, it's interesting because we invite them to our house for Thanksgiving. We're so nice to them. We open up our lives to them. They've met my kids, like our kids.
Yeah,
you know?
so they're like
Aw.
under the impression that they're friends with these people. That's what I was sort of saying earlier. Like
It's so sad.
they feel like they're developing this friendship with these people and helping them with their event, and then it's like they are treated just like a utility in return. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that we get the coaching and then we dip, you know?
and everything. But then once the work is done and they don't need us, they kind of just put us at bay and they make it uncomfortable for us to reach out to them. Or if we reach out to them, they don't respond. So treating us like we're not really in their inner circle, which makes no sense because we worked with them for CC1, CC2. Michael and I have traveled with them to LA, Vegas, Florida. Keep in mind that when we were in Florida with them, we were with them for 2 to 3 weeks at a period of time. That's a long time to be with
Yeah.
someone. You learn so much about the person. And then you start to realize, wow, everything that, I mean, I don't want to say, you know, their enemy's name. What's his name? Sam. Like, I don't want to say he's right, but when we saw that video drop,
Let's go. What's their enemy's name? Oh, I don't want to say his name. Who is it? Sam? Sam Hyde?
Ethan had a terrible Prozac arc. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Prozac was. Prozac's
Yeah.
bad, guys. I don't know. I think you and Schmo talked about it last time.
Yeah, we had a little controversial antidepressant take that
But
I
yeah.
think for most people, it's can be more destructive than helpful. I mean, I think there are a minority of people that might benefit from it for a time, but I'm not sure.
I've heard this is such a non sequitur, but learned in my psychology class that a while ago that they did a study, and if you're on an antidepressant like an SSRI for a small period of time, like a few months, it actually improves your like brain activity.
Really?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the study again to remember it, but it was like, really?
That's
So
crazy.
I feel like it was meant to be used in the short term, and now people are just using it forever indefinitely, and they're getting addicted to it. And
Well,
it's like,
I kind of agree with what Schmo was saying, where like I've never met someone who has gotten on it and gotten like fully better from it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people will take it expecting it to do all the work before they try to change anything else about their lives. But anyways, we're going on a little bit of a tangent. We got to get through this fucking legendary video.
No,
I was
he's
like, oh
right.
my
You
God.
could say it.
I was like,
The
What
one
was
where
my
he's
yeah,
like,
going after the
well, hold on. So
kids.
there's a video of
Yeah.
Sam Hyde, and he goes,
crazy.
"She's gonna ruin his life. Mark my words.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guarantee it."
This
Sam,
part is
you could say
important.
it.
This part is important.
Sam, Like, I don't want to say he's right, but when we saw that video drop,
No,
I was
he's
like,
right.
oh my God.
You could say it.
I was like,
The
What
one
was
where
funny
he's
about
like,
that?
well, hold on. So there's a video of Sam Hyde, and he goes, "She's gonna ruin his life. Mark my words. I guarantee it." Is that the one you're
Yeah.
talking about?
yes, Anisa was the one that showed it to us because we didn't know nothing.
What was funny too is like, for
I mean, I
example-
was just thinking about that on the way to work because I saw
Yeah.
that clip too, and I was like, "Damn, like Sam fucking,
Yeah.
he was right."
He was right. He was right, dude.
The seethe is crazy too. Her showing Anisa showing.
Can you believe this fucking Nazi guy is said that I'm ruining Ian's life? How is that even possible? That's not true at all. How mean is that? It's so mean.
These totally offline, like well-adjusted people, and she's like showing him, showing her clips of like Sam Hyde being mean to them. Crazy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of horror stories about antidepressants. Like it just fucks a lot of people up. But
Yeah.
Well, so what's crazy to me is like, so for example, when Ian did your show for Creator Clash 2, he would never say my name. He would always just go Ian's coach or
yeah,
my
this
coach.
is crazy.
And then AB was the one that actually had to say my name. AB was like, "Oh, you mean Michael?"
Oh.
And then I was like, "Thank
Wow.
you, AB. Appreciate
Thank
you."
you.
But so, and then same thing when he did the other podcast. He said, "Oh, my coach is he's really tough. He has toxic masculine qualities."
Wait, what did he say?
Are you kidding me? Like this guy has no toxic masculinity qualities at all.
No, he's really
Like,
chill.
I think that term is cringe, but I can get what someone means when they're saying that. This guy is not like that at all. You know what I mean? Not at all. Not in the slightest. He's very empathetic and understanding, and like he's not, I don't know, like he just doesn't strike me that way at all.
Oh, and also AB needs to stop doing like the Redditor like epic sign off thing. It's like it
that.
keeps going. Why AB, I'm trying to
He said that
like
when he
you.
was talking to
When he did the podcast
with the Smosh guy.
Yeah.
So he did that, and he
You
said,
know what?
"Oh my."
He's lost his mind. I'm sorry, but if anybody deserves that toxic masculine traits, it's your boxing coach, okay?
No,
Get in line,
Yeah.
bitch. You know what
That's
I
why
mean?
I'm
Go
like-
fucking wake up and run.
Yeah.
Think about. You remember?
Yeah, his job is literally to be masculine too. Like I feel, but even then, like I feel like this guy doesn't. He like I don't know.
He's just masculine. He's not toxically masculine.
Exactly, yeah.
You know
like
what I
he's
mean?
training you, he's pushing you to better
Yeah.
yourself. That's like just masculinity in
Being
general.
masculine is like not a crime
No,
unless
not at
it's like it goes too far sometimes. But that's not him at all. That he's just like I feel like he was threatened by the fact that he is like more masculine than Ian.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know.
Ethan's tattoo looks like the overly attached girlfriend meme that you yeah. Ethan's tattoos are like not I'm sorry, but Ethan, but I can't get behind your tattoos. I understand they're sentimental. Okay, I respect it, but
Well, and
purely aesthetically, not my cup of tea. Okay.
and it doesn't. It's a portrait, right, of Hila?
He's got a portrait of Hila, and he's got one for his dog. I actually feel bad like being mean about his tattoos, but I just like appearance wise. Okay, that's all.
Okay, but if you wanted to get something sentimental about Hila, literally Hila is an artist. Like, just have her draw something for
That
you
would've been
and
cool,
get
too.
that tattooed.
That would've been cool.
Hello, this isn't that hard.
Tyson's coach, this like grumpy, insane old man. Like,
Customato,
this is who
shout
you
out.
want to fucking coach you, dude. What are you talking
I
about?
didn't see the podcast you're talking about, but yeah, I know when I was training with Michael, I felt so loving compared to when I was
Yeah,
fighting with Wally.
it sounds like
Wally used to tell
Wally.
me you could punch me in my sleep and I won't blink. Yeah.
That's the thing, right? I actually had to learn how to talk to Ian from training because during one of the sessions when he wasn't supposed to spar, but then he ended up going to spar Alex Stearns one day.
Oh, I want
And
to
Alex-
ask you about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was hilarious.
epic.
It was funny to me because we weren't supposed to spar that day. Actually, it was the morning that he released the Sam Hyde documentary.
Yes.
So I had no idea he had so much going on because I didn't even know what the documentary was.
We didn't know who anybody was.
Anybody. I just want to control. I want to focus on the fight, right? So he releases the documentary, but we're in LA. We're visiting gyms,
For
and
your,
we're supposed to
for
watch.
your podcast.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was for that. But we wanted to watch Alex Stearns train. So we go to Alex Stearns' gym, and the coach of the head guy of the gym, the owner, says that he doesn't believe women should fight. So Anisa gets really upset and
Who said
decides
that?
she wants to. The owner of the gym, said that.
The owner of
Okay, okay.
So Anisa got so offended that she said Ian needs to spar now today, and we're like,
What?
and then so and I'm like,
man, to get slaughtered by Alex Ernst, who's like some kind of like boxing savant or something. He fucking annihilated him, dude.
Yeah.
so what happened was, well, it was funny because Alex has really thick glasses. So he took his glasses off and he can't see anything. So he just starts swinging haymakers.
Oh, he couldn't even see.
Oh no, but
Yeah.
Ian like froze.
Oh
And
wait,
so-
and also before the filming, so before they did the sparring, Anisa and Ian runs up to me and they're like, Kate, make sure you film this because we want to put on our YouTube channel how
In the
does
documentary.
in the documentary, how does 3 week of training look like and 3 months of training look like? Because Ian at that time had been training for 3 months with us. And so I filmed
And
it.
Alex, 3 weeks. He had just
After-
started.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and the thing was, skill wise, Ian was much better. Ian wasn't just used to somebody throwing haymakers, and so Alex comes out and just starts hitting him with haymakers. And the first 2 rounds,
I
I was
love the
talking
word
to him very
haymaker.
softly. I was like, Ian, are you
Yeah.
okay? Can you throw punches? If you can't throw punches, I'm going to scrap this sparring because you're not throwing any punches. And then he's like, no, I'm fine. And then 2 rounds later, then I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? And then he went on the Smosh show and he was like, yeah, it's bad enough when you get beat up and your coach is yelling at
Shut
you too.
up.
Oh
dude.
my god.
That is crazy disrespectful.
Do we have a video of this? Because I was looking for it earlier and I couldn't find it anywhere.
A clip of this?
Like of him fighting Alex Ernst.
Oh, I don't know. I can't look for it right now, but
Oh yeah, and about the tattoo thing, if we weren't taking so long with this video, I would tell you, Ari, to like look up pictures of like Kat Von D. Kat Von D is a weirdo, but look up fresh Kat Von D tattoos. And you'll see that like really good tattoos like will look like the person right away.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
yeah.
I don't know.
I swear. Yeah.
Dude, listen
so,
to the audio of
That's
any
what
corner. That's how the corner's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I bet he got
Yes.
Throw punch,
man.
pissed on his dad.
But
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Actually,
I don't think this thing with like the coach telling him like, hey man, are you okay? Like you are you gonna be throwing any punches? Like I don't know if this sparring is the right decision if you're not going to like if you're not capable of like fighting back. Like that's just maybe that's like blunt, but like how else do you put it in boxing? Like
He said, "What are you doing? Oh no!" Like
yeah, like come on, let the guy know if you're getting beat up and it's too much for you. He's basically giving him an out. Like, do you want to keep going? Like, you should throw some punches, or do you want to cut the practice?
have the reference here. Let's watch it.
Alex is a
things
freak
that
of
I've
nature,
So
I
yes,
gotta
along
say.
the way.
it's just sucks.
I remember.
Yeah, the thing about portraits is like I feel like portraits, especially photorealistic ones, it's hard to get them perfectly right, and they do require like maintenance and stuff. But it is hard to get them right. I've seen a lot of bad portrait tattoos, but the good portrait tattoos are really cool to me.
I just looked up the tattoo, and like the main problem to me, I feel like, is that it's not even that the picture is unflattering or anything. It's like they turned the contrast way up, so they gave her like huge eye bags and like
It made her look too 3D, like
It's-
too
yeah,
like
it's
they made her
weird.
look more like round than she really is.
For watching that, and everyone was like, "What was that?" Because he got it. It seemed everybody could tell he got pretty rattled by that fight.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
You did you say? And I'm gonna. Did you say he cried?
Oh, we
yeah.
had to have a meeting.
Yeah, so after that, so he was crying at the gym afterwards, and
Oh
I
my
said,
God.
and once again, I hate to hate on him for that because it's very emotional.
Yeah,
when
for
you
sure, for sure.
in some hard sparring, right?
Yeah.
So but then what happened afterwards was horrible because then we went back to the hotel and then they were eating at Denny's and they said we need to have a meeting. So I have to go to Denny's, and they pretty much then talked about how they were going to have to fire me because I reminded Ian of his father when his father
Oh
would
my
yell at him as a
God.
kid.
oh
And
my
so
god.
I had to relearn how to talk to him. And
You have to relearn how to talk to me because you're traumatized. It reminded me of how my father yelled at me when I was a child, and you yelling at me mildly is traumatizing me. That is unreal.
It's just so depressing that he's like,
Like,
that now.
Go try to find a boxing coach that isn't going to like correct you when you need to hear something that you're doing wrong. That would just be a bad boxing coach. Am I wrong? Like if somebody's not correcting your mistakes and telling you what you need to hear, are they a good coach? Probably not. It does look like that, Tafka.
Yeah, seeing
At the
seeing
time,
a
I didn't
portrait
even
tattoo must be kind of odd.
Yeah.
That's gotta
mind
be
because
kind of
I'm
weird.
like, as a coach, I need to learn how to.
You guys
talk to
remember
different
Zan
fighters and
Frank? Zan
Oh
Frank
my
was
god!
like, yeah. He was
Oh
the
my
guy who
God.
was friends with little Zan, I think, and he had an Anne Frank portrait like on his face.
Holy shit! I
Like,
forgot about
communication-
him.
Yeah.
is the most important thing. One of the most important things as a coach. So
Yeah.
I was trying to turn it into a positive, but it definitely was.
But
you
you
My ex's cousin and her boyfriend got tattoos of each other that covered their entire back. Oh my god. That's unreal.
almost got fired
Oh
at Denny.
my-
yeah, exactly. After that sparring session, but
I
not
almost
only
farted
that.
at Denny's.
Yeah, Michael and I rewatched the sparring, right, with him and Alex Ernst, and you could clearly hear that Anisa was screaming louder than Michael.
Oh
Yeah,
my
so he
god!
was literally yelling
Yeah.
at him worse than I was. But I was like, but apparently I was the one that I yelled at him and he froze.
It triggered him. And
This is my psychoanalysis here. I think that idubbbz getting yelled at by Anisa was probably bothering him and tormenting him, but he can't confront her. So instead, when he gets a little bit of backlash from his coach, he attributes all those emotions that he was feeling from his wife yelling at him, to this guy. I think that's what it is.
That is so true.
I think he was stressed out because of all the yelling, and he didn't want to get mad at Anisa subconsciously.
he thought of his dad. That's what she said.
So we'd have to deal with things like that all the time where it was like, he wasn't even supposed to spar that day. Like, I'm like, what the hell is
He
going
didn't have
on?
a mouthpiece.
He didn't have, yeah.
He didn't have a mouthpiece, so they had to buy a $20 mouthpiece from the gym and put it in the microwave. It didn't even fit. It was
So,
ridiculous.
When you
Oh
plan to
my
spar
gosh.
like that, you want to prep. You don't want to just go into it.
You want to be, like, ask
Also,
AB,
my
you want to be
boyfriend has a portrait, and they're really expensive. So if I paid all that money for a tattoo of my wife, no. Especially, Ethan went to like a really good tattoo artist to get that done.
For sure.
So, like a little bit.
Yeah, I feel that. No, I feel like it's fine to admit that the tattoo is a little off-putting and like weird. Like, I don't know.
There were so many better options.
It's
so many better options.
It's like well done, but it's like the actual execution of it. I don't know. I feel like I'm just like repeating myself.
mentally prepared for a sparring day.
Okay, because it's yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, my
How would you
first
even get
sparring
that
day, like,
covered up,
it-
Tafka? That's
It was
fucking
so
crazy.
fucking bad. Like when I left and I came back, Wally started jumping all around the gym. He's like, I never thought I'd see you again. He goes, okay, the fact that you came back, he's like, now I'm in.
Holy shit!
But
And
yeah, it was scary. I was supposed to spar Alex Ernst actually, because me and Alex would
Thank God.
talk
Oh
all
my
the
God,
time,
bro.
and I heard about this encounter, and I told Alex after that, I'm like, fuck that. I'm good.
Alex had a really good coach. Alex actually found a coach that like coached world champion boxers. I have no idea how he found the guy. The guy showed up the day of the event, like a couple hours before the event, and then he left right after the event. So he didn't stay for anything, Alex's coach. But he was a really good coach.
So he
That's
wasn't
funny.
Yeah, he does need to stick up for himself, Ari. That's like the biggest like thing is like I think Anisa definitely contributed to a lot of his problems in like a major way, but like the fact that he's not able to grow a spine and a backbone and like stick up for himself it's like a two-way street basically. Yeah.
Well, so many, I mean everyone, but especially guys, so many men are not taught how to communicate very
Yeah.
well, I feel like, and I don't think they're very in touch like with how they're feeling themselves. So, but yeah, Anisa is definitely not the girlfriend
Yeah.
for him.
No, not at all.
Girlfriend, wife, Jesus Christ, they're married.
I still think of her as his
oh
girlfriend.
my God, they're married.
They seem way too immature to be married.
It's so weird.
They just act like a 18-year-old boyfriend girlfriend,
prepared to spar, and then
No.
Anisa put him up to it because she heard the owner of the gym is
Told her correctly.
the owner of the gym who's not related to the fight really. He wasn't
At all.
there. He didn't care. It was just some comment. So she had to prove something to the owner to have
Yeah.
him beat up Alex, who doesn't have anything to do with him. They have a weird thing. They do this where they go, "Oh, really? If you think I'm an asshole, then you should hear about this. What this kid did, totally unrelated to me at this shooting range. You should hear what the owner of this
Yeah.
building said." Who?
That's such
it's
a
like,
good
what are you
point. They
talk-
have done that quite a bit. But yeah, 100%.
Talking about
Sorry.
what's that got to do with anything?
That's like a
Yeah,
classic
it's like
manipulation
another rice gum
tactic.
situation where someone's beefing and Anissa's like, Ian, you better go throw a fight now and beat him up and be a boxer.
Yeah, that was actually how the whole situation started, was because Rice Gum had texted Anissa, and
Yeah.
he said, tell your husband to fight me, or tell your man to fight me, or something like that. And that's how they ended up hiring me, because I was supposed to train him to fight Rice Gum. So I was like,
Why didn't that fight happen? That would have been awesome. I would have loved to see idubbbz and Rice Gum fight.
Anissa outing Ian shitting his pants would have been one strike. So true. How do you come back from that?
Yeah, I think
How do you come back from
strike one would have been the OnlyFans thing, and then it would have been over. One strike, you're out.
like, all right, I'm gonna have two totally inexperienced people fight on some event. I had no idea what was going on.
Right. This is a lot.
It is a lot.
The sparring thing is next level, because sparring at our level, people don't spar in their first year of boxing necessarily,
Right.
And it is really mentally and physically taxing. And if someone did boxing for 2 months and then sparred and then quit, I would understand that. And
Damn.
there's no way my coach would have ever, like, anyone could have been like, oh yeah, he's gonna go do this or that if I wasn't mentally prepared for.
Dude, and she's done it so many times too. Like she's
Just over
said all
and
this
over and
embarrassing
over and over
stuff
and over
about
and
him.
over.
Like she knows it's embarrassing. It's not like she's just talking freely and it accidentally slips out. No, she knows that she's saying things that will embarrass him and that he probably would prefer her not share. I mean, think of anything. Has idubbbz ever said anything embarrassing about her? No. Never, because he's just a normal guy. He's not a normal guy, but he has the social awareness to not do that. She seems to not. Like,
I don't think we've ever said anything embarrassing about each other.
Never. Yeah,
Never. You don't, like, when I'm not here, like, you don't even talk about me. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, I just don't get the compulsion that she has to, like,
it's because she
Yeah.
can't stop talking. She loves hearing herself talk.
she
And
really does.
but I also think there's an element too where she sort of like she enjoys knocking him down a peg, if that makes sense. She enjoys being being on top of him. Literally.
For it. So the pressure aspect is really interesting, because I don't understand ultimately what was the point of that. It's just gonna set things back, you know.
Yeah. And that's why, like, I would always try to have Ian do very controlled sparring until, like, towards kind of more towards the last 8-10 weeks of camp, and then we would really pick it up. For the second fight, he sparred hard. He was literally stopping people in sparring.
Yeah.
Even for the first fight, he actually had stopped Nathan Barnett with a body shot. He stopped Alex Idubbbz with a body shot. So he was actually in sparring, like, once he got a little bit better, he was doing pretty damn well. But I agree, like, you shouldn't be putting people in early until they actually know not only how
Yeah, 100%,
Yeah.
Ari.
to throw punches and defend themselves, but also counter after somebody hits them. Because a lot of times they might know how to
I think boxing, from what I've seen, is so intense and so hard. Like, I feel like when you're watching a match, it's hard to really, like, conceptualize how difficult it is. But I've watched people box and just after 3 rounds, they're, like, on the floor, like they can't even stand. It's so intense. But yeah.
Yeah, and I from what I've heard, because I've never been punched in the face, but from what I've heard, getting punched in the face is like you have no idea what it's gonna be like until it happens,
Yeah.
and it's like it's such a shock to the system that
Right.
it's hard to imagine otherwise.
Yeah. So I honestly have respect for that aspect of him training and stuff, like sticking to it at least enough to be sparring and learn to take punches and stuff. I mean, that is hard.
throw
I don't think Ian has a humiliation fetish. I think it's sort of like the other way around. I think she enjoys humiliating him. And I don't know if it's like strictly like a sexual thing. I think she just likes being kind of
In control
controlling. Yeah.
punches or even defend, but then they get hit and they freeze.
until
or they
she
don't
got
know
the
what's-
ring.
Right.
Actually, I don't
Um,
know. She was always a weirdo. Even when she was the girlfriend, she had some very odd tendencies, but she
she's-
definitely nerfed herself a little bit.
She's gotten more bold over the years, I
Yeah.
think, because she just slowly ramps it up. I think that's what's going on.
So you were trying to dissuade. Did you try to dissuade him? Like, dude, you're not ready. This is a
I was
bad
like,
idea.
we don't have a mouthpiece, we don't have headgear, we don't
Yeah.
have the right gloves.
Yeah.
I was totally trying to dissuade. I was like,
It was hard.
we're not
Yeah.
ready for
You
this.
should listen to your
because-
coach, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was hard because like Ian, you could tell in his eyes he could not say no to Anisa.
Yeah.
So what is he?
Me too, Splodes. It's been it's been a wild ride watching this downfall. It's pretty sad, honestly, because it's like you know what this guy is, you know what idubbbz is capable of. Like he's an extremely creative guy who made like this cutting edge content. Everybody wanted to be like him, and it's just such the opposite. He's fallen so far to the point of like he just exists to be ridiculed now, essentially.
Yeah.
Like who even his
really
own fans
depressing.
are turning on him at this point. Yeah, it is.
I know the comments on the video are so good.
Yeah, you know what? Even after this interview, like I still feel bad for him a little bit. I do. I can't help it. Like it feels like he is just being pushed around and controlled a lot, and he's just sort of along for the ride more so than like being intentional. I don't know.
I have way more sympathy for him than I do for Anisa.
For sure, for sure.
She's weird. She's a weird freak.
I think she's like outwardly malicious.
Yeah.
Do? He's gonna just suck it up, go get that $20 mouthpiece right there, put it in the microwave, and put it in his mouth. That's what he did.
Yeah. But and then that was
That
such
sounds a
tragic-
lot like the sexual stuff. you said. I made that. I don't know why. You know what? I apologize, guys. There was a moment about putting something in the mouth, and I thought, well, that's probably because of cuck thing. I just tried to, I apologize for that, everybody.
I was again like I
The
mean
button
I
under
always
the
want,
table
I
is
always
so
want the
funny.
best for Ian, so I was always just a lot of these things were just very disappointing, especially when he came out and said he was never going to release a documentary. I was just like, what are you talking about?
That was hurtful.
We have hours of footage, and I could see why they didn't want to make a documentary on the second one, because they didn't want to show how Anisa helped promote this whole event, and it lost.
The thing is, I would love to see him make better content again, but I don't know if he could ever have a full redemption arc. I don't know if he could ever be the person he was in 2017, just because you've seen how weak of a person he actually is. He's so weak-willed. And like part of the reason it worked so well in 2017 was because he seemed untouchable. There was this like you could not get to him no matter what you did. He would always come out on top in every situation. And now it's like he could try to play that content cop character again. He could try to be that guy again, but I wouldn't be able to see him the same way, even if he could still make good content, but he could not be the same person that he was.
I'm predicting
250,000.
a redemption arc. Possibly, maybe. It kind of reminds me of the Becky stuff. I always thought Becky and Amber Lynn Reed, if you guys don't know. Maybe did you ever go over that?
I don't know.
But anyway, I was always like, Becky's never gonna like come out with like all the stuff that she knows about Amber. And she recently just like, there's so much lore that if you guys don't know about Amber Lynn Reed, but she's basically a lol cow who has like a bunch of girlfriends that, turn into character arcs. But one of the girlfriends was like this really meek, like, just like let Amber beat her up kind of person. And I was
Yeah.
like, no way she'll ever come forward. And she did. So maybe
Yeah.
it'll happen.
I think there will be a time when we will hear some more dirt about Anisa from Ian, but I think that might be kind of far in the future. But
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll ever have like a full redemption arc. I think he could make really good videos again. I think he has it in him for sure.
dollars.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah, but the last content cop, it wasn't like it was bad because of who he is. It was bad because it was just a bad video. Like it just wasn't a content cop. It wasn't approached the same way that content cops were approached. But yeah.
The skit at the beginning was good, right?
The skit at the beginning was pretty creative. I'll give him that. I think that him having a fake Hassan stream starting and you think you're like, why is there a clip of a Hassan stream and then you realize it's a skit
Yeah.
and
that's-
idubbbz pops up. That was pretty creative. I'll give him that.
makes sense.
No, I've heard Anisa talk a lot on the show,
Anisa
and other
joining
places.
Girl World.
and Ian was backing her up. She's like,
Anisa, become 500 pounds, please.
That would be so funny.
Please. And
she
Munch.
has a amazing footwork. Like she is like some natural gifted type of boxer. And I forget why they said she couldn't fight, but they're like, but she unfortunately she can't fight. But if she could, she's like amazing. And so I was just kind of curious because you were training her. Is she is she this natural?
Yeah, for sure, Ari. He has no respect for his old fans, and like, it's really holier than thou too. Like, I could totally understand if he took sort of the Joji approach, where he's like, he doesn't he doesn't want to be that person anymore. He doesn't want to represent those things, whatever. But he doesn't have any resentment towards his old fans, and in fact, he loves and supports the people who have been there since the Filthy Frank days. But idubbbz has this complex where he needs to get back at his old fans and get this revenge on them, and make this big point about how they're bad people, and it's just it makes you feel disrespected, especially when he's characterizing you as something that you're not, you know, saying if you liked his old content, you're just like not grown up, and you're a basement dwelling incel, like Nazi, like all of this stuff is just ridiculous.
Gifted boxing savant.
So she did have some athleticism for a girl. But what would happen was when she would come forward really hard,
I love that clip.
When she would come forward really hard.
Well, do you want to clarify that? You can.
Yeah. So like a lot of women are just less athletic when it comes to boxing.
It's about throwing punches. It's about because men have more upper body strength, women have more lower body strength in general, right?
Yeah, well, and I mean, there's plenty of women that like that play basketball that will kill me in basketball, right? But fighting is a separate thing. Fighting is its own entity, and so I don't even almost consider fighting a sport, really, right? Compared to other things. And so when you have some athleticism for a girl, and like because she had played sports, that's more what I meant. Was she had played sports as a girl? So
by the way, guys, Anisa is very strong, apparently, very capable for a woman at punching. And look at this. This is a quote from Joe Schmo. I think Anisa hits idubbbz. Idubbbz woke up with a black eye.
It's a little bit subtle.
We turn it up.
But I don't know how I got it.
What?
He doesn't remember how he got it. Very interesting. Very interesting. No, that's a joke, by the way.
Have you ever woken up with a black eye though? That's actually kind of interesting.
Ian had zero athleticism, right? So training her was easier than training Ian because she had more athleticism. But what happened on her first sparring session, I would always tell her, you can't just come forward. You can't just come forward. And so she had a sparring session and she was just trying to walk forward, and then a girl punched her. And then I was actually watching Ian, so I wasn't even watching. I just heard a big pop. And then I looked over and she was kind of frozen. And then she said she had a concussion. Then the next day she went and told the doctor that she had a headache and sensitivity to light and pretty much all the concussion symptoms. The whole entire list. Like, and then so we were like, oh no, she has a concussion. And then Ian's like, well, she's kind of a hypochondriac.
Yeah.
So we're like, okay.
Ian actually reassured me because I was worried at that time.
That is going to cause a fight. That is 100% going to cause a fight. Anisa has even said before, like, yeah, I'm always really worried about my health, like, blah, blah, blah. I think I get sick. I stress myself out. She convinces herself that she's gotten a concussion because she gets, like, a headache from being punched in the face. And then Ian behind her back goes to them and says, don't even worry about that. There's no way she has a concussion. She's a fucking hypochondriac. That is awesome.
Wait, she really is like Amberlynn Reed. That's actually so crazy because Amberlynn Reed like did the same thing where she thought she was a hypochondriac, and then Becky said that she was a hypochondriac, and she's like, "What? Becky say that about me? That's so fucked up."
A lot of us were either kids or teenagers, and we laughed at edgy shit. Yeah, and this is the thing. This is one of the things that I hate is idubbbz acts like his fans were so stupid that they interpreted his content as like an endorsement of real racism. Like him saying edgy slurs in a comedic way was somehow teaching people that it was okay to actually be racist, which is not true at all. I was like 16 when I watched idubbbz. I was very impressionable, and I never once interpreted anything that was said as like, yeah, it's actually really cool and great to be a racist. Like, yeah, actually, this idubbbz guy is pretty... Like, idubbbz thinks he caused racism, which is just not true. Not true at all. Like, people forget how widespread his fan base was. It wasn't just like the right wing, edgy Gamergate people that were fans of him. Everyone was a fan of him. Left, right, center. Everybody loved idubbbz.
I was literally, I'm trying, hopefully this, I'm not revealing too much about myself, but I was literally like an SJW in high school. And I loved Ian's videos back in the day.
Yeah.
I was like an OG fan.
She doesn't do it all the time, only when I don't listen.
These comments are taking me out, by the way. That's why I was laughing earlier.
Yeah, you guys are funny.
Not gonna like hearing that.
Yeah, I try to I try to check on her, and he reassured me. He was like, "Hey, don't worry about her. She's actually a hypochondria, and she does this often where she self-diagnoses herself and freaks out.
She's not gonna
So
like that.
that's like, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
She'll
she
be fine."
really isn't
And I
gonna
was
like that.
Okay, then why is she continuously talking about it on all her media outlets?
The thing that drove me crazy
Is that why
was
she said she couldn't box because she had a cut? Like, do you remember what it was?
She was an athlete in high school, and she had previous concussions, if I remember correctly.
Here it goes.
It's something where the doctor told her it's too big of a risk.
Well, definitely.
That's
don't
what she
box, then.
said.
Also, the doctor's going to tell you what you tell them. If I come in and I say I have sensitivity, light, and I have headaches, they're going to say you have a concussion, right?
Yeah.
So,
because she looked up all the symptoms, or she already knew all the symptoms, and she just listed them off.
Anisa, where's
and
the
then
munch? When's the munch
part of the
starting,
story that drove
please?
me crazy was how all of a sudden she went from saying she had this concussion to she's had all these concussions while she was training. And then by the time she was on like your guys' show, and
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, he was funny. Not all of his humor was just him saying edgy stuff and slurs. He really writes off like how funny and talented he was. There were so many innocent jokes that made me laugh my fucking ass off. And I went back, I watched a lot of his old content like a few months ago. There was so much stuff like that where no edgy stuff was said, and he was hilarious. So it's like if he wanted to do the no slur thing, like he totally could. And he could tap into that creativity, and he would still be so funny.
these other shows, she's like, I've had 11 minors and 2 majors. And I'm like, I've
11 minor concussions and 2 major concussions.
You would be like brain dead.
You would be a vegetable.
Like, that's crazy.
Somebody in this chat, I think Tafka was saying earlier, not even pro NHL players get that many concussions in their entire career.
Yep.
To put in reference how ridiculous this claim is, she probably has self-diagnosed herself with a concussion that many times, but does that mean she actually has that many concussions? No. Yeah.
Life. And nobody's like,
yeah, the Toy Channel one, that was awesome.
I always forget about the Toy Channel one. That one was really good.
Yeah.
That was a minor. That was a major, you know? And so I was like, well, if you had 2 majors, that would mean you were like completely unconscious. And she said she got them from like lacrosse and hockey. So I'm like, you're telling me that you got knocked out completely unconscious on the field, and then a few weeks later they're like, put her back on the field. I'm like, that makes 0 sense to me. Like,
yeah.
She's a liar. I mean, she does lie.
Yep.
She lies about everything.
Yep.
Yep. I just don't,
Ethan probably knows
also,
from
like,
personal experience.
It's just so funny to picture like Ethan just writing all these things off that she does in his head because he's trying to be nice and supportive of his close friend who he's known from the very beginning of his career. Like they made videos together, they made similar content. Like,
if you've ever had a compulsive liar friend, you just know that feeling where you're just like smiling and nodding when someone is like telling you something that's like obviously not true. You're just like, oh, yeah, totally.
She's definitely brutal to him in private. Yeah, I agree.
Literally 2 majors.
Yeah.
If she said she has 13, 11 minors and 2 majors, 2 majors would mean like you were completely unconscious. And that's
a lot of
times.
head trauma. You know what's ironic? Ian acts like that's what happened to him. You know, but Anisa, she seems more in control than ever.
Yo,
yeah.
This is so base, dude. Ethan is so fucking base now. It's crazy. He's pointing out. I would say he's going even further with the things that he's saying than commentary channels have been for the past few years. He's saying the things that people are afraid to say, like, yes, Anisa is in control. She is controlling. Like, that is what I have been thinking too.
It's odd, and that's why like I felt so.
Yeah,
bad.
it's the anxiety. I had to tell everyone that my husband shits himself.
You could see. So
my therapist told me.
2 of the best weeks are
I'm just being like, I'm just trying to be more open and honest with people, and like idubbbz, like he's like his hair is graying, he's balding. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but
It's
you know.
this is all like rooted in my like childhood trauma that I had. So like I think you guys need to be nicer to me.
Yeah.
Or one of the best weeks we had in training
Dude,
was
we're
when
not even halfway done with this.
That I told you we weren't gonna be able to do this whole thing. in
I
one
think
night.
that I can do it. I think I can do this whole thing in one stream.
Okay.
It might be like an 8-hour stream, but I am having the fucking
8
time
hours.
of my life. I am seriously having the time of my life right now. This is amazing. I'm gonna get.
when she had to go visit her family in Canada.
Could you get me water?
And then that was when
Thank you.
Ian invited his sparring partners to the gala. I wasn't a part of that, but he went out and did like
They took him out
one
to,
of our-
to hot and cold plunge.
yeah, one of the guys that runs the gym. So first of all, the gym that we're out of is this guy Luca Hosever's gym, and it's called Vigor Ground Athletics. And he was the one that did their programming in the beginning. And when they went on some show and they were like, Ian, how did you gain all this weight? She was like, oh, I studied kinesiology. And
That's
I'm like,
crazy.
wait. I'm like, how did you studying kinesiology dig him to gain weight? Like that makes no sense. Because in reality, it was Luca that was writing their programming for him.
And didn't she drop out of the kinesiology like degree or whatever she was doing?
Yes.
The trauma of growing up in Edmonton. That's such a full circle moment right there. But yeah, she dropped out, and the whole reason she wanted like a kinesiology degree, please forgive me if I'm wrong, but it was because her sister or whatever was in college for that, and she like does whatever her sister does. Am I crazy? Yes, I'm having lots of fun in this safe space to talk my shit about these horrible people. Well, I'm sure Ethan knows Ian more than just about anyone else, so he should have more insight than anyone, especially anyone online, but apparently they're just mild acquaintances. Oh yeah. I don't even know this guy. I don't even know who this guy is.
But they never wanted to give him a shout out. And
She dropped out of college to do OnlyFans? Really? I thought she dropped out of college way before the OnlyFans shit. That's actually sad. I actually feel bad for her for that a little bit.
that's what
Not
we
that bad.
realized. They don't want to give anybody
Yeah.
a shout out. Like they would never give me a shout out. They would never give Luca a shout out. Randomly enough, I guess occasionally they would give Mike Leonardi one.
Yes,
But
because
otherwise,
he's the manager and he had a bigger following. Unless you have a big following, she's not gonna give you a shout out. She'll just
Damn.
suck the blood out of you and go away.
So you think Anisa's the one calling the shots, though?
Oh, 100%.
I do, but it is also Ian that allows it to happen.
He enjoys it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for
Enjoys
Ian.
it.
but
What is
Yes.
happening with them?
Yes. Yes,
He
he enjoys
enjoys
it. We used
it.
to feel sorry for him.
I did.
Yeah, we
All
both
the
did.
time.
We both did. Michael felt sorry for him up until CC2. After CC1, I cut that shit off because I was like, you know what? She's a fucking liar and he's a liar. And he enjoys all the punishment that she gives him.
Yeah.
So let it be.
She said that after she did that first interview. And I'm always like, I always want the best for my clients. So I'm like, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
Things are going to work out. They're going to give me a shout out. He's going to make this documentary.
Not only does she have a sister and she's competitive with other women, this is what I have heard is like a lot of the things that she talks about are also things that people in her family did, like the hockey thing and the lacrosse thing. She was emulating her siblings a lot, like they all did that, so she did that to emulate them. I heard that the kinesiology thing, someone else in her family also did kinesiology, and that's why she
Yeah.
did it. So it's weird. She has this habit of like copying things that her family members do.
So you studied kinesiology, but you don't have a degree, and that means that you helped Ian gain weight.
Yeah, or like
Hello.
I might be remembering this wrong, but also she said something about like having a nursing background when she didn't at all, and it was just a family member. Like I've heard that she does that. She claims that she has knowledge on stuff because her family members did it. Super strange.
By background, she means like family background. Like when a doctor asks for your family history, and you're like,
Yeah.
that's like Anisa being like, I had a heart attack, but it was
Yeah.
really her
Right.
uncle.
Always, and she's like, they're never going to give you the credit, you know? And I was always
Yeah,
like,
that's what I
oh, well, and in my mind, I'm like, no,
Yep.
like I love Ian. I trust Ian. I feel like Ian's got like my best interest at heart too. But then he didn't. The time that I actually was finally fully fed up was when I had to ask them about the gala, and we were already in Florida. And I'm like, this is the last straw. Like,
Yeah.
you don't even. She's like, you guys don't have to be there. Like, she was practically telling us she didn't want us there.
Disrespectful.
Crazy.
Disrespectful.
For no
So-
reason.
No, Tafka, like that's the thing, like, and I feel literally insane in the head when I'm like, she didn't really do lacrosse, or like she didn't really do this or that or whatever, but it is so hard to tell with her because she's a compulsive liar.
Yeah.
And so much has come forward about her that seemed implausible and now is literally proven true.
She's like a
Crazy.
psychiatry case study.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why I also want to say the reason why like Michael and I we were waiting for them to tell us about the gala, but they never did. So they waited so long.
That is so disrespectful
So
to
sad.
basically soft uninvite them for, like, or not uninvite, but just to not invite them to the gala. Like, they don't even want them there. These people that they apparently had spent weeks with hanging out in person, weeks, went to their house, had Thanksgiving with them, like, and they're not gonna invite them to the after party. You're the person who coached idubbbz this entire time and tried to help make all these videos and stuff. You did so much work to try to help the event, and you're just gonna get disrespected like that? That's absolutely insane.
Not enough followers, man. You should have
Not
had more
enough followers, yeah.
followers.
It is crazy. I don't know anyone who's just like Anisa, and I couldn't even tell you like what.
Amberlynn Reed.
Yeah, seriously, like that's the
actually.
only comparable person. Like, there's so much wrong that you can't even put it down on like one mental illness. It's like a cocktail of mental illnesses.
It's like the edge right before you start like murdering people and being a pedophile. It's like right before
Whoa,
that.
whoa.
No, I'm saying it's right before. It's like as crazy as you can get without like committing
Oh,
crime.
I see what you're saying. Like the level of craziness.
No,
okay.
like it's right before that. It's like in The Price is Right, where you're trying to get as close as you can. Without going
I know,
over.
but to clarify,
Yeah,
you're
no,
not
I'm
you're
not
not saying
no.
that she's on her way to becoming
No,
a pedophile.
no.
You're
I'm just saying that's how crazy. That's the craziest you can get.
that's the craziest you can get without. Yeah.
When we got to Florida.
I'm just
2 weeks
clarifying
after
that for the
event,
stream.
And they still haven't said anything to us. And at this time, all of Ian's sparring partners, there was probably like 4 or 5 of them
Yeah, he better donate her brain to science.
that flew out, or I think 6 of them total, flew out from Washington, paid for their own flights, their own hotel, and they're all coming there to support Ian. And they all have been helping Ian throughout his fight camp, right? And so they're asking us about the gala. We don't know about it. So we were afraid that if all his teammates showed up, they might not be able to get into the gala. How embarrassing would that be if his teammates are not able to get into the gala because she doesn't want them to be a part of it?
Also-
so that's why we asked her directly, and that's when she told us about the negative 500K. That's when she
Yeah,
told
the
Damn.
gala was literally just a fucking massive jerk off fest for Hassan, Piker, and Orbiters. Like that seems like what it was. Am I wrong? Like that's what it was. It was content creators. Oh, we're not going to invite the people who are directly involved, the teammates, the boxing coach. No, this is just a social networking event for Hassan Piker and Frogan.
And sorry, we're 500K in the hole, so you can't come. Like,
Yeah.
what do those things have to do with each other? You're already throwing the gala.
Well, is that what they said? Did they say
Yeah,
that's why?
that's well, she said that they got on the call, and that's when she told her about the negative
Right.
150.
Well, and I think that's, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. That's why they didn't want to tell them about the gala, because they would tell them, yeah, you shouldn't have a gala.
Yeah.
about why would
God.
we want to be there.
Yeah.
It made no sense.
Also, all of his sparring partners paid for themselves to be there.
Correct.
Nobody, like they would give him tickets to the event, but they didn't help anybody else get there. That was a part of his team, other than Kate and I. So
Yeah.
otherwise, like none of the like, if you're throwing the event and you have all these sparring partners and training partners, I would think you would invite them before like 300 creators that
Yeah.
don't mean anything. to you.
Yeah.
100%.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
you gotta think about the time that when they're sparring, you know, all the his teammates that volunteer their time, they're sparring for free. They're taking time from their work, their family to come and contribute. They don't do this because, oh, they're obsessed with Ian. They do this because they have loyalty to me and Michael and how we have helped them, and that's why they show up to spar with Ian. And all he does is look the other way when Anisa says and invite them. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. I can't. All we have to show is our hard work, and there's no way that I'm going to let Ian and Anisa take that away from us.
Mm. That's crazy. What do you make
did
of
you
the?
guys know?
Oh, go ahead, Arlie.
Did you guys?
Yeah, true, Tafka. I just don't want it to be. I don't know. I feel like there's always people. I guess it really doesn't matter. I've seen people comment stuff before, not on my stuff, but on other people's stuff, they'll take like one thing that they were saying, like hyper fixate on it.
Yes.
Or even like some commentators will really like nitpick what people are saying, take one sentence that they said and like it, and spend 2 hours like breaking it down, being like, well, this was out of line. Like, yeah, so.
Well, and also, well, we do get a little bit of that sometimes in some of our videos where people are just like really nitpicky. And
That doesn't really bother
It
me
doesn't
though.
bother
So I
me
guess I
either.
shouldn't care, but yeah.
well, I should have clarified that anyway because I kind of like said it a little shittily.
Yeah, I just didn't want anyone to actually think that you were.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not. Yeah, I wasn't saying.
That's not what
this.
you were saying.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hear anything or know about how they chose the performers for the gala? The people that they put. There was a couple performers there that I was just curious how if you guys had any insight on who they were or what the connection
Are you talking about
was.
like the comedians or who you talking?
Comedian and singer.
Right.
So
no,
who-
so 'cause
There's
for
this
the- for the-
comedian that was allegedly paid $20,000 or something.
Yeah, Aiden and Queeman, exactly. Yeah.
Queeman.
I can't get the appeal of Queeman. Like I tried watching some of his streams and it's just so much nitpicking. Like it's just completely nitpicking from start to finish and he just hates everyone. So it's like he hates everyone so that once that person gets in drama, he can be like, "See guys, I was right once again." And it's like, "No, you weren't right. You just already hate everyone." Like
Do people actually like Queeman? I was under the impression he was like kind of like a punching bag.
no, he has like a cult fan base, and he's sort of tied to like Chud Logic. He came from Chud Logic's community, so Chud is like friendly with him and stuff. So he has sort of his own little cult fan base, but I don't know. I can't take him seriously anymore. I just can't.
So for
Kind of same with Aiden, but at least Aiden is just like dumb and like funny, I guess. He's just like funnier to laugh at. Like Queeman is just not. There's nothing like redeeming in my opinion.
the first event, we were a part of like a lot of those decisions. But for the second event, like I said, they kept us in the dark about the gala. Really, like it was my main responsibility to help with Ian's training, but also make sure like everybody else had legit coaches and help like. Because for the first event, I helped train a lot of the people. I probably helped train like 80-90% of the people that fought on
like
the
Eric
first
came
event.
to Washington for 2 weeks to train with you. Remember?
That was another thing that actually upset me was like comment etiquette Eric. Like
Yeah.
I love that guy, but he only was able to train for the last 17 days of the fight
Damn.
because he was
Dang.
originally supposed to fight Chad, I believe. But then when Chad backed out, they were like, "Oh, we need to find somebody," and so they found DJ Welch.
Yeah, for sure, Ari. Yeah.
And
That
I
guy's a
thought
beast.
they told us he was out of shape and
That
had
guy's
no
a monster. By the way, super nice guy. That guy's great.
Huge
Both of
arms.
those guys
Huge
are
arms.
amazing
Internet
dudes. Yeah.
etiquette.
He was great.
Yeah.
But
He's a
imagine
beast.
somebody telling you this guy has no experience. That's why Eric and him had headgear on. And that was another thing I got blamed for. They're like, look at how bad this
Good night,
Oh my
Snowman.
God.
Thanks for
Good
coming
night,
by.
Snowman.
coach is. Look
Aye,
at
aye,
Eric.
aye.
I'm like, dude,
That's
I had
so
17 days with Eric. Me and Eric just tried to make it fun because the whole time he was like, DJ's out of shape. DJ, we're just gonna have fun.
And-
Man, DJ came out and whooped his ass. I was
Dude,
like,
he's
what the hell?
he's jacked. He's like actually
He's
jacked.
huge
I was
arms,
like,
bro.
this is not fair at all.
And DJ fought formerly. Well, he's been training MMA for a very long time.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
Oh, he's
shit.
a fighter too.
Why would you only train for 17 days then?
Because he was under the wrong impression. He thought he was like out of shape.
Oh, okay.
And he didn't. I think he was saying that he didn't know if they were gonna find another person in time or not. Because
Oh,
what's his name backed out. The other guy that he was gonna fight.
that's crazy.
Yeah,
Yes.
They go,
Jesus.
he doesn't have
So what
boxing
that? What is
experience.
that? Are they lying to you guys on purpose?
I don't know.
So they were like, well, they didn't even tell us really any of that stuff because a lot of it they like tried to
Yeah, it was cactophage.
find on their own when it was
It's
last
like
minute.
literally, I think the single best piece of content that we've gotten all year. I'm pretty
Christmas.
comfortable, pretty confident saying that it really is content Christmas. Like I've been smiling this whole stream. I am glowing. I am feeling very alive. This is so cathartic to
It's-
see somebody point out all the things that we've all known about Anisa for years.
And people make you feel like you're crazy when you would say stuff about Anisa. Like, no, she's insane. She's
Yeah.
actually insane.
She is. Yeah, Tafka. That's kind of how I feel too.
Minute stuff. So for example, like when Matt,
I know Kate and Michael are just like these sweet people. I mean, as far as I can tell from this podcast, they are very reasonable and like very nice and caring people. That's what it seems like.
fought Dad, like they almost canceled that like 20 times because Matt was never training for the event.
That's so interesting.
Same. I almost didn't even watch this stream because I was like, I thought it was gonna be mostly focused on Creator Clash stuff. But the thing is, the subtext of what they're saying has so many implications about the relationship between idubbbz and Anisa and like what they're like behind the scenes, and it's just
they just got like an upfront and personal look at their relationship for a long time.
Yes. Yeah, the child marriage thing was crazy too. Yeah.
It's crazy. I would have never known watching it.
I give so many props to this lady Kate. You would never guess that from how she seems, you know.
Well, what happened too, I almost don't blame Matt, except like Ryan found a good coach or a coach, right? So I don't know why Matt couldn't have, but Matt's coach would tell him that they just want to do all this pad work, this like random pad work, and then they would say, but don't do any road work, don't run at all. And then when they found out that it was a real event and there was going to be 10,000 people there, they disappeared.
What
They disappeared?
Disappeared on him. Just straight disappeared on him. Like they were taking all of his money until they found out it was a real event. I think a lot of people were shocked that it was a real event because like we were going to these places like with no clue of what we were going to have happen. So we're like, hey, this is what's so crazy is like he could have told the story if he would have been proud of it. Like the story was amazing. We were going to these boxing gyms in LA and all over the place. And we're like, hey, we want to throw a YouTube boxing event. They're like, where? We're like, we don't know. They're like, when, like.
Okay, but why was Anisa shame not tolerated? Who said it? I'm just more talking about like comment section Twitter people, but it was just more like, oh, we don't know enough about the situation.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I saw it even in like commentary, which I watch a lot of commentary. I guess not so much anymore, but I was for a while, and it was like this thing where it was like, idubbbz, you know, everyone blames Anisa, but idubbbz, it has to be held responsible for his own actions too. But it's like, in my mind, I feel like a lot of idubbbz's actions are caused by her or very heavily influenced by her. That was always my take. Like, I think she is more influential than people are giving her credit for.
Yeah, I agree. I think people were placing way more blame on idubbbz at the time because he was a public facing persona and she was kind of just in the background being, but she, like, it was clear to me from the very beginning that there's something deeply wrong with her. Deeply wrong.
Yeah, Ethan's pettiness is awesome. I love it.
When we're like, we don't know, but we're gonna do it, and they were like, get out of here, you know. It was like, it made no sense. And so I was almost like, hey guys, maybe we should let me talk to some of these people before, because like they would just have these awkward ass conversations in all these boxing gyms. And so a lot of the people that ended up getting hired, like I don't know if Lucky even thought it was a real event when he was training AB, or they didn't know how big it was.
Deep. Yes.
Well, AB knows. Oh, did you know? I don't know.
My gym, like they wild card, they don't fuck around. Like that. Supposedly, they even kicked Jake Paul out before. Like they're very serious about boxing. I don't think they care like how big the event was. Yeah, I think even Ian like added Wale on Instagram, and I don't think Wale followed him back. He's like, I don't know that motherfucker. So. I mean, he likes
that guy
Ian,
is
but
something else.
He's not in it for any clout.
Holy shit! Now I want to ask you something. It's alleged by Anisa herself that Ian has both bad breath and he shits in his pants frequently. Do you have any data on that, having been in close proximity with him?
Thank you, Cactophage. I appreciate it.
Ian.
We're getting so many nice people in our chat today.
I know. What is
so
happening?
Thank you guys for the support. I really appreciate it.
I don't want to just talk shit about him, but like there would be times, for example, before the first event, where he was talking about getting tonsil stones. Yeah. And he was going to get strep throat because he had tonsil stones. Ew. And I said, Ian, tonsil stones don't cause strep throat. Tonsil stones are because you're not brushing your fucking teeth. And so he was like, oh, okay, hygiene. And I'm like, yeah, fool, like you need to brush your teeth and use like.
Wait, hold on. That shouldn't be something you need to hear from your boxing coach. Brush your teeth.
Yeah.
That's something. See, that's it. Knowledge he should have come to you with.
Yeah. He was worried about getting sick. Like, so, yeah. So.
Was it Creator Clash 1 or 2 where Anisa sent us? It was the day of training for one of the CC 1 or 2. I can't remember which one. And she sent us a photo of his tongue. And she said, "Oh, I think he might have like bad breath, and it's causing."
No, tonsil.
Wait,
she said tonsil stuff.
Hold on. Go back.
Ew.
Why did she send you a picture of his tongue?
They thought it would show us that he was gonna get strep throat.
That is so retarded. That
Ew.
Ian might be about to get strep throat.
How gross does your tongue have to be for it to be like, I think he's sick?
Yeah.
Like, think about that. Like.
Yeah, literally. I think he's about to be sick. Look, his tongue is green.
And I used to get strep throat every year.
Yeah.
Every single year. Never got a tonsil stone from that. That was never a symptom. I don't think that is what strep throat is. I think.
But also, to be fair, we talked about this a little bit before, but tonsil stones aren't necessarily only from not brushing your teeth. Like, you can be genetically predisposed to having tonsil stones.
Some people are more disposed to tonsil stones than others. And some people have tonsillitis and stuff like that, where their tonsils get all fucked up.
Yeah. The soundboard guy is awesome. He's been there so long, and he's hilarious.
Zach, I love Zach.
Yeah.
He's my favorite. I already said he's my favorite guy on the H3 podcast. Why was he trying to get out of training? Honestly,
I think that's what
probably.
they're saying. I think that's what they're saying is like, oh, we think Ian's getting sick. I think he might have been trying to get out of the fight, actually. Like, because this was right before the fight.
Oh, yeah.
Because they thought it would show us that he was gonna get strep throat.
Yeah, so he couldn't.
And I'm like, because they were trying to say he's gonna get sick before the event. And it can happen if you train too hard before an event. You run your immune system down, so then you can get sick. But we weren't training too hard for him to get sick.
Yeah.
So like they wanted him to gain weight, and I kept telling him, like, there's ways we can gain weight right before weigh-ins. So I want you at like a healthy weight, because they wanted him to be 188 for the Dr. Mike fight. So the Sunday before the fight, Anisa makes him eat all this shitty food. So the Monday before the fight,
fuck.
he couldn't even do 2 rounds of
with his IBS too.
Oh, with his IBS.
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit, I didn't even think of that. Oh, poor guy.
Ian, you have to eat the nickel balls. You have to eat the red hot nickel balls. You won't be heavy enough. You got to swallow these magnets.
pads in the ring without almost throwing up.
Oh,
so I'm
no.
fucking pissed. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why are you doing this?
She's got a fucking foie gras goose feeding tube, shoving Big Macs into it and like chicken nuggets, pouring ranch in there.
I was telling you, if you're 188 or 180, but you drink like a couple Gatorades, a Gatorade is 32 ounces, which is 2 pounds. I'm like, just drink 2 or 3 Gatorades right before weigh-ins, and you'll gain like 4 or 5 pounds, and then you'll be 185. But
does that work?
Was like,
just drinking a bunch of Gatorade before a weigh-in?
No, he needs to eat all this shit.
The water's got to weigh some.
So they were feeding him all
have some
bunch
weight
of
to it, right?
I guess so. But then you can't piss. You just got to fill up your stomach with water.
Right. And that's why when he weighed in with Dr. Mike, he was like grabbing his belly. And I'm like, bro, that's embarrassing for me.
Yeah, you're making
You're a foreign coach and you're in there with a belly up there. Like, it's
That's
one thing to
fucked up.
gain the weight and be like, oh, I gained weight. But it's another thing to be like the day before the fight grabbing your belly. And it's because you fucking ate a bunch of bad food.
Yeah, they would
like
Denny's all the time, and then he would be like,
Denny's? This is important. I'm accused all the time of people say that they see me in Denny's farting. They say that about me, and I want them to. I never go to Denny's. I never go out to Denny's. But Ian's the one who's actually shitting his pants at Denny's.
Yes. The meeting that we had right after Alex Ernst's fight,
Yes.
I mean, sparring session was at Denny's.
Yeah.
And he said that with Gorilla Chow.
Yeah, they have like the ape, the great ape food.
Oh yeah, wait.
Yeah.
I wanted to try that. I wanted to order like primate feed on Amazon and like taste it and see if it's good, because I feel
Wait,
like
we should do a video about that.
that would be good. That would be a good little bit.
And
for
we
a video.
could get the horse electrolytes too and try those.
Ooh, that would be good too. Yeah, and the horse shampoo.
Horse
Diane, I'm
shampoo is
sorry,
like
say that
meh.
again?
The meeting that we had to have with Ina and Nisa after the sparring session with Alex Stearns was at Denny's.
What
Yeah,
did they
showed
eat at
us
Denny's?
that,
What did they order?
I have
just
no
like
idea.
disgusting.
But she loved it because she used to
loves
work
it.
there back in the day.
She loved it because she used to work there.
I was about to say, like, Anisa seems like she would love like fried cheese melts and eat them. She seems like she eats really unhealthy. Does that
No,
sound right?
that does make sense for some reason.
Like she
not
she
because
seems like
not because of the way she looks or anything.
No.
She looks fine.
yeah, she doesn't look like unfit or anything, but she just seems that her personality seems like she just eats like a bunch of junk food.
Oh
And I
yeah,
was- in my
but
mind, I'm like,
yeah, Ari, they should have been helping him gain weight like way before that. I feel like they
Yeah.
just didn't plan proper. Not the trainers, but like Anisa and idubbbz didn't plan what they were eating properly.
That would be so funny if they put idubbbz on Tren
You're a fucking
before the
millionaire. Why
fight.
you
Get him like
gains
all like roid raged up, turn him into a beast.
It would probably help him, honestly.
Yeah, but I think
He
they
needs
test for that.
He
and
needs
stuff.
some rage.
Yeah, he does need some rage. He needs.
He really does.
Maybe he needs test. He might need some test.
Her handle is
God,
literally
my
the
God.
greasy, so true.
Yeah, true. Oh my god.
And then,
He's
for example-
allegedly, I've heard, Hila noticed this, and I guess Anisa also confirmed that he's very cheap, apparently.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't experience that. Like, he was always good to me, but at the same time, except for the fact he would never help promote me.
Well,
But in person, he
could
was
say,
always good.
well, I could say that.
Man, please, I want the Grand Slam breakfast. No, that's $14. We're eating off the value menu.
Yeah, get a
wonder
2-stack
if,
of
like, It's a
pancakes.
good example, but like, for example, when Michael trains Ian, he charges $100 an hour. But Anisa would always want to be trained at the same time, so Michael is training both of them for $100 an hour. And I would always tell Michael, like, you're training both of them. You should
If
charge.
he took roids, he'd beat the shit out of her. He would.
Oh
He
my
would.
god.
I think that Anisa claimed that she had like anorexia or something.
She did. She
Each
did.
one of them $100 an hour. And Michael would be like, oh, well, it's for a charity event, and I feel bad asking, so
Yeah.
let's just do this for now, because we're going to get a bonus one day.
If we don't save money, I won't be able to court Hassan.
Yeah, yeah.
And in boxing, if you do bring two people within that one same hour, you do pay more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It is.
that-
I was
that's
looking
not
into
just
this.
boxing.
Thank
You know,
Thanks,
Yeah.
Charlie.
yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. And that's how it should always be. But for them, I was always like, whatever. Like, I would one.
Oh,
thing-
it
Anorexia,
does. Yeah.
Forgot about
I forgot
that.
about that.
Again, I always wanted the best for Ian. I always wanted the best. I was like, oh, this is why I like. He didn't want the best for himself, so it was really hard for me to want the best for him when he didn't want to train.
Now, do you have any commentary about his potential body odor?
I mean, I say it's true. I smell all the time. It's
Hey!
horrible.
Let's go.
Because Michael's so nice that he doesn't want to say it. But here's the thing: when we're in fight camp, he does 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. Okay.
For the first fight he did. Well,
Yeah, well,
for
if
the
you-
first part of the
yeah,
first fight, not
yeah.
for the actual camp.
Correct.
During the camp was when he cut out his 2 days, and that was the most important time to be doing 2 days.
Yes. So he would smell so bad that when he comes back in the afternoon to train, he doesn't shower in between his sessions. And so like the coaches that are training other, members there would just like look at us with the weirdest face, like a stink face. And then Michael would try to take Ian to the corner where there's not a lot of members of the gym, so they don't have to
Let's
smell it.
go. Let's go. He smells. He smells
Oh
terrible. This is
My
awesome.
God. And I forgot who said this, but someone said earlier that like Ethan had to like really probe them to get them to say that he smelled bad. But honestly, that was just like he only asked him like 2 or 3 times. I don't think that was that bad. It was all right. They were just too nice. I don't even
Yeah.
think that was an intentional lie.
Yeah.
They're too
Try to take
nice.
us to
So
the
that-
open doorway.
Yeah, so that does happen. I'm not
I
lying. It's
know.
true. He doesn't
Dude,
shower.
she's
Yeah.
standing
Yeah,
on
I just-
business.
I just didn't understand why she wouldn't tell him. I'm like, what is going on here?
So and
Well,
also
she tells the audience. She humiliates him to
In
Yep.
her Discord,
yeah,
he's fine releasing everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't talk to him about it. I'm just like, what the hell?
yeah, and
Like, I didn't
Hold
feel
on,
like it
guys.
was my
I gotta
place.
sit on that for a sec. He stunk up the gym so bad you had to move him away from people.
yes.
Okay.
Pretty
Okay.
good.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just sit with that.
0.5 Connor because like he fucking.
Ethan is fucking loving this.
In the subway.
That is so awesome. Yeah, seriously sake, like that's actually real. Like he's in a gym full of sweaty men, and how is he the worst smelling one? Did they say that he didn't shower yet?
Yeah, he didn't shower in between sessions.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't shower enough in general, because he was always remember, do you guys remember when he had the mullet and his hair was always greasy as fuck?
Yes.
It looked disgusting. Like he looked like he was like he went camping and then came back home like with greasy ass hair.
Fucking his breath didn't stink
He
all
just
the
looked like he didn't shower. He looked dirty.
time.
It takes a lot to be like that stinky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another question. I heard that Anisa was talking shit about me and us even before Creator Clash 1.
Yeah, she had said like I forget what she said,
Shit.
like, but she had said that she didn't like associating with you guys for some reason, but then like you had been doing better or something, so they were
Yeah.
happy to go on your show. It was
Yeah.
Jewish.
Jewish. He's so
Zach
funny.
is so funny.
Dude, so the entire content cop thing was like around the Israel-Palestine shit. And Ian made it like this big moral crusade. Like, I'm having to step up and like lecture Ethan because nobody else will. I'm standing up for all the small content creators that have problems with him. But
Yeah.
in reality, it wasn't about Israel-Palestine. It was about all of this. They had these problems with Ethan and Hila for the longest time, and apparently didn't want to say anything until it was advantageous for them to say it. That's crazy.
vague, but
She
because
said-
she would talk,
uh-huh.
she would kind of talk poorly about a lot of.
That's
different
actually
people.
crazy. Like it's like basically like 100% confirmed now that the motive for the content cop wasn't even the
Well,
politics
we
shit.
don't know for sure the timeline about like if this was Creator Clash 1 or Creator Clash 2.
He said before Creator Clash 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh my god. Okay.
So that was before. So Anisa didn't like him the whole time. That's so snaky.
she is such a snake.
Yeah.
Oh, so
And
it
I
was
bet
easy
she
to
went on
just-
it. I bet they like hung out after that. You know what I mean?
They
Like,
did. And Ethan helped them promote their event.
Yep.
Like, I don't know what their personal friendship was like, but just from that gesture of, yeah, come on my show and talk about your event. I got you, buddy. Like, that is just, it's just so beyond fucked that Anisa hates these people.
just lose track of it.
And she doesn't even have the guts to like do anything about it herself or like talk about her problems with them until, you know, idubbbz makes the content cop. Like, that is so pathetic.
That's crazy.
But yeah,
That's what makes me think she's pulling the strings with all that stuff. Like, she's the one who had a problem with him, and she implanted the idea into idubbbz's mind over years and years, you know, whispering in his ear, yeah, I really didn't like how Ethan did that. Did you? Did you?
If he is in on it, then he's like clearly like more socially adept than she
Yeah.
is, and isn't like constantly yapping to like her coaches, to his coaches. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like only she's doing that.
For sure.
she definitely had mentioned like something about you.
Yeah,
and
you
Hila.
know what? I think the child marriage thing was probably, they talk about the whole like Planned Parenthood not supporting it after that. And I think Ian and Anisa are probably just like, they don't want to take a stance on it in case like people start accusing them of being anti-abortion or anti-Planned
Yeah.
Parenthood. And it's like, come on, that is pathetic. You can say that child marriage is bad.
And like, or maybe it was just you, but somebody had done something that had offended her at one point.
I'm
so she
sure.
thought, yeah, so she felt like you guys weren't like good people or something. But then once
That's
you could do the show,
crazy.
but she loved AB and Lena. She always
Yeah,
loved
yeah.
them. Yeah.
She would. So here's
There
the
you
thing.
go. Who doesn't love AB?
Stop
He
doing
keeps
that.
doing that.
To be
Stop
fair, right?
doing
He
that,
doesn't
AB.
He keeps going like
Yeah,
this.
she wanted to get her Lebanese credit, so that's why. She
Redditors
like,
signing
Trying to get
off.
11.
She really does like being Lebanese and talking about it. And by the
Mhm.
way, I'm sure you guys have all heard this. She she apparently allegedly is not 1/2 Lebanese like she's been saying. She's like 1/8 or something. Like it's a very small percentage of her is Lebanese, and she recently changed it to half Lebanese in the past few years.
Lebanese credit up.
Yeah. He would always, because she would be like, they're Muslim and I'm Muslim.
Yeah.
And I was like,
What?
everything you do is haram. Like,
Yeah.
everything you do is. I have Muslim fighters.
Yes.
They pray 5 times a day.
Yep.
They don't touch women.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're a couple of them are from Dagestan, right? And in Dagestan, you're not allowed to shake a woman's hand. Like, but they put their hand on. They're very respectful, right? But it's just.
Oh, 8%.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
I
of.
think Ethan talks about it soon, maybe.
By the way, guys, just saying, has anyone ever seen Frogan take a break from her stream to pray? I haven't.
Hey, whoa now, whoa, hey, we're not getting into that.
Totally
okay?
different mindset. So then when I hear, and I have other Muslim fighters that maybe don't pray.
Guys,
5 times a day,
Frogan is
but
very true and real, okay?
Yeah, of
Very
course,
true.
of course. How dare I question that?
Still, like they'll try to eat halal when they can. They have like a lot more. They have a different moral compass. So, for example, she would always talk about how America is this horrible place. And Americans are like, so
Classic.
bad, especially like white.
Too
Christian
much
men kill
Hassan.
Americans.
Too much fucking Hassan. That is what happens when you watch Hassan all day long and you worship him. America's horrible. America's like the worst place ever.
Get out of here, dude.
Oh, and yes,
What is her
yes.
problem?
And then, but somehow I'm like, have you ever been?
It's haram to question Fro. Yeah,
Yeah.
the problem is like you can't like when you're questioning someone's religion, like it's not really something that you can like prove, so it just makes you like look like an asshole no matter what.
It's
But-
easier when it's Anisa and she's like never made an attempt to like
Well,
veil at
she
all.
doesn't even
or, like,
really,
yeah.
like- I think she would probably even say I'm not a religious Muslim. I'm
Yeah.
a cultural Muslim. That's what she
Yeah.
would probably say. But yeah, we'll talk about that more at some point. I'm sure we'll revisit the Frogan question.
into a Muslim country, Lisa.
The
right?
conundrum.
But, and then obviously she hasn't. So to
Does she
me,
make voodoo with those massive acrylic nails? I don't even know what that is.
Wait, that sounds so familiar.
it was just like there was this big disconnect between reality.
not-
For
you're
example,
not allowed to
before
have
the
it
first,
on your,
second creator clash,
At
she
certain
said we have
points.
300 creators
I
in
think
the
on your
event.
period.
And I said, oh, who are they?
Oh,
And she
okay.
said, it's mostly communists and sex workers.
Yeah.
And so I was just super confused
She
by
said
that.
that?
Cleansing.
Yeah.
Ritual cleansing.
Involves
Oh,
washing
perform
specific
before
parts of your
prayer.
body in a specific order.
That's cool.
Yes.
See, I'm
Communists
ignorant.
and sex creators in the event. Before the first or second creator clash, she said we have 300 creators in the event. And I said, oh, who are they? And she said, it's mostly communists and sex workers.
Yeah.
And so I was just super confused
She
by
said
that. Yes. Yes.
What the fuck?
Dude, she felt so epic when she said that. You know, you just know.
It's a bunch of communist girl bosses and prostitutes. Pretty awesome, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah, she
Oh
was
my
just like,
God.
oh, I can just picture her saying that. She thought she was so cool.
Yeah, true, Ari, true.
What the set? Okay, so hold on. They've said
Yeah,
before.
Seriously. Ugh. Like, why would you even say that?
Communist,
I don't
sex
know.
workers, and Joe Schmo.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe Schmo was there.
that it was Twitch streamer. Oh, this is
Wait,
so
did they
telling.
bring a bunch of OnlyFans people on, to fly them out? Like, is that what
I
she's
don't
saying?
know.
I'm confused. Like, how many sex workers were there
I don't
for her
know.
to say it's mostly communists?
Ew.
Communists.
Why would she say
She's
that?
talking about like Hassan,
Yeah.
I guess, but Hassan doesn't even say that he's a communist.
Did she invite like Amaranth?
I don't know.
Maybe. Is she
Maybe.
talking about Pokimane? Like, who is
Pokimane is a sex worker.
who is she talking about there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Publicly, she said it's Twitch streamers and
Sex
porn
workers?
stars. Right? Is
Uh-huh.
that what she said, AB?
Boxing and sex work.
Boxing and sex work.
Ooh.
But
That was,
behind
well,
this,
that's what Ian said.
Guys, I hate the word sex work. I hate it. I just, it's like,
It's
it just feels like a way to soften the blow of saying like prostitution to
yeah,
me.
it's like a euphemism.
It's a euphemism, and we all know what it means. You know what I mean? Anisa and Ian's minions are going over to Kate's page and saying she deserved what happened to her. No
Holy shit.
fucking way. That is crazy.
Said about
Behind the
vibe of
scenes,
There definitely wasn't a Diddy party in the hotel room.
communist.
Yeah, I remember Fansley. Yeah, Amaranth. I'm just for her to describe the entire party as communists and sex workers. Like, how many sex workers would have had to have been there for her to say that?
Well, she was
workers.
just being
Which, by the way,
exaggeratory because she thinks
I've
it's
been holding on
epic.
to this image.
Yeah,
Since you mentioned
literally so cringe. Like, it's a bunch of communists and sex workers because we're so sex worker positive and and we love communists. Like, get over yourself, dude. Shut the fuck up. That is crazy. She's so cringe.
Since you mentioned the Getty, that they flew the Getty images in, the only one I've seen is this guy. This is Froggy Tonic.
Froggy!
And he showed up here. I
Whoa,
think he,
jump
I think he
scare,
mistook
whoa.
the event
Froggy.
Froggy never did anything wrong.
for some kind of
Where does he get these sound bites?
communist, gathering.
How does he
I mean,
find
what
them
a
so
fucking
fast?
weirdo, dude.
Dude, the Froggy Tonic fit is killing me. It's so funny. This like
Oh,
fake
it looks so
military
bad.
uniform, skinny jeans, short sleeve shirt with a short sleeve turtleneck, 3 necklaces that look like Hassan's necklaces, and a fucking beret. And then it's just like the most soy person you've ever seen in your life wearing this fit. Like, what the fuck is this?
This is the guy that.
Did
Look,
you
can
guys
see
see
the
him
madness
there
in his
at the
face?
gala?
That guy's.
Oh yeah, that is insane.
We might, if we have time, we might have to look at her Instagram and see
Yeah.
what's up with that.
I want to take a look.
Mad.
Did
The
you
way
guys
it's
see
like
him there at
pushed
the
so
gala?
far to the
I
side.
did.
Well, so it's like that's how certain like military people.
Not that far.
Not
like
that
it's,
far, really.
It's like off of his head. Here, wait. Let me see if I can find.
Yeah, that's like a ridiculous fit. Isn't that a fit for the formal event too? Like everyone else is wearing suits and stuff.
Didn't see him.
I
no.
saw him.
Isn't it so insane to wear that outfit and not be seen?
Yeah, same. Literally negative aura.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Wow,
like you
that
wore
is a
all,
good
you
point.
did
Yeah,
all
look.
that.
It's supposed to be
and
like
no
that.
One,
Oh,
I
yeah, you're
too
so
did
right.
Not remember seeing that
That's
person.
how it's.
You guys notice these two little these tufts of hair sticking out in the top too? Also, this horrified expression, like this guy's like so
Yeah, he looks
anxious, he doesn't want to be
shell-shocked.
there.
A friend of mine who was there in my corner.
He's cosplaying as like a traumatized soldier.
He looks like
did
he's
not
trying not to
remember
be
seeing
drunk.
That person.
Yeah.
And I know if someone wore that around me, I would remember
You've
them.
seen it. Yes.
So that's
Yeah.
I remember
crazy.
that.
Froggy!
My
remember
cousin
seeing
said,
him?
"Why does homeboy look like Fidel Castro?" Yeah, it was my cousin. He's a jackass. He doesn't even probably know who Castro is, but it did make me laugh.
What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
That
guy's
was the thing,
this
like-
guy's a horrible person. That the Froggy Tonic thing is especially interesting to me because
low-key,
he's a disgusting
sorry.
human being, like really
He
vile.
ruined Creator Clash. It was him. He ruined Creator Clash.
Yeah.
Couldn't shut the fuck up. He couldn't just shut the fuck up. He had to go and be talking all this
Him and
nonsense for
Frogan.
no reason. Twitter, no.
I think that this would have boiled
Well,
over before Creator
mhm.
Clash, even if Froggy Tonic wasn't involved. I think that the tensions were so high. I think that idubbbz probably would have made the content cop at some point.
Yep.
Twitter, just nonsense Twitter, and look what happened.
You're
you fucked it
right.
up, bro.
You're right.
fucked
I don't
it
know
up.
actually though, because Ethan and Hila going after them did give him an excuse to like unleash his rage on them. I don't know.
I don't.
Yep.
Well, other people were coming after him too, though, and
Yeah.
going, and other people were calling CPS and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. Hard to say.
Yeah. I don't
Alternate
know.
universe where Froggy just keeps his mouth shut.
I mean, I think it was also Denims too. So yeah, they probably still would have happened, huh?
Because
Yeah,
if he
you're
didn't
right.
Yeah, 'cause
say
they're friends with
shit, then you
Denims.
wouldn't have
Yeah.
the thing and the thing.
This guy was
whatever.
on. I don't know if you guys know the lore. He was on Twitter saying shit like about how I feed my kids dog shit, and then
Yeah.
and then CPS came, and then he kept going on about how it was
Yeah.
justified and all this stuff. And I don't know if you guys know the story, but I was like, dude, why are you friends with this guy? And then that's basically what started.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone knows that, once a communist dictator gets in power, they do everything that the people were asking for.
Well, and everyone
It's such a funny.
everyone hates the American government, but also they should run everything.
Yeah.
Started
Okay.
the whole thing.
Put Hassan in charge. Put Hassan for president.
Right. We saw that like
Yeah, Bad Empanada is just a fucking weirdo. He's so fucking gross.
all they had to do was help you guys with the CPS call, and they wouldn't, and then then
Damn.
they
Yeah.
turned completely negative on you and started attacking you
Then
guys.
they
and that-
justified it. Yeah,
Yeah. And so that was how that was part of why I wanted to do this, was because I was like, you guys actually supported us more than they ever supported us. So I was like, this makes no sense. It didn't make sense why he would attack the biggest. So I was a part of everything for the first event and a lot of stuff for the second event. And I can tell you, the most fans at those events was your fans.
Yes.
Damn.
Yep.
That's just good business, right?
That sounds correct because Ethan and Elo were extremely supportive of them. Like, I've said this throughout the stream, but it's true. They were hugely supportive, allowing Ian and Anisa to come on their podcast, do a whole episode to promote this event because they really truly wanted their friend's event to succeed and felt like it was for a good cause. And this is the repayment that they get.
Right, he's like, let's start.
Yeah. It's a utopia every time. And also, like, any time that it's failed in the past, it's because they didn't do it the way that I would do it.
It wasn't real communism.
It wasn't real
actually.
communism, yeah.
Actually, no, not. But also, I love China. But also, China didn't have real communism.
Yeah.
If you hate China, then it wasn't real. But if you like China, then yeah, China's a utopia. It's really good.
Yeah.
Let's start a blood feud with the one person who's promoting this event. Like,
And he
all
cared
the
about
people
it.
there, more than anyone who's there, the announcers, the hosts, the fighters, I promoted that event more than anybody.
Yep.
Yes, more than
I will
he
say
did.
the way people treated me before and after my fight was crazy. Like the other coaches and stuff who didn't know who I was, once they heard the applause that I got because there were so many H3 fans in the audience,
Aw.
they were like all super nice. Not that they were mean before,
That's
but
sweet.
I
They
don't
were
think I'll ever
interested, yeah.
feel that famous again in my life.
Yeah, we're a big
Oh,
deal. I don't know if
I
you
got
know this,
blocked.
but we're number 6 on YouTube. Or hopefully, I don't know if that's still true because I keep missing.
I got to, but so I got to.
How
be
many
a
live viewers did this have, by the way?
Great question.
They usually get like, I think they usually get around 50K. I would assume that with this drama with idubbbz, that gets an even bigger poll. Like, probably, I'm gonna guess like 60 to 70K live viewers.
Especially after the content cop.
Yeah. And also after the episode, let's see how many views this has. 600,000 views.
In one day.
Oh my God. 600,000 people. Imagine being humiliated in front of 617,000 people. How many creator clashes is that? Is that like 75 creator clashes?
Yes.
people?
For that first event, it was one of the
Yes.
most
Probably
rough-
more than that.
It's
biggest
like, well,
crowds
the
I've
first
ever
one was
heard.
like 10,000 people, right?
Yeah.
So it's like 60 creator clashes?
Yeah. Thank you, Cactifage. Usually 30K, they got 45 in this one. Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah. Sweet.
Craziest thing was like I was at the Seahawks stadium when they broke the record for the loudest stadium ever, and when AB got back up and dropped Hundar, that was the loudest I've ever heard a crowd in my entire life.
Whoa.
It was the craziest thing I ever heard. And when he got dropped, I was like, oh no, like here it's gonna come, like Hundar might finish him. And then instead he dropped him back, and I was just like, this is the craziest event I've ever been a part of in my entire life.
Aw.
Like I was having
That's
the time
cool.
of my life. I was like, this is insane, you know?
Yeah, like I said, everybody, I've heard great things about people who were at the event, including Joe Schmo. Joe Schmo was there in person, and he said it was an awesome time. And I feel like they just totally failed to like show that side of it to people because it's just been all like drama, and they didn't make the documentary. They didn't do all of these things that could have promoted the event, made people actually want to go. It's now just they butchered it. Ian and Anisa completely fucked up their own event. They shot themselves in the foot.
Hopefully Ego Raptor can save it, because it is for like charity.
Yeah.
You know what I
But
mean?
it was
Yeah.
a lot of it was because like AB fighting on that card and your
Ethan got a big bump in subscribers and views after the content caught. That
I
honestly
don't
is
doubt it.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
crowd.
Yeah.
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 But it's great. It's just kind of sobering to learn that she was, talking shit.
Yes, Arya, 100%. Like people would escape from communist regimes and come to America to live a better life and have freedom and stuff. Like it's just crazy. I don't know, dude. Like
Yeah. ugh, I could talk about this forever, especially because I don't know if you guys know who Madeline Pendleton is, but she's like a really famous TikToker, and I liked her for a long time, even though I didn't agree with her on everything. She's way further left than I am personally, but I thought she was pretty cool. And I like that she was standing by her values. But then she started saying this stuff about how North Korea is actually cool and good, and like
that's insane.
North Korea
Of
like,
all the places you can you're gonna of all the communist regimes, like you're gonna defend. I mean, you don't really have any good choices there, but like you could at least say like, well, I think that Sweden has some good socialist
Yeah.
policies. You should never say, I think North Korea is actually based.
Yeah, actually, like
that's
America
crazy.
spreads a lot of propaganda about North Korea, and like they don't let us in. So, you know, North Korea is actually not that bad.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I wish we could have covered that, but I was off my TikTok game at the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up and see if I can find it. Sake.
Did before even that event, and then they come on and act like we have been friends. And it's funny because I did say a comment about how it's funny how they show up when they need something from me, which is for me to promote their fight. And he got all incredulous about that. He's like, "Oh, really? I don't need anything from you, Ethan."
Is it this one right here?
Aw.
That's pretty cool. I like the colors on it a lot, actually, like the red and green contrast. Oh, it's a Palestine thing.
Oh.
Okay. idubbbz
No
and Anisa will love
comment.
that.
And I'm like, "Well, how's the Creator Clash 3
No,
going?"
yeah, they should love that.
Right.
What the
Well, and
hell?
that's what probably like I
Traitors.
don't like an ego thing, or it makes no sense to me because
Yeah.
once again I was a part of all that, and he would never put out training footage. He would barely ever promote it, and so you would actually be
The
like,
fact
hey
that
guys, Creator
they
Clash.
didn't promote it at all is just baffling to me. Like, do you not want like I don't know, dude. How are you thinking that this is gonna go well? You're not promoting the event. You're not talking about it. You're just hoping that it's gonna promote itself, I guess.
AB's on it. He's training. Lena's training for this.
Yeah, we talk about it all the
So
time.
you guys would talk about it way more than he would.
Also,
He would never put anything
also, I
about
want
it.
to say that like after
I respected how based Cubans were so much that I stopped referring to them as island Mexicans. Yeah. No, seriously, like people who live in like communist regimes are fleeing, and they are so grateful to not be in that anymore. So many of them. I feel like anyone who lived through that, almost everyone who lived through that, like I've never met or heard of someone who lived through a communist regime was like, yeah, life was awesome. It was so much better. Like I wish I could go back. Like nobody says that.
after Michael and I came to LA to go on your podcast, right, with Ina and Nisa, I clearly remember that when we came back from that event, I put up the reel of Matt and Ryan, right, working with Michael, and then Ian.
Yeah, for sure, Ari. And I think they love that I think all of those people who are being accused of being anti-Semitic, they actually love that they're being accused of that. Like they're
Yeah.
secretly like gloating and like basking in it. That's my take. I think that they might be saying publicly, "Oh, what? Ethan is so psycho for thinking that," but like I think they really like it.
They are quite literally, by definition, like dog whistling, which is what they accuse people on 4chan of doing.
Yeah.
And people on 4chan do it too, for sure, but like it's just so rich coming from them when they're doing the exact thing. Like the whole what was the like Sabre or whatever, the Sabre
Oh, the
stuff.
Sabra thing. Yeah, that was just weird. It was like too on the nose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just so obvious that you're using
Yeah.
this as an excuse. It's the same thing as when someone is ugly but they're totally against you,
Yeah.
then you're allowed to call them ugly and fat or whatever.
Well, the one that to me the most damning one was Hassan saying that Israelis are like inbred and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Pointing at two Israelis and saying, "Look at these inbred fucks." Like
Yeah.
that is crazy. That is like the most clear-cut example to me.
Ian texted me right away, and he was like, "Hey Kate, just so you know, you shouldn't put out content without confirming with me first, because a lot of YouTubers are actually very sensitive to their image, like me, and so therefore, before you share anything, you need to let me and Anisas know." And I just thought, okay, so I'm just
You guys are sensitive to your image? No, you're fucking not. Not at all. If you were sensitive to your image, you wouldn't tell everyone Ian is shitting his pants. He has bad breath. He's balding and his hair is graying. And
looks grizzled.
Yeah, he looks grizzled.
Or
like
gnarled. Was it gnarled? What was
I
the
think
word?
it was grizzled. Yeah, but like, come on, like, just so ridiculous.
And that never.
I think
shared.
at this point, Anissa's more concerned about her own public image than Ian is. I think Ian's given up on his public image.
Yeah, they did a
How's
tier
the thing?
list.
Yeah, literally Arab to Jew.
It's just like that's something that like Sam Hyde would do. You know what I mean?
True.
Hello.
That's
I'm
what we
sure.
thought.
By the way, I am sure that you said you were training. It was footage of you training with Dad.
No, it was
Matt.
Matt and
From Super Mega.
yeah, Super
Yeah,
Mega.
I
Matt
am
and Ryan.
sure that none of those people. He didn't mind doing that.
She really does.
Oh no.
No, he didn't. He actually accepted the collaboration, and it had 200.
Oh, he accepted the collaboration.
Yes.
Yes.
So it sounds
Yeah, you know what? I subscribed to their Patreon one time because I kept seeing clips from the Patreon podcast that were so funny. I had to like watch the entire thing for myself. So for a while I was like I was downloading the episodes and like looking for clips to make a video about them, but it is so you would be I feel like for people who haven't seen it, you would be so shocked at how much like it's Ian humiliation hour, like how much humiliation is going on in that podcast. It's like
No, it's actually he would play it in the background sometimes, and I would be listening to it, and I'd be like how is this possible? And it doesn't even make the news or anything.
the topics were literally just like, okay, we are like, this is a story about how we were really soy. That was every single episode. Oh yeah, there was this crazy time when like we were super soy and like whipped and bad, and like Ian was so scared, so I like put on my strap on and I fucked him in the ass. Like, that's basically what the podcast is.
sounds like a win-win, wholesome.
And he was
host.
so grateful to me afterwards, and he said he felt better. Like that's literally the podcast.
Yeah.
It should have been.
It
But
should have been.
that was when I realized I was like, oh, he
Oh.
doesn't want me to get any like clout from this event whatsoever, even though
Yeah.
I'm the one putting in work with
So
like a lot
why?
of
But why is that? Why would he call you and seemingly be like, "You shouldn't post. I don't want to see you post."
Yeah, Kino Casino. Yeah. I watched their clip channel. They're really funny. I love those guys.
I remember hearing some weird stuff about them, but it's been so long that I don't even remember what it was about. So I can't say that I dislike them.
I don't know the lore.
I don't know the lore.
But I like their podcast. They seem cool.
All I know is that like Josh Moon had a huge falling out with them, and he said that they were like what
I don't know.
pedophiles. Like what did he say
No.
about them?
I think that one of
No,
the
that was
guys
flamenco.
one of the guys
Flamenco.
was like a coke addict or something, but he turned his life around. He got his shit together.
Yeah, so
I don't think I've ever heard anything bad about
they're
them.
really funny. They're very charismatic.
They're really funny. They what I don't remember which one is which. I think PPP. He's like the fat guy. He has the most like contagious laugh ever.
Posting stuff without my permission.
It's just
That
a
had nothing to
control.
do with
Like,
him, by
so-
the way.
Anissa would always say, because I would want to kind of post some stuff too, and Anissa would be like, yeah, Ian's really private. He doesn't want people to see this part of his life or this stuff. So we were like, oh, so I just
Yeah,
Right.
Josh went on recently too. They
Yeah,
they
they talked it out.
it's cool.
He also talked to Dark
Darkseid.
Side Phil.
But now they hate Darkside Phil again.
Dark Side Phil, that was such a good episode.
It was really
Oh
funny.
my god, did you cover that?
I don't know if I covered that, but Darkside Phil was like they were like basically stroking his ego like for like 3 weeks straight and just building him up, and then it was so funny. It was so fucking funny.
It's like, okay,
PPP
he's a private
kills
guy,
me,
so
yeah.
he's not gonna.
You
And
know
she
what's
would get
funny?
so
He's
upset.
going to become even more private based on the views on his last video.
True.
So
I'm saying
private.
he's
So we
gonna
get no
he's gonna
life
be
one.
he's gonna be living a real private life soon.
I got a question.
True.
I got a question. Just following up. So Frog
They snaked DSP.
Tonic was flown in
This is so good.
to film Anissa and just give her the credit of putting on the event and all that, and they still did nothing with that footage or the footage you guys had as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I
that's-
think, what's that?
No, go ahead, go.
I think that because, like, I think for the first fight, it could have made a great documentary. But I think for the second one, they were scared to put out that Anisa did all this work because it failed so badly. She wasn't even
Yeah.
involved when he did his charity.
Oh, okay.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, why
if
were
they
you...
released the documentary beforehand, I don't know.
So true, Sake. Why were they filming a documentary if he's so private?
Yeah.
When he did his
And why is he a YouTuber?
I won't even call
Well, also, I feel like at the end of the day, the documentary, it doesn't mean that, like, you're just trying to document what went on behind the scenes. Like, it doesn't, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't connect that much with, like, the charity issue. That's different than, like, showing off the production that was put together.
She
and, like,
didn't want to take the credit for something that failed.
yeah.
She wanted it to be a success, even no matter if charity aside.
I guess you still could have filmed like the fights and like the like training and stuff though. Like I just feel like that would have been, even with the losses from the charity, I feel like that would have been a good business move to get people hyped about the next one, especially because it was so fun in person. People had a good time. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, literally he shits himself, and also he's really private, and he
Yeah.
smells really bad, but he's really
Yeah.
private.
charity. When he did his fundraiser stream, because it wasn't charity, it was a fundraiser. So when he did his fundraiser stream, I don't even think she was really a part of it. And it was like a lot of this thing failed because you were the person in charge. But now when Ian has to make up for it, she was nowhere to be found. And he was like doing embarrassing things. As a boxing coach, you don't want to see your client doing those things under those circumstances. You know, it'd be
Keep
different
the
if it
pride
was,
up. Keep the self-respect up.
literally, because that's on my, and once again, that's what I was telling him. I was like, a lot of what you do reflects my brand. So when he attacked you, all of a sudden I start getting all these messages on all my stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Damn.
Like, why am I getting
Really
all
does
this?
suck.
Like, one, we were getting views again on some of the like old, because I haven't even put anything on YouTube for a long time, and all of a sudden I had a video of us at the AM of the Creator Clash, and all of a sudden there's just all these bad comments on it, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I find out, and that's when we find out that he created the drama with you, and that's when we found out all these other things, and that's why we were like, I want to get my side of the story out there, because one, I'm not affiliated with him unless. Like,
Yeah, I don't blame him for that at all. Like, of course you would want to, if you're getting backlash for something that you didn't do and you want to clarify you don't support what idubbbz did at all, like, I feel like that's more than fair to come on here and share your frustrations and everything.
Oh, and also Ari, yeah, so they stepped down from Creator Clash, and it's now being run by like Ego Raptor, I guess, as the partial owner, and he's the guy from Game Grumps. He's like the chubbier guy from Game Grumps.
Yeah.
And so they've already seemed to have done a better, more professional job with it than Ian and Anisa were, because they moved it to LA, which is what I said they should have done, because everyone's in fucking LA. Why'd you pay for everyone to be flown out?
You wouldn't have to fly people out if it was in LA, because all of those content creators are like in LA. Yeah.
For training that 10 months the first time.
But yeah.
The orgy gala.
The orgy gala.
Guys, it definitely wasn't like the Met Gala at all. It was totally normal, and nothing weird was happening at all, guys.
It's like, we have no affiliation.
Yeah.
We'd invite him to Thanksgiving dinner. He came once. Like when I went
Him and Anisa both.
when I went to
You came
LA,
to Thanksgiving dinner at your house?
I made a turkey for my first time, and it was a special Thanksgiving because
You had turkey for the first time?
Yeah, I
What
did.
have you been
I
waiting
did.
for? Oh,
Yeah.
you made it. Oh, you made
Yeah,
it.
I made
Okay.
it. Yeah,
You
so
made
I made the turkey for the first time. It was a super special Thanksgiving because Michael and I had just moved in together.
Aw.
We decided that we were going to get married. And not only that, but Michael's dad passed, And so that Thanksgiving was super special. I've never made a turkey my entire life. I put it together. I figured it out. We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, and I had to go buy extra tables and chairs so there would be room for me, Michael, my
This
two
is
sons,
so
and
sad.
my friend, and Ian and Nisa to sit. And we went out of our way to do all this for them, and they just treat us like we're just, I don't know, gone with the wind.
Yeah. So, but what I was saying
That's
about that is,
crazy.
like,
They have
at least fundraisers for the museum.
That's true.
Yeah, they at least are a successful event.
They've just treated these people like such trash after all of their kindness and like trying to really put their best foot forward and help the event as much as possible. not inviting them to the gala, basically like indirectly saying
Bro,
you're not
that's
invited,
so
you can't come.
sad.
Spending weeks and weeks with them. Like, I just can't imagine treating people like that. That is so
It
sad.
actually makes me so sad. And he didn't fly his dad out. Like, what the
Crazy.
fuck?
Like,
How are you like
you're
that?
so disconnected from reality. It's crazy.
I would invite them out to do stuff and almost never get a response. And then when I was in LA, like I hit up AB and he's like, "Yeah, let's go out to dinner."
No,
And I'm just
AB's
like,
such a good guy.
"Yeah." I'm like, "So AB's willing to go out
But
to dinner
baby
with
likes
us,
you. I think
but-
he wanted to spend time with you.
Yeah, but my own fighter didn't, and it broke my heart all the time because, like, so there's a coach named like Mike Quick Flores, and he's amazing, and his fighters loved him. They helped him start a damn YouTube channel. They bought him cameras.
Wow.
They helped him start a YouTube channel. They did all this stuff for him.
Yeah.
And like one of his fighters was like James Odd One's Out that got knocked out in like freaking 30 seconds, and he still loves training with the
Odd
coach.
One's Out
So
totally
I'm like, how does
would.
somebody that get knocked
get-
out in 30 seconds have such a close relationship with his coach? And I like went to hell with Ian, and we have no relationship.
Yeah.
I got punched out of the ring. Out of the
Yeah.
ring. That never happens. And I love my boxing coach.
Yeah,
That was
loved-
pretty awesome, by the way, Harley. That was a great moment.
That was one of the best parts of it for me was
Yeah.
one, meeting people like Harley, AB, but also like networking with those coaches, right? Like Harley's coach Jesse Thompson is amazing. Like
Yes.
he's an amazing guy. He's an amazing human. He's an amazing father.
Yes.
All the coaches that we would work with there, Coach Rick at his gym in Florida, like we love them like they were our Florida family. But then Ian and Anisa would just kind of use them. They didn't even know whose promoter's license we used until like 2 weeks before the second event.
Yes.
So
I told her while the promoter was there, because that's actually his gym that we're training out of, right? He's a part owner. And so I told Anisa that that's actually Ryan Ricky. He's actually the fight promoter we're using his license to throw the events in Florida, you know?
Oh my
and she was like, oh
God.
my gosh, really? How did I miss this the first time around? And I'm just
Oh
like,
my
I don't know,
God.
maybe you don't care about anybody that doesn't have a huge following.
Yeah.
Right away, she went and followed him and then she started tagging him. It's just
Oh my
ridiculous. So
God.
we were like, how did you?
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to take time to get to know the boxing community.
Yeah.
She acted like she was better than the boxing community.
yes.
We were in a boxing gym called Top Rank one time, and there was a guy named Jay Prince who was like the manager for Floyd Mayweather.
I always pictured Ian living in the bad unboxing room.
Yeah.
Was that his actual room, or did he have a separate
I
filming
thought
room?
that was like his basement or something.
Because he had like a computer behind. Well,
Oh,
he went to his base or his garage eventually, but at first it was just like a bedroom. And I always pictured him doing like bad unboxing, like making a huge mess and then like shoving it to the side and like going to sleep.
Yeah, 100%. He shoves all the bad unboxing shit off his bed and then
Just like raw
sleeps in it.
eggs in his carpet.
Manager for Andre Ward and all these very high level boxers. So for me, that's a big deal. And the owner of the gym was kind enough to introduce us. And she was like, no, I don't want to meet him. Ian's tired.
What?
We don't want to meet him.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't want to meet him because of what?
Ian was tired.
Yes.
She would tell Ian when he was tired. One time we ended sparring, and afterwards everybody's hanging out, and she walks up to Ian and she goes, "You're hungry."
Yes.
And then so they had to
You're
leave 'cause Ian was
hungry.
hungry. So she tells Ian when he was hungry. We're like, what the hell?
So,
It's so-
Hey, you're hungry. You're tired. We got to go to bed.
Oh.
It's time for bed. You're
Oh,
tired, right?
Really?
Yep. Yeah, you're
Uh,
tired. You're tired. You're tired.
Okay,
we
I
got to
guess-
go.
I
We got to
guess
go.
so. Oh.
We got to go, guys. She's tired. That is psycho.
No, that is like some shit you'd hear in like a horror movie. Like, he's tired. Sorry, he's a little tired right now. He has
Yeah.
to go take a nap. We'll be back.
is this what is?
She literally treats him like a child. It's your nap time. You're getting sleepy and grumpy. I can tell. It's time for you to take a nap.
Is
It's
this?
nonsense.
Do you think that
stuff.
he walks around in a gimp suit at their home? No,
I
like
hope
wonder.
not.
I'm genuinely wondering. Do you know? Does
The
he?
ball in his
Does he
mouth.
just sit there? Does he sit there as a chair in a gimp leather suit, and she just sits on him? I mean, where does this go? By the way, there's this clip here I want to watch. I've been having it on standby. It's when you referenced the toxic masculinity comment aimed towards you. Let me
other than
see.
boxing. Oh,
see.
you don't have time or energy to do anything other than boxing. There's just like a lot of things that I've had to learn along the way. Like my coach is a tough ass guy. You know, he's got a little of the toxic male qualities, and it's made it hard
Jeez.
sometimes because
Shut the fuck up. Dude.
Ugh.
Like, dude,
How does
please, like, I don't understand.
It's made
you
it hard.
literally made videos with Filthy Frank, okay? And now you're like, I can't. He was a little toxic, and it made it hard for me. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. And by the way, compared to
So bad.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all just like moral. Like, I really believe that Ian is not bothered by, even if he was around someone who was toxic male, I don't think he would actually care. I feel like he just says that to like virtue signal.
If I had $1 every time I was too tired to meet another human being, I'd have $0. To be fair, I've been too tired to meet people.
Yeah.
Introvert moment.
Definitely wouldn't be like I walk up to you and tell you you're tired.
No.
You're too tired to meet someone.
No.
That's bizarre.
Well, and if it was like something where it was someone important, I would suck it up and
Yeah, I would do
hang
it
out with them
regardless.
regardless if I wanted to.
coaches that I know, you came off seeming like super nice and like not
super
not
nice.
pushy.
Yeah.
I know how to be soft with certain people, and then I'll be harder with other people. But if they can't, the sport's already so hard to begin with. This is one of the things I've been involved in fighting for over 25 years. So the sport is so hard to begin with that if you're getting more shit from your coach than you can handle, you're gonna have a bad performance, right? So each person you have to treat so differently. So some of my fighters might need me to yell at them, slap them before the event, and really like get to a different kind of savagery. And then other people are very soft, and so you kind of mostly Ian was the softest, but
is he the softest fighter you've ever trained?
What's that?
Is he the softest fighter you've ever worked with?
Well, he hated boxing.
Yeah, but not only that, every single time we had a session, it would have to follow up with a therapy session with him and Anisa.
Jesus.
How frustrating is that? I was depressed after every single creator clash because of all the therapy we always had to imply.
Is she talking about literal therapy? Like they made them go with them to therapy?
I don't know if that's like she's joking or if that's like she literally means therapy.
I'm confused.
That's crazy.
Because if they brought them to a real therapist, that would be completely ridiculous.
They did have therapists on site.
Oh my
For
god.
Creator Clash 2, I think.
That's so pathetic, dude. Like, come on.
Otherwise, it was going to be a shit show.
My other fighters fight, like, even if they have nerves or they're scared before a fight or something, they'll fight because they want to and they love it. Especially as an amateur, you're not getting paid, you're losing money. Even like low-level pros, you lose money working with low-level pros. You're traveling.
It just had to have been Anisa saying, like, that she really wants idubbbz to fight. Why else would he make himself
100%.
fight when he doesn't want to?
Well, and boxing promoter is in her bio, but he doesn't give a shit. Like, I don't think it was in his bio.
It was boxing influencer or something was in his bio.
Oh, okay, never mind.
You're doing all these things
Sorry,
that
guys,
the expenses aren't
misinformation.
covered. So they have to love it. They have to fucking love the sport. And if you don't love it, it's very hard to do. Like, that's why I commend Harley and AB, because, man, they were a part of freaking more than one event, and they have actual jobs. You know, it's like, what the hell? That's so to me, why wouldn't I show those guys all the love in the world? Because they're putting themselves out there when they don't have to. Also, there's a lot at risk when you go out to fight.
Right.
This is not what podcasts are.
Dude, please, that's only because they're talking about you.
I think she's being facetious, but the imagery of him in boxing gloves on the therapy couch is very funny. Yeah. Now
Married
it says
to you?
Mary. Oh
Wait,
my
does it
god.
really? I didn't know that. I just looked at her YouTube. I should have checked that.
Sorry, guys. He keeps interrupting. Let me continue this clip.
Male qualities.
Swing back a little bit.
And it's made it hard sometimes because, you know, the way he talks to me sometimes, I could be a little bit sensitive to it. So that's like led to a couple times where I've just been like kind of broke down. If you have like a bad sparring session, it's like that alone feels bad. But if you're getting your shit kicked in and you're...
Do you guys think he listens to The Doors, by the way?
I have no idea.
It looks like he got that shirt from Urban Outfitters. That's all I'm saying, okay?
Oh my
I'm not
God,
accusing
Ian,
him.
Look what I found. Oh, I love the Doors. This would look so good on you.
Oh my god, I love when guys wear like band t-shirts. Like this design is so cute.
Can we get you some band t-shirts?
Your coach is
I
like...
know, the haircut is so bad.
Exuding their disappointment to you the whole time
I
while
think
it's
like
happening.
at this time, like there were too many people who had mullets in general, but his mullet was not even like a good mullet. Like it was a messy, bad mullet. He
No, it was
just
so bad.
he fucked it up so bad.
It's like, I just kind of suck. He's
And his
gotten a
hair's
lot
too
better
thin
at
for
it,
it.
and it's really
Yeah.
not his fault. Like that's literal. And Anissa's told me this. She's like, that is the most normal thing. You're not gonna find a coach that's gonna fucking take care of your feelings, bitch. Like, and I'm like, okay,
Bitch.
That's
I
the
understand.
biggest irony of all. Is
just
that apparently, and you
abbreviated.
confirmed that she was consistently the meanest person to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't see it that way.
But also, like, in defense for her there, she did stick up for me in that scenario, right?
Yeah.
So there was times, but also, I didn't know if she was sticking up for me because they liked me as a coach or because she knew I was one of the only people that
Yeah.
would take their shit.
Nobody else would
It's like-
train him. Nobody
They
else.
couldn't have gone to,
Damn.
like, I can guarantee you, AB's coach would not have allowed Anisa to come into the gym with
Yeah.
her attitude or want to change the music at the gym.
Oh,
and all
tell me
these other
that.
things.
One time she came and tried to put on her own music, right?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
we got into it because
They got
I told her-
into a tiff because she wanted to change the music. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Please.
So
How
what
song
selfish
was
can
it?
you be?
Oh
I don't
man,
know.
I would have to look it back up because I was actually in shock because some of the songs, even if you like that kind of music, because it was maybe some like indie punk rock
It was
music,
dark.
but what was just weird, and so not gym music at all. So I was just like, hey, I was trying to tell her that because one of the other coaches was like, hey, I'm gonna change it now because she was playing the music
After
at the
1
time.
hour.
Oh my
But
god.
she shouldn't have even been on the aux in the first place. Like you shouldn't be at somebody else's gym and then hop on their speaker.
Yeah,
That's crazy to me.
true.
So she
Because
hopped
there's
on-
other people training there too. It's not just them, right? Like there's
no,
other people. in
there's
the
other
gym.
people there because they had to move him into a corner because he was so stinky.
Yeah.
Like,
on the speaker, and then one of the coaches was like, "Hey, I'm gonna take you off now," and she was like, "Oh,
I know. I agree with that. Anthony Padilla pisses me off.
he
Like,
really pisses me off too.
I've seen too many like clips from his podcast where I'm just like, he is so annoying.
Yeah, he has this a similar meekness to him that Ian has. This
He
like,
does.
"Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and like he seems like a nice guy
Yeah, he
at
seems
least,
nice.
but it's just he annoys me.
like offended by it," and then I made the mistake of being like, "Well, that wasn't really gym music," and she was like,
Ooh.
"He doesn't play gym music," and then I said, "Well, it was kind of emo," and then she
Hooba
said,
stank.
"What's that?"
Hooba stank.
Yeah. She said,
Was it
she said-
Evanescence?
Yeah. She said
Evanescence.
the other guy plays emo music. And then after that, I said, well, it was kind of like 12-year-old girl emo music.
Oh my
And then
god.
The
I
jumpsuit,
went-
the jumpsuit apparatus.
So I did go I probably went too far.
That's not
but at
mean.
the
I
same
like to
time-
reveal girl music sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, in the right moment.
In the
not
right
at the
moment,
gym.
sure, yeah.
It's not fair to
Yeah.
all the other gym members. Like,
Ian sobbing while hitting the bag.
we have to listen to her music. By the way, this is a very big gym. I think it's like how many square feet? 4,000?
Couple, yeah, 4,000.
4,000
Oh my
to 5,000
God.
square feet, okay? And there's multiple facilities inside this gym. There's a Fit Bar Cafe. There's a physical therapist office inside that gym. The Seawolves also train out of that gym,
They used
okay?
to, yeah.
They used to, but, so other people use this space, and she just wants to control the music. That's so unprofessional. It's not allowed. And it's
So
not fair to the other
selfish.
members.
So yes,
I
so selfish.
I can't imagine thinking something like that. That is crazy.
I've never once been in a gym and been like, I need to play my own music. These people have no taste. I need to play my own music so I can be happy in this moment. Like, dude, you're at the gym. You're not there to like listen to fucking. And if you want to listen to your own music, that's fine. Bring headphones.
Yeah, how about be a normal person like everyone else and wear headphones?
I would never play like niche music that I'm interested in to a gym of strangers, like when I know it's not going to be everybody's vibe.
Imagine what I guess they didn't have a big wedding. They had like a Vegas wedding. But imagine if they
Yeah.
had a big ceremony, what it would be like. They would be playing like niche music the whole time and everyone would be sitting on the sidelines waiting for them to play Mr. Brightside.
Yeah. I think what happened is like Anisa like asked to use the aux and they gave it to her, and then she didn't they didn't ask her to turn it off or anything until way later. Like they just got sick of the music and they're like, okay, you've been on the aux for an hour, like can you get off? We want to listen to other stuff.
So she
And
got
we
mad
don't
at.
allow anybody else to do that.
Yeah, no, but I don't allow my other fighters to come in
Yeah,
and
no,
like.
that's insane. Who the fuck changes the music for the
Yeah, I'm gonna play Blade in the gym.
Yes.
That's gym?
It was
Well, she
crazy.
did, and
I
then
knew that's what you were talking about when you
Yeah,
were saying
red
niche
light,
music.
red light on repeat in the gym.
And then she threw a fit about it and cried about it, and we had to have, and I had to talk to her about it the next
So wait,
day.
what happened? Tell me what happened.
So she ended up leaving. We were supposed to actually do her pad session, but then she left.
She cried.
And she had to go up to her car.
Oh my
I mean, I don't want to talk
God.
about how her feelings were, but anyway, so yeah, so she was super offended. So then the next day, what had happened was the next day they came in.
Yeah, Ari, you can tell that she has like the worst taste in like art and music ever, just like by how she dresses and like I don't know, the tattoos, like all of that stuff.
Don't get me started about the way she dresses.
I told my
Oh my
wife
God.
that they don't know how she could date me because I don't respect women. And so
She doesn't know how I
Yeah, and everybody has their own like music that they like to work out to. But the gym will the
Yeah.
gym always like the music that's playing in the background should always be the most like neutral kind of energetic music for people. So if you don't have headphones, like it's not going to be like distracting or like weird.
Exactly.
It's just like background
Normal,
noise.
yeah.
Yeah.
She expects your wife, Kate, to react to that.
I have no idea.
What
It
an
was
insane
crazy.
thing. I'm pretty sure I would, if I had to ask you if you thought Michael respected women, you would probably say yes, considering you're married to him.
100%. I love
Not in
her.
combat,
Aw.
though. Not in combat, of
Not in
course.
combat.
Right,
No,
right.
no
Yeah,
respect in
but-
combat. Do you? I'm gonna throw you a curveball here. Oh wait, hold on. I want to finish this clip. I want to see where he's going with this.
Sense they're almost preparing you for
Yes.
those feelings, right?
Exactly.
Because they're going to come up, especially if you are losing in a fight.
I would just say that maybe it's given me more confidence just in life. That obviously comes
Yes,
from
more confidence.
being able to
Idubb
defend
screams
myself.
confidence.
Okay, I've heard enough. Yeah, let me throw you a curveball here. Anisa, semicolon. Anti-Semitic?
What do you guys think?
Jewish.
Jewish.
I would say
Jewish.
probably in a way, yeah.
He says
I mean,
yes.
It's hard to say.
It depends on it depends on who's talking, right? And
It's hard to
the
say
audience,
no.
Right?
Oh,
So-
this
It's
part.
hard to say
It's hard to say
no.
This part is so funny. I remember this
No.
part.
We have to leave that door open.
Because I can't say, she never specifically said she was anti-Semitic, but just, I mean, the
Although
way
I
she
will
acts.
say that, like, I didn't know about all this stuff that she has against Jewish people, and then once I heard about it, I realized that after I shared with Anisa that Michael's mom is half Jewish and half Italian, like, I noticed that she started, like, keeping him more at bay and not being nice to him. So
That is crazy.
Not
That is crazy.
His mom is half Jewish.
Oh my god.
That's like
I think
some
that might have been the start. of it.
fucking
Is that
crazy
right?
work.
So when she learned that Michael had some Jewish ancestry, she distanced herself.
Jewish.
I don't know if it was exactly from that
That's how I
or just.
felt from
That's
that.
how you perceived it.
No,
Yeah,
Ari, he literally did admit that they
Yeah.
acted anti-Semitic. That's fucking crazy.
He knows them in person and he's like, yeah, probably. Like,
He's like-
I could see it.
He said
like,
it's hard to say no. He's like, I don't know, I can't say for sure, but it's hard to say no.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
There was plenty of times where like her and I would get into it, and so I just felt like it might have been from one of the scenarios where we got into it, because once again it was hard because I'm trying to focus on Ian fighting in front of 10,000 people, and I was having to deal with a lot of stuff with her too, so there would be a lot of times where like her and I would disagree on things, and then it would kind of cause issues at the gym, and then she would be like, sometimes she would be all for it, and then other times she'd be like, you need to chill out, So I was like, all right, I can't push this.
It was just so hard because I've never worked with a fighter where we had to like therapy and deal with his wife 24/7. We can't get the
Jesus.
work done that we need with a fighter, Ian, because we have to deal with his wife.
That
Like,
sounds
if
like an
she's-
insane situation. Yeah.
It's insane. It's
a good
hard.
example is before the first event. It's like 3 days. It was the Wednesday before he has his first fight. He's never fought a day in his life. He's about to fight in front of 10,000 people. We have weigh-ins on Friday in the press conference, and then we have the fight on Saturday. On Wednesday, she said she had such bad anorexia that she was gonna die. So she tells Ian,
Jesus.
I'm gonna die, but if I go to the hospital, they're gonna hold me and I'm gonna miss the event.
Wait.
So Ian's
She says
option-
my.
What the
She's like my.
What the fuck is she talking about?
I'm having an anorexia attack. Oh no, anorexia attack.
What is she? Okay, what the fuck could that possibly mean? What? I'm sorry, Anisa.
I think I'm getting sick. I caught a case of anorexia.
You look great, Anisa. You look amazing, but you do not look 50 pounds underweight, okay?
Right.
You're not dying of anorexia.
So
That's not how that works.
I think they say it on the show, and it's like technically you don't have to be super skinny to be anorexic.
Well, no, you don't. But to die of anorexia?
Right. Yeah. What?
To die of anorexia, yes, you do, because the part that's like bad on your heart and makes your body shut down is being so underweight.
Yeah.
You could if you were super fat, you could not eat for 20 days and you'd be fine.
Maybe
You
he
wouldn't
did.
die of anorexia.
Maybe he did.
I'm not saying she's super fat, by the way. She's not at all.
I don't know if anxiety wouldn't make sense for like I think I'm dying, but anorexia doesn't make sense either.
No, because and anorexia is one of the most deadly disorders, but like you have to have a certain criteria to be. You have to look like Eugenia Cooney.
Right.
If Eugenia Cooney's still alive, I think you're okay, girl. I think
Yeah.
you're gonna live. Holy shit. Bulimic,
How-
maybe.
How funny would it be? How funny would it be if she's like, guys, I'm having a hypochondria attack. I can't go to training. I'm hypochondriac.
My anorexia is acting up, and I'm gonna die.
Yes, the Wednesday before the fight.
What does that
So
even
literally-
like mean? Like, oh, I forgot to eat this morning. I think I'm having an anorexia attack.
He's
Because
supposed
she's
to fight.
obviously. I mean, she doesn't appear to be not. She appears to be of healthy weight. I don't know.
She looked. I would have never guessed. I would have.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought she was gonna die. on Wednesday.
Anyone can have anorexia. Olivia said.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have thought she was gonna die on Wednesday. You know, I
Yeah.
saw it. I didn't think she was gonna die. But she's telling Ian.
Couldn't you at
so I'm
least
like,
come up with like a better excuse to get out of doing something? Like
Anorexia is crazy.
like I mean, you've already exposed Ian for shitting his pants. Maybe you could, take one for the team and say, I'm having diarrhea. I'm having a diarrhea attack. It's really bad. I gotta go to the hospital.
Or hello, Anisa, this is why you have to start your munch arc, okay? Say you have POTS.
I have POTS.
I have POTS.
I have long. I just got long COVID
just
and
got long
POTS.
COVID.
I just got long COVID. I think I'm sick with long COVID.
I just got long COVID 2 days ago.
Yeah.
my experience before my fight is like, hey, I'm gonna die, but I can't go to the hospital because then I'm gonna miss your fight. I would be so stressed out from that, and so it was just like, how are you stressing Ian out about this freaking?
Yeah.
So stupid.
It's all about her.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
what I've noticed too is that like knowing them for so many years and traveling with them and being with them all the time, I realized that it's something that she does. She has this way of always sabotaging every single moment before he's about to have a big moment. You know what I mean?
Makes it about her.
Damn.
Correct. Like for example, for CC1, she came to the gym and she was like, "Oh, our lease is ending, and we need to buy a new house right now. Otherwise, I'm going to be homeless. The world's ending." So then Ian had
Oh
to
my
go and try
God.
to buy a new house for her, but then he couldn't because he had to sell his house in San Diego first. Otherwise, he wasn't going to be able to do that. So then they had to sell the house in San Diego, then buy like their over $1 million house in Seattle. The week or two before
They're in
CC1.
Seattle? I didn't know that.
Okay, and then for
Yeah, POTS. What does POTS stand for again?
POTS, it stands for, I'll have to look it up. but-
Basically, what it is, it's this sickness that you can't really prove that you have.
Well, it's real too.
It's
People
real
do
and
have
people do
POTS.
have it, but it doesn't have like diagnosable, like you can't observe someone and diagnose it. It's all self-diagnosed. So a lot of people who have Munchausen's, they claim to have POTS because it can't be proved.
Yeah.
So they can be sick and be a victim all the time and just say that they have POTS.
It's postural orthostatic trachycardia syndrome. So, and it's symptoms related to the reduced blood volume that occurs when standing up. The symptoms So it's lightheadedness, fainting, rapid heartbeat. Another one that they say that they have all the time is Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is slightly more provable because a lot of people with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome have like they're hypermobile. But you can also just be hypermobile and have like double jointed limbs.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, Ehlers-Danlos. A lot of these symptoms. What makes it difficult is that in nature, a lot of these disorders are like clumped together. So when someone has all of these things listed in their bio, you don't know if it's real or if they're just like faking it.
Yeah.
CC2, like before he was supposed to start training for his fight camp, right? But then they didn't come and train, and then she decided that she was gonna have her tits removed, like during his fight camp.
Oh, that was the second one. That was
I said CC2.
Oh yeah.
So hold on. Yeah, I remember, by the way, a long time ago they came out.
Yeah, sake. The other one that they say they have a lot is they say they're what is it called when they're allergic to everything? That's a big one.
I don't remember.
Allergic to everything.
But yeah, Tafka definitely, it's real and like people have it for sure. But yeah, a lot of people do. Just a lot of munchies fake it.
Mast cell activation syndrome.
Oh yeah,
that's so
hang
common.
Out with me and Hila. And you know, I find it interesting that she seemed to have always hated me, despite pretending to be my friend for a long time. But she came over, and we were hanging out, and she just was like, "So I'm getting fake boobs," and I was like, "Okay, great, good for you." And
by the way, why would you tell people this? Like, why? That would be so weird to like tell your friends. Like when you're with your husband, you go over to your friends who are husband and wife's house, and you're like, yeah. So anyway, I'm getting some breast implants soon. I'm gonna get them really big. I'm gonna get the biggest and the baddest of the breasts. I'm gonna get big balloons in my titties.
Didn't she already have big boobs? Am I crazy or
she had like pretty big boobs, I think.
What was the point? I don't understand. I feel like it looks more I've seen pictures of her recently and it looks more like disproportionate. She looked fine before. But whatever.
Well, she got them removed.
Oh,
she doesn't have them anymore. Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
How long ago was that?
She got them removed probably like 2 years ago or something.
I saw one where she had the almost buzzed head.
Yeah.
And she had these big bazungas, and it just didn't look very good to me. And then she had them removed. That's like crazy. That's so much money.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, well, they'll get into it, but I'm just thinking like, why didn't you realize before that you wouldn't want them? Like, what was the point of getting them if like, I don't know, because you're educated when you're considering getting a procedure like that. The doctor's going to walk you through, okay, if you go too big, it's going to hurt your back. It's going to feel weird. There's going to be different issues from it. But like, it seems like she didn't really consider that at all.
And then next thing I know, she had him removed. Like less than a year later, I was like, okay, I guess, what? Why? I guess what was she saying, that it was uncomfortable or something?
I mean, it probably hurt her back.
I mean,
what are you doing?
She told me that.
I do that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, she always blames it on everybody. She blames it on her doctor. She told me personally that she wasn't too sure about it, and then her doctor told her to go too big, and now she's not happy.
Oh my God, she blamed getting too big of titties on her doctor, saying the doctor pressured her into getting too big.
I mean, possible. I have heard of women saying that has happened to them, but.
And she's
of
gonna
course,
get
I don't
taken
take
out,
anything
but
she
it's
says
like out of all the
seriously,
times that you could have done it after CC1.
So you're saying you're saying she did it during training camp?
Yes.
Yes. Before the second fight, also I told him, don't fight Alex Wasabi. Alex Wasabi loves boxing. He put a boxing ring in his backyard.
Yeah.
He moved a pro boxer that was like a really good pro boxer into his house. Yeah. And I'd worked with him before the first event.
Yeah.
I'd work with him before he fought Deji. And I was like, oh, Alex really likes boxing. So don't fight Alex because he loves boxing and you don't like boxing. And so,
he's going to be better. He's going to be a lot better.
Well, so, and then exactly, literally.
Yeah.
And then and he trains with a good gym. He trained with this guy, Brian Valoria, Julian Chua. So he trained with all these high level guys. And I'm like, now my brand's at stake because I'm going to be competing with that type of level of guy. I need to have you show out. and he had missed literally between May to November was when she got that done. And so he was supposed to train during November, but he took all of November off because she
Jeez.
couldn't
Oh my
come to the
God.
gym. But originally
Whoa,
they said,
Hello, can you just go by yourself?
Yeah.
What?
They had a tattoo appointment the day they asked for help supporting the end of child marriage.
Oh, oops.
Oopsie.
Already
Dude,
whole month.
that is crazy that he missed Max Mofo's wedding.
for a
For-
tattoo
For
appointment.
her tattoo appointment. Not even, he didn't have to be there.
Month
Oh
off because
my
of the
God.
because of the procedure to
yes.
Oh,
He
wow.
said, well, this is how you know he doesn't like boxing. Because they said he was going to come into the gym when she couldn't be there. But then when she couldn't come in, he never came in.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was his thing where he just
needs his he made a comment recently where he's like, when Anissa's not with me, I don't know what to say. And I'm like,
Jesus
dude, what
Christ.
happened to you? Who are
What
you?
Yeah.
She tells him when he's hungry, when he's tired. How's he gonna know?
That's
those
why he's
things?
definitely
Yeah.
in a gimp outfit at home.
Yes.
She had said that she had actually, I didn't know this, but she had done the Content Cop. She worked on Content Cop with him back in the day. But she's never apologized for the N-word. Only Ian apologized for that.
No, literally.
She was the mastermind behind it.
No, that's a great point because she wants to. I always got the feeling that she wanted the credit. Like, oh yeah, no, I worked on that. But then it was her idea to go stalk Tana and do the N-word thing. And like you said, Ian's been out there apologizing, and then she's the one accusing me of being like not woke enough or whatever. And it's like, dude, you're the N-word girl. You're the N-word girl.
Yeah, you're responsible for it.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone needs to put an N on her forehead.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And for what? Yeah. Oh, because she's the N-word girl. Yeah, I see. No, don't say the word.
His soul has been ripped
Don't say
out.
it.
No, he is like an empty husk. Like, it's actually depressing.
It's sad.
It's crazy.
It's sad. Like, I still
I
feel
never
bad for
thought.
him. I really do.
I never thought in my whole life that this is how things would turn out. Like,
Yeah.
if you told me that when I was like 17, 16,
Right.
that that's how he would be, I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Crazy. It's so weird.
Yeah. I just feel bad for, and I get that some of the stuff is, it's like his own partially his own fault for not standing up for himself and like being a real person, but I just feel like he's been so like whipped and beaten. Like it's out of balance for sure. It's way more on her
She
than
holds
him.
all the power.
She holds all the power, and he's very helpless at this point. Like he's something crazy is gonna have to happen for him to like snap out of it and like rebuild himself into like a real person.
It was very inconsiderate of their friend to schedule their wedding and
Yeah.
on Ian's appointment day.
Yeah. Oh my god, imagine. They probably knew about the wedding months and months before, and then Anisa scheduled the tattoo. Wait, I just realized that.
Am I
Weddings are planned like
but
a long time in
Also,
advance.
am I misremembering this, or were they already in Australia for the tattoo appointment? Wasn't it
No.
they flew out to Australia to get it done?
I think she had to fly back to LA to
Oh.
get the tattoo. And then instead of taking 2 flights, they wanted to go home together, so he just went back with her and missed the wedding.
Ew.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Is this an abuse fetish? I don't know. Or is he just like really pathetic? I don't know. It's very
Yeah.
interesting though. We have so many like points of view now.
Yeah.
And you know, listen. Oh, it sounds, you're saying, yeah, it could be abusive, but at a certain point, it is definitely abusive, it sounds like. But at a certain point, where does it,
Yeah.
he just become like a collaborator? I don't know.
No.
Right.
He's a collaborator.
Right.
That's what I felt like too,
Yeah.
because some of the times it was him, and then some of the times it was her, but then some of the times it was actually him, and she was actually the one keeping him like to stay the course. But at the
Yeah.
same time, he didn't want to box, and she was the one that wanted him to box. That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, you know, here's a good example. Like, when the whole Froggy Fresh thing happened, right? They were actually at
Forgot
our
they were
home
there for that.
because one of our mutual friend, David Benavides, who's a pro boxer, he was fighting that night, and Ian had met David Benavides through one of the YouTube podcast events that we were doing,
Okay.
and at the gym, at the Benavides gym here in Washington. And so Michael and I paid out of our own pocket to get pay-per-view. We invited Ian and Anisa over to watch the fight of David Benavidez. And because the Froggy Fresh drama went down, they spent the whole time in my bedroom on Twitter reading all the comments. And it was the craziest thing ever. And that's when I was like, damn it. Damn hide is right.
That
Oh my
is unreal.
God.
So they were more concerned with this internet drama about imagine going over to your friend's house and like planning on doing something, and the whole time you're ignoring them and you're paying attention to some stupid fucking internet drama that you could address later. You could wait a day. You could just wait, just enjoy the moment with your friends. Worry
Yeah.
about it later.
Well, because they're not their friends. You know what I mean? They're just total snakes. It's crazy. And I mean, for people who really want like the public to like them, they seem to be really bad at doing that.
Yeah.
What the fuck? They fumble at every move, at every corner. How?
I think that there is this phenomenon where the more desperately you want to be liked on the internet, the more unlikable you are. Like, if you're constantly like, you need people's validation and you're doing things to appeal to people, you're just gonna end up looking really bad. Like, nobody's gonna like you.
Unless you're like I Show Speed or something.
Yeah.
Or like some other like shock content creator.
But that's not like him even trying to be likable or anything. That's just him like being very like outlandish and crazy and like fun and entertaining.
Oh yeah, and Ari about or wait, was it Tafka about the Jedi mind trick? I just find it really interesting that she literally like beat out all of the qualities that she probably found attractive in him when she first met him.
100%.
And for what reason? It's so
I wouldn't
weird.
be surprised if the cheating thing was real. Did you guys hear about that cheating scandal
It's
thing?
definitely real. Are you kidding?
I think it's real. I think like Anisa gets crushes on guys super easily and like just totally like falls for them.
Yeah, and I also think that she's not attracted to him at all anymore.
Yeah.
Because look at them. They were reading it and Ian was like, oh.
Yeah. Like, in fact, it's the best way to get out of like a bad headspace. If you're going through some drama, just turn your phone off. Like, even in your personal life, you're going through something personally. Spending time with your friends is going to take you away from that a little bit and like give you something to be more happy about. It's just so, the inability to pull away from Twitter and their phones is just sad. It's sad.
Yeah, Tafka, I don't know how he possibly put that. I really think that he had a really weak parental figures in his life growing up. That's the only explanation. The crazy days and nights thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, you know, NT Lawyer isn't always right, but he's way more reliable than the average like Twitter user or something. I trust way more things on Crazy Days and Nights than I do that I see on Twitter.
That's the guy who posted that blind item. He's a reliable guy.
He's not 100% reliable, but because he hears stuff. That's how it works. It's like drama mill.
Yeah.
Look at them. They were reading it and Ian was like, oh, Tiffany 465 says this. I think that's a great comment. And he's just like, what about this comment? And it was the craziest.
They're kind of like people that stuck up for him and didn't stick up for him. And meanwhile, I'm like, hey Ian, the guy that you just met is fighting in a world championship fight. Let's watch this fight. But he couldn't even watch the fight because they were so caught up.
That is great. And it's someone that he met in real life.
Depressing.
Comments. Yeah.
What was it that happened? Did he drop his video, or I remember Froggy made this comment about how he would, if he lost, he'd subscribe to her OnlyFans.
Yeah. It was really because
he has a meal ticket.
Froggy worked with Sam, and once Froggy worked with Sam, Ian was super.
We already knew.
And so Ian was really, really offended by that.
Harley worked with Sam.
I know.
Dude, and those videos were funny. Those videos were hilarious.
I think they let Harley go. Because you know, like, he's so cool and they don't want to like take him off the card, you know what I mean?
Well, I think he kind of did it beforehand too.
Yeah.
And then afterwards they kind of were like not cool with it.
Was that what happened? You did it before?
Well, he never told me that I couldn't work with Sam. I just, as a person that spoke with Sam and spoke with Ian, I noticed that they had bad vibes between the two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for Creator Clash 2, I just opted to not
Yeah.
work with Sam because then he got it. He understood that they had this whole beef thing. And then Froggy, he had gone and worked with Sam. And then there was a.
By the way, I feel like choosing Sam Hyde to be your boxing trainer is a great idea because not only because Sam Hyde is very like he seems to be really into boxing. He seems to be really good at it. He's a very strong guy, and I feel like he'll give you like really good like masculine advice for fighting and stuff. Not only that, but the content that you can make with him when you're collaborating with him will just instantly get you views. Like people are going to be so hyped because Sam's fans are so dedicated. Like you will make a great piece of content if Sam Hyde is in your video, no matter what, just because he's that legendary of an entertainer.
An issue of Froggy, you know, I don't want to speak.
Well, and not to mention all the idubbbz stuff that went down, like him being trained for idubbbz event by Sam Hyde is just like adds a lot of good publicity for the event. Crazy.
But I believe he felt that they were overstepping their boundaries.
Yeah, I agree, Ari.
Wait, what was
I fully agree. Ian really loves her and would probably crumble if she has to leave, if she was to leave him, and I don't think she cares.
And he would never divorce her ever.
No.
It has to be her divorcing him.
Yeah.
He could work with or not work with.
Yeah, Sam Hyde is awesome. And I feel like people have like really mischaracterized Sam Hyde personally. Like I feel like I don't know, this is so like parasocial, but that just the impression that I get is that he actually really wanted to be at Creator Clash and support idubbbz. Despite like the interview going weird and stuff, he wanted to be there. And I feel like he would have brought so much hype to the event being there and being like involved in some way, even if he wasn't fighting. Imagine if he was fighting in Creator Clash 3. It would be genius. He would sell 1 million fucking tickets.
The Hassan versus Sam fight.
Yeah.
Would be so good.
Hassan would never do it.
I know Hassan would never do it.
But even if Sam was fighting someone else, it would be legendary. Do you remember the KSI put on a fight and Sam fought?
Yeah, and it was fucking hilarious.
It was awesome.
He wasn't he like he was the Candyman?
Yeah, the Candyman. Yeah, I think so too.
Another fight I would love to see if Anisa wasn't such a pussy would be Anisa versus Brittany Venti.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
Anisa versus Brittany Venti. Oh my god, and I think Anisa would have a chance. Like I don't even think she would lose. But they're both like pretty tall. They're tall ladies.
Yeah.
Oh, that the whole thing was
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Sam,
play.
and then they doubled back on that.
I thought it was insane that he actually just admitted that blatantly. He's like, "Oh, he got kicked because he was training with Sam." I'm like, "What?
Yeah.
Why did you even admit that?"
Yeah, they tried to use the video as kind of the last straw. And I mean, keep in mind, they would come to me sometimes and say things, and I'm not involved with that type of world. So they're like, "Yeah, this guy said if he loses, that he's gonna have to subscribe to Anis's OnlyFans, and he's so disrespectful." And I'm like, "Well, it's your event. Fuck, if you don't feel like you want somebody on your event, then don't have him on your event." And then, truthfully, it ended up causing way more drama than it should have, and he brought way more attention to it than he should have. So it's like, if I would have been in the know, I probably would have said, "Man, just ignore it, let it be."
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I said, like Ian would never say my name.
If it was a stunt, like if they acted like they were all offended when he said that, acted like they kicked him off the card, and then it was a whole stunt for Creator Clash, it would have been the most genius promotion of all time. It would have been so smart because the entire internet was talking about Creator Clash after that. Like nobody really cared that much about Creator Clash 2 until that happened. Then everyone was talking about it. That would have brought so much hype to the event. But no, they kicked him off for real, and a bunch of people started criticizing them again because they can't take criticism.
Whoa, Tafka, you have a 20-year-old son?
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
At least when Sam would make videos about me, he might have been
I
talking
know.
shit, but they were pretty.
And then when you find people that do like understand what you're talking about, it's like the most euphoric feeling ever. It's like, oh my god, you know?
Yes.
But another thing, it really pissed me off how Ian was like compulsively lying about the reason that he kicked Froggy off. He kept changing the story over and over again. Like, can we just be truthful for a second? I hate that. That's like the number one thing that is like really irks me is when the truth is really important and you refuse to be truthful for no
Yeah.
reason.
idubbbz is a bad communicator.
Yeah.
So is Anisa too, but idubbbz is even worse, I think.
That's
and he would
funny.
be like, he'd be like, Michael Briggs did this.
So
Michael
Sam
Briggs.
Hyde did more to promote you.
Yeah, I was
Literally,
super, I was
Ultimately.
super
literally.
happy. I was
Then-
super
Oh, this
happy
is funny.
when
Wait,
Sam
look,
Hyde
did you hear that?
Promote.
He would
Funny.
be at least when like I said, like Ian would never say my name. At least when Sam would make videos about me, he might have been talking shit, but they were pretty funny.
That's
And he'd be
funny.
like, he'd be like, Michael Briggs
So,
did this.
so
Michael
Sam
Briggs.
Hyde did more to promote you.
Yeah, I was
Literally,
super, I was
Ultimately.
super happy. I was
Then
super
Ian.
happy when Sam Hyde did that video, and I saw that there was like 11,000 views, and I was like, "Look, babe, my
Yeah.
content's finally out." Like, my content is out.
He had videos that were like talking shit about me, but they had like 100,000 views. So we were like, "Fuck, that's more than Ian's ever done for
That's
me."
crazy. That's crazy.
And
The
also,
first
like I said, they
creator
were
clash.
funny.
Yeah, the first creator clash, Sam had a major presence there, even though he physically wasn't there. I did see a lot of shirts, a
Right.
bunch of Sam Hyde, and something that has that type of what's it called? Like
It's an allure.
hard to
It's
get
a-
people
it's
to
intrigue.
move. Yeah, and people were there. They were wearing his T-shirt and stuff like that. And I had a lot of people that watched Sam and watched the documentary that watched Creator Clash. But you know, I guess it was like picking and choosing who could be a part of the event.
It was-
Yeah.
Yeah. That whole thing was.
Yeah, I think after Sam beat idubbbz, they never wanted to work with him again. He couldn't take the
Yeah.
L. That really was what it was. Like idubbbz was a sore loser, and he couldn't accept that he really was there to try to make Sam look bad, and everyone saw through what he was doing. They saw he was there to try to paint Sam as this pathetic like failure who's fallen off because he was too edgy and couldn't handle it. But yeah, he definitely couldn't take the L. That was the ultimate problem.
The your wife thing is very idubbbz's girlfriend
Yeah.
coded, or like Anisa's husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought more attention to it, not letting him be there, than they would have if he would have just been there. Like so.
Yeah, it was the craziest thing because Anisa said to me, she's like, "Kate, you don't understand. Ian and I both believe that Sam Hyde would really come and find me and would actually murder me. So that's the
Oh.
reason why we have to take all these precautions."
My God.
And I was just like, "Are you sure?"
I was like, I think the guy's a millionaire.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna risk his freedom to kill you.
He's a crazy internet persona. That's what he is. Like what I don't think he would kill. He would never kill anyone. He's just, it's an act.
They know he's not. I think they know that he's not going to kill them. They just want sympathy. I don't know.
He's really crazy, and he might actually kill me because we totally exposed him in the documentary.
Okay, so Sam is definitely an unpredictable, like high level troll, but I don't believe that he actually I don't think their security was in risk. Why the fuck would he?
Of course
why would he
not.
kill him?
Well, Creator Clash 1, he bought a ton of seats. He bought like a table right next to the ring that was like over $10,000
Yeah,
or something.
what
he
did
had
you
all
think
his
about
guys
that?
there.
According to him, he wanted to make things right with idubbbz.
Aw.
Like he wanted to still show up and support his event, even though there was awkwardness.
I
between
actually
them.
truly believe he wasn't going to troll at the event. He was just going to like show up. I truly believe that.
Yeah, I don't think he would have done anything. Like they kept saying, "Oh, he's gonna make the event about himself and like do some stunt or something." I don't think that he was doing that at all.
He felt like very indebted to them because like the idubbbz documentary brought a lot of
Yeah,
like publicity to him, and he wanted. I really believe he thought that they were like chill. They were fine.
yeah. Everyone that I have heard that has met Sam in person has said like he's like a super nice guy and he's like different than you would ever
Yeah.
expect from the internet, and like he's just not like, yeah.
Harley, do you think Ian was right to cancel that? Or
I've always been at a place where there are so many decisions I would have done differently, but I've always acknowledged, okay, this is your event, do whatever. When
Yeah.
Froggy got kicked off the card, I remember calling to be like, yo, so this is so much drama unfolding. And he was like, oh yeah, I just told Froggy he's not on the card. And I was
That's
like,
so true, Sake. Projecting what they tried to do at Tana's event onto him. Oh
Yup.
my god, I never
Yup.
thought about it that way.
Yup.
That's true.
So true.
Oh my god. He's not actually Hitler's top guy. You're telling me he's not really Hitler's top guy?
Oh, that's gonna not go over well.
Yeah.
And I still understood his logic, not the
Right.
Sam thing. I thought it was for insulting his wife, so I understood. I'm like, yeah, back your wife, sure. But I was
Did you bring
still
me the
like,
almonds?
people are gonna
Almonds?
feel
Yeah.
away
Yeah.
They're in the
100%. And
It'll be
you know,
fine.
they really, and now that I know that there were so many other people working at Creator Clash other than them, if I were their partners, I would have been like, who cares? Let that
Yeah.
guy come here. Who cares about any of that? Let him fight. It's
Yeah.
a YouTube boxing event. You know, let it all happen.
Yeah.
Or,
I mean, if he was really
there was
worried,
a lot of gatekeeping.
right?
Gatekeeping this event. That's the less gatekeeping there is.
Yeah,
the
Tafka, are you talking about the one where he was outside and the camera guy was like super chill and like just not weird and treated him like a human being, and Sam Hyde just was really sincere?
more successful it could be.
I love that interview.
Charity.
Right.
Correct.
And also, like that guy would have promoted it too. So
Yeah. And at that time, we were under the impression that it was still for a charity, right? So I thought to myself, well, why are you going to refund $10,000 that could have gone to charity? But now we all know the truth. It didn't go to charity.
And the event lost money, so it's not a great look.
that was for the first one.
Oh, that was for the first one. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and that was the thing, is they could be like, it was just 10,000, we raised 1.3 million. Which, once again, I was always telling Ian, I would always say, be proud of your work. Be proud of your work. And so, for example, when he came onto your show for the second Creator Clash, we weren't with him for that event, for that interview. So he goes on the show and he tells you that he's been bought.
I think that basically a bunch of stuff happened. I think there were a lot of factors. I think one of the things was like YouTube clamping down on their TOS and stuff. Post Adpocalypse was one thing. So in general, the YouTube culture shifted and made it less acceptable to be edgy. And then there was a big rise in like the I guess like the lefty movement, like people like Hassan started coming up. And I think Anisa started getting into that left-wing lefty stuff and kind of pushing Ian towards that direction. And then also I think the OnlyFans drama really, really, really radicalized her against like the bad edgy fans. And that's kind of what started it. Because they always talk about the OnlyFans thing like it's like this super traumatic thing, and like it was the one thing that changed their perspective on like who their old fans were. And I think they just started getting just pissed at the old fans and holding a grudge against them. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I think that she was fully down for all of that stuff in the past. Like, I think she thought it was funny. She was fully on board. Because if she really was against it at the time, like, she wouldn't have gotten with him at all. She just doesn't care. I think she's just pandering.
For 2 years now and all these other things, when in reality, he took freaking 6 months off to make a show with that Dax kid.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why wouldn't you go on to your show and promote?
Yeah, she did that to look cool for Hassan. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of the like political stuff is like, it's not even really like authentic to her. I think it's just she's trying to sort of clout chase and like appeal to as many people as possible, and it gives her this sense of like moral superiority.
What he was doing. Instead, he didn't promote what he was doing. He pretended like he was boxing the whole time. And for me, I'm like, I'm your boxing coach, and I can tell you never once showed up in 6 months. So now it's going to make me look worse if you tell people you're on year 2 of boxing, but you took 6 months off.
Yeah.
Can you guys spend a lot of time with them? Is there any other creators they specifically didn't like or that they were talking about?
We have to tell you guys about how like was it the real estate guy?
Oh, Stephen Graham. Oh man,
Yeah.
he pissed her off.
Stephen,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me
This
pull
is
up.
like 24 karat gold.
He's the finance guy, right? Oh, he
Yeah,
bought in the first
yeah.
one, right?
Yep. Super nice.
So wait, what did he? Yeah, he just seems like a pretty like. Wait, what?
He's a great person.
One,
This is a different Stephen Graham, right? Like.
No, I thought it was Graham Stephan.
Yeah, that's the guy from the Irish.
Oh, they're
Job.
talking about Dad, I think.
Graham
Yeah.
Stephan. Okay, I was like, he kind of.
Oh no, they're talking about this guy.
What's up, you
Yeah,
guys?
it did almost look like him. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
we know this guy. He's the finance guy.
She really is like a teenager. I feel like Hassan's audience is very teenagery. Like, it's appealing to the same types of stuff that gets teenagers on board. I don't know. I've always felt like his audience is very immature and like probably like emotionally stunted is a good way of saying it. Like, you have to feel like you're a hero and everything, and like you're the person fighting for some good cause and the whole world is against you. That kind of thing.
I could not
Yeah.
do
Very
that
nice
on
guy.
stream for very
It's
long.
fine.
Very nice. And like,
So what happened? How did he piss off Anissa?
So he owns properties. No, I'm just well, that was kind of it. But when they did
He's a
his
landlord.
show, 'cause we went to Vegas to promote the event, and when he went to do his podcast, he didn't have a chair for her. So she was super offended
was
by that.
pissed.
She was so pissed.
Jewish.
Yeah.
Did he not get her a chair? Is he
No,
by
no.
chance Jewish?
I don't know.
What's that?
Is he Jewish?
Oh,
We don't-
Stefan, good
yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah.
They're obviously Jewish.
Well, she might have thought so. If you hear.
Yeah, she might have thought so. She was so pissed because he had her. She was complaining about it, and he had a chair for Ian, but not one for her. So she had to sit in the back, far away, and she wasn't in frame. And so she was she thought that was so offensive that he would, like do a podcast with Ian and not
Wait,
give
let me
her.
pull that up. I want to see what the I want to see. it.
Graham's
So true. It kind of is like Steven Crowder-esque. Yeah, hipster douchebag chic. Yeah, something like that. I don't even know. Because his fans, it's so weird. His fans are like not like him at all. They're like almost kind of the opposite. Like, Hassan is a pretty masculine dude.
Yeah, he was in a frat.
He was in a frat. He was literally a frat bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, guys, go watch our old video.
The Hassan video,
The first video.
There's a segment in that where I go over, like, I looked at a bunch of reviews of his old frat. Actually, Erica found them.
Yeah, not to be an Anissa, but that was all my doing.
I know his frat was like infamous for all of these girls getting like groped at parties.
Yeah, one of them was like, "Don't go here unless you want to get raped."
Yeah,
it's like
crazy.
actually insane. And we read reviews from the time when he was there. Like, those were literally the reviews from his
The
year.
years that he was in
Those
the
were
actual
his-
frat.
Those were his brothers. Like, actually.
Those were his frat brothers.
Sir is actually a fan of our show. He's invited me and Lean out to dinner
that's
when we were
nice.
in Vegas.
Yeah, not to mention the pickup artist. I don't know if he was an actual pickup artist, but he would like talk like a douchey pickup artist guy. Yeah. The bro tip thing, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Graham was great. Graham was super nice.
He's
Like,
a nice
Michael
kid.
Reeves was great. Graham was great. Like, I
Oh,
tried
yeah,
to help
Mike-
Graham
yeah.
a lot.
So, I'm trying to pull it up. Wait, this is not. I want to see their interview. The iced coffee hour, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I feel
Iced
bad. Michael
coffee
Reeves' skin is so fucked
hour.
up.
I'm just
Yeah.
curious what the set situation was like. Oh, look at his dumb ass all beat up.
Yeah, no room for her.
Frugal War.
So she was seething that she couldn't be in the episode. They didn't want her in the episode. Dude, I wouldn't want her in the fucking episode either. Like, I don't want Anissa talking the whole time. I'm sorry. But if you have her on, if you give her a microphone, she's going to be the one telling everything.
Yep.
And idubbbz will just let her talk for him.
I don't do that, do I?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Readers out there, welcome back to another episode of the Iced Coffee Hour podcast featuring Graham, Stefan, and Jack Harlow. We are now up to $136,083.
Nice.
That's a good guess.
Is it
Great
even?
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, 198,000.
So let me just kind of
heard him.
So they have a limited space. It seems like they have like a very specific.
I would feel
set.
terrible
Let me
if
see.
I even.
I'm a professional podcaster, so I can look at this and I can say what happened, right?
This is not what podcasts are.
Okay, listen, I've got credentials. You have no credentials. Where does he get off saying that?
You've chosen essentially the Keemstar.
Can they hear that, Dan? Okay, good.
No,
So it seems
America's fucked in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? There's lots of stuff to criticize. It's not about that.
Every country, the thing is, like, every country has problems, and these people act like America's problems are like significantly worse than every other country's problems in the world.
They genuinely act like America is like one of the least free, like most racist countries in the world. And
Yeah. That's the problem I have, is they exaggerate it so much. Like, it's like you can address America's problems without demonizing America and saying it's a horrible place that's like fundamentally flawed. I don't like that approach.
Yeah, and I'm a big shit talker in America, okay? I hate the way our health insurance is set up. Insurance is such a scam in general. I'm not saying we should necessarily have socialized healthcare, but something's wrong, okay? I shouldn't have to be on the phone for hours, but talking between my insurance, my pharmacist, and my doctor, okay?
Yeah.
Those bitches should work it out themselves.
Like, you're making a business deal and you're trying to
Yes! Yeah, it's so annoying.
All right, guys, what if I present you with this offer? Like,
Yeah, and I hate BlackRock. We're big BlackRock haters here, I would say.
yeah.
And
That's like not even an America thing though at this point. That's like a worldwide organization.
Yeah, it's a big problem. And the lobbying is so bad here. It's not that America is perfect. Far from it. It's just like the way that they frame it.
Yeah. American exceptionalism, but only the problem. Yeah. Yep.
Seems like they just have
they act like this is a third world country. True.
Preset thing here, right? Like that seems. Or maybe they were just like this girl's annoying.
Yeah, to be honest, I just think they wanted.
Yeah, Ethan just said, yeah, we don't want this bitch on here. She's fucking annoying.
Yeah.
I think they just wanted to.
They meet her and they're like, yeah, you do not pass the vibe check. I'm sorry. Sorry, we have quality standards for our podcast.
Dude,
you got to get out of here.
This guy looks like he wants to kiss Ian. Look at this face he's giving him.
This guy right here?
Yeah.
Maybe he does.
Look at him. He's so romantic.
I would support that more than Anisa and Ian.
And he's the guy. Well, I mean, what the fuck? Why do you have to be in everything, Anisa? Sit back, sit down.
So wait, I gotta tell you this part. Forget Ethan. So like when we came to LA with them that first time, right, to be on your show.
Yeah.
It was so interesting because those two are very unprofessional. They're bad with communication, and they don't ever tell us anything ahead of time. So it's always last minute, right? So basically, the day before we were supposed to come on your H3 podcast, she was like, "Oh, I gotta get back to the hotel. I gotta rest and prep myself because I have a podcast tomorrow," and made it seem like it was just her. And so we're like, "Oh wow, maybe she's like this big YouTuber and she's gonna go on a podcast and we're just gonna follow her."
She never earned her fame.
Nope, of course
she
not.
is not interesting enough or likable enough to be famous. She's famous because she's idubbbz's wife. Like, that's just true. She wouldn't have gone anywhere without idubbbz.
Around. Turns out it was actually about Ian.
That's why it's so annoying. Like, she'll sit down and like hog the mic for everything, and it's like nobody wants to hear what you have to say. We don't like you. You're not famous for being yourself. You're famous for being idubbbz's wife. Like, please let him talk.
Clash, you know what I mean? So she, I feel like she was going on H3 for her.
We're eating breakfast, so we go to eat breakfast in a hotel, and she's like, "I have a podcast."
Yeah, same, Ari. I feel that.
Podcast today.
Yeah.
And then Ian didn't say anything, so we're like, "Oh, she has a podcast, but Ian doesn't have a podcast." And then we go to Super Mega House, and it was Ian's podcast. And we're like, why didn't Ian say he had a podcast today? Instead, she kept talking about how she had a podcast to do. And it was so odd, because then when we got there, it was like, wait, this is Ian's podcast.
I don't know if I've noticed that when they come on together, she does most of the talking.
Yeah.
I'm struck by a memory long ago when they started dating at our old office back in the day. That was a long time ago. And
this is juicy.
Ian was like the content cop guy back then. And she was there, and there was kind of a narrative about how she was like just kind of a clout demon. And she was... I was like, "Do you want to sit in with us?" And then Ian actually was like, "No, she doesn't. She's not going to be in it." Like, he asserted himself.
Based.
And I was like, "Wow, that seems like he's pretty guarded about putting her on camera," because and it seemed to me that she was disappointed, and he was trying to protect himself and his image. But obviously a lot has changed since then.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. She told me that
I feel like she's the type, if no one's listening to her, she'll be like, "Excuse me, I'm talking. I'm a woman. You need to listen to me." That is so true. This bit of context from them is insane. Yeah, I mean, idubbbz was so much more, like they said, guarded. He was very private back then, but I think he also like knew that if he started like making his relationship public and involving her in all the podcasts and everything, like it would just not be good. It's just like a point of weakness. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He was so much more full of life back then. It was crazy. He
was.
made his own decisions. He was his own man. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Though,
So
I think he was on like episode 2 of the H3 podcast or
Yeah.
something, and I always thought that episode was so funny.
is that the one where Ethan was like, I can't believe that I
Yeah.
can say
The one where so idubbbz in that episode was super like he was like awkward, like on I think it was intentional, like he was being super awkward, like looked really uncomfortable the whole time. And Ethan was like, I love that I can just say blank blank. And he kept saying it over and over to the point where idubbbz was like, okay, this is like you're forcing it. Like you could tell idubbbz was like, he was cringing a little bit. That was a funny episode. You know, had his balls, let's just put it that way. Yeah. 100%. No one should have that much power over you in a relationship. For
Yep.
sure. Yeah, for sure. Especially just like it'd be one thing if you could tell he was like super happy and fulfilled, but you can just tell that he is not happy. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Like you can tell that he is lost, very, very lost, and he doesn't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, he just seems so sad and
Yeah.
empty and like motorless, you know?
Yeah, true. Tafka, yeah. That is pretty much what social media is, just a fake, bizarre world.
The reason why we
Simulacra and simulation. You know what I'm
all these
saying?
friends that wanted to.
Oh, this is
use
sad
the-
too.
Then
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. She
Pretty
told
much
me
everything.
that the reason why we moved away from LA was because she had all these friends that wanted to use Ian and just take from him.
Oh my
And
God,
so-
she's
yeah.
she is so doing textbook isolating him.
It is.
Yeah, she's isolated.
Wait.
They moved away from LA because Anisa said all of their friends, all of Ian's friends just wanted to use him. So we have to move to where you have no friends.
It's
That
just,
is
like funny. It's
sad.
just, like fucked up.
That's so sad. Like just because you're a famous YouTuber doesn't mean all your friends want to use you. In fact, that's pretty ironic and probably projection because they seem to use everyone around them too. They used Ethan and Hila to promote their boxing event while secretly hating them.
Yeah, Ari, a lot of people downplay like female abuse, like
Yeah.
abuse towards men.
Totally.
Isolating him, and literally, besides me and Michael in the gym, he doesn't have any friends.
Wait,
and
this
she
is
has
actually
no friends.
really sad.
Has no friends.
So
at all.
sad.
It's ridiculous.
That's why I would feel bad for him.
Yeah.
That's why I felt bad all the time.
But also, it makes so much sense that he doesn't have any friends. Like that makes 100% sense.
He had friends.
Yeah,
like-
he used to have friends.
Remember he had his roommate, or maybe not his roommate, but he had a close friend that was always in a lot of his video. He was in the Keemstar Content Cop, and he would help him film and stuff. Like, just I'm sad for him. Like he is isolated.
100%. Okay.
Like,
It's
man,
so
it's
hard.
just sad.
Yeah.
And Graham
Jesus.
Stephan's a Jew.
He is.
Yeah, I asked ChatGPT.
There it is. I fucking knew it. I knew it.
It all
No
makes
wonder she
sense.
hates him, right?
That's so
Ninja
surprising. The
Fortnite.
money YouTuber? Crazy.
Dude, can we admit how much of a banger that song is? Jewish
It's
music
so
is
good.
awesome.
It's so good.
I love Jewish music.
Stop it, Harley. Stop it.
Let me have fun. I thought that's what podcasting is.
We're more than that, Harley.
Yes.
Jewish.
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 They have so many clips
So,
of people saying
Breath
Jewish.
Image, so that's funny.
It's
So that was
Anisa.
That's Anisa?
It's yeah, you know what it's from? It's from that clip where she goes, "As terrible as the Holocaust was,
Oh, yeah.
there were a lot of groundbreaking medical experiment or discoveries that came from that experimentation." And she lists like, "Oh yeah, you know, gay people, gypsies, blah 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 blah." Oh, and they were
Yeah.
obviously Jewish. That's where the Jewish comes from.
Any other creators that they were all hyped out about?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to remember who else.
I know that they you know what's sad is because they speak poorly about Dad, you know, Nathan Barnett all the
So
time.
sad.
And, Yeah, they do. They just say he's a weirdo and
Aw.
he does crazy stuff.
Yeah, but are they lying?
But they.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I love
mean,
that.
yeah,
I'm go joking around.
No,
I
I'm
love
kidding.
that.
I'm kidding.
I mean, well, he's a strange guy, but that
Yeah,
didn't
but
sound like
it's
they said
sad.
it in a good way.
It's sad because you know why? I see all the heart that Nathan puts into the Creator Clash. I see, how much he cares about
It's true.
Ian and Nisa. And
True.
so for Ian and Nisa to throw those kind of comments around when we're about to go meet, Dad, it's just like, it's sad because we see him and then his eyes light up. He's so happy that it's Ian and
Aw.
Nisa, but
You
then
know,
but
That's really sad.
That is so. I have always felt bad for Dad.
Dad got
Dad
so
didn't do anything.
he got
wrong.
he got a lot of he got a lot of shit around the last Creator Clash too. Like,
Yeah.
I think it was actually Ethan who was saying something like, "Oh, he's got was that Ethan or Ian who was saying he's got dead girlfriend energy?"
That was not. I don't think that was Ethan. Maybe it was. I can't remember now. But he even if he's a little strange, who cares? It's really not. Why do we have to shit talk him? That's so sad.
Yeah.
That makes me really upset because he seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
talk so much shit about him all the time.
I had a little tiff with Dad, but
Oh,
everything's
maybe it
all
was
good.
a dead
Water under the
girlfriend.
bridge, but
It was him.
He seems like a very sweet, interesting
Interesting, yes.
guy,
Yeah.
but definitely passionate about boxing and putting on a great show for
Yeah.
them. I mean, from Creator Clash 1, his fight with Matt was the one that...
Oh, it was Fantano when he was on H3. Okay, yeah. But they totally resolved the beef. They apologized to him and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, imagine falling for neo-Nazi propaganda on stream. That claim of oh, there were so many groundbreaking discoveries from the experiments. That was always such a weird claim to me. Even when I was a kid, I was super impressionable. I never was oh yeah, that's totally legit. She literally just heard somebody say that and repeated it and didn't even look into what they were saying.
I don't think that's true at all, even a little bit. I think they were totally needless and violent for no reason.
Yeah.
I don't I'm sure there were some maybe there were some good scientists involved in it, but I don't think the science itself was very good. There was no controls,
Well,
there was no...
yeah, I mean the claim is that without that there wouldn't have been so many important medical discoveries. But
what?
Like what? Yeah.
Like what?
They were doing weird ass shit. They were doing insane shit.
You can't sew the arm of another person onto a different person.
Wow, great discovery.
No way.
No
I had
way.
no idea.
Good thing we didn't try that.
Oh,
Not everyone was talking
thank
about.
God.
Joe Rogan watched it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. And she was
Whoa,
upset.
why does it
She wanted
lie?
all the credit.
Yeah.
So they used to call him a weirdo.
Yeah, but he literally had some of the most viral moments of both
Oh yeah.
shows. So,
Fantano sucks, dude.
Oh, I hate Fantano.
I hate how he totally cucked out when he ran a meme channel and he collabed with Sam Hyde and immediately folded when he had one article written about him. It's so sad. And then in order to he had to prove that. That's why I think he went super far left, is because he had to prove that he actually was really anti right wing after that article came out. I think that was really damaging to him or something.
Also, I've always felt that sometimes he's just talking out his ass.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's he acts like he speaks with authority, but I don't think he has very much authority. He's just a kind of a nerdy guy. I don't always fuck with his music taste. I'm not.
No, he gave one of my favorite albums a 0, and he refused to give it a real review. So I hate him.
another person that I know they didn't like the William Haynes, was it?
Oh yeah, the one that fought on 62.
Yeah. Well, they didn't like his post-fight speech.
Yeah.
And a lot of us thought it was hilarious.
He said the Anisa word.
Which
What's
guy?
that?
What's his name?
Was it
William Haynes
William Haynes, right?
from
Yeah.
SourceFed?
You?
He said the
Is he
N
Jewish?
word at the end.
I don't know.
If he wants.
So
Yeah.
okay, hold on.
He's a really nice guy. I love Will.
Yeah, he was hilarious.
Yeah.
So
Is
that's
this
what I'm
him?
saying
This
is-
guy seems this guy seems like older. This guy was
Oh,
born in
no, no, no.
900.
No.
1900. Oh,
Is
900,
this
okay.
him? Like an
Died in
old sepia
1973.
photo.
Died in the 70s.
Wait, this guy was at Creator Clash? No way. It was Red Light by Blade.
R. Willings is
He died. This guy's been dead apparently for
I think I'm wearing the shirt right.
60 years or something.
Hey, he's got the shirt on.
Got the shirt on.
As big as some of the other people.
He keeps
as
that
far
thing
as,
on
like,
him.
Can someone send me a list of this guy? He's losing out on this Google search to someone who died a decade ago.
SourceFed. He was on SourceFed.
Wait,
HAYNES.
Oh, okay. So he fought. Oh,
yeah,
SourceFed.
Froggy Fresh.
Post-fight speech. But he was he was one of the people that like came out and he on his IG and all these other things, he still promotes the event all the time.
He's very supportive.
And so I'm like a lot of the people that like supported it the most or got the most out of it, like Dad or him, are also people that
the U.S. did take in a lot of Japanese scientists to get their hands on their notes and such, which is kind of weird. I think they just said they could never get that data ethically. Interesting.
I mean, I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could do other animal studies and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Fantano can't see the vision with Blade. He's a senseless buffoon. That is true. That is music to my ears. I'm so glad that you agree with me on that.
they were like,
it's funny because he likes the newer, shittier Blade albums, but not the
well,
old good.
The newest one, he actually, which I like a lot. I didn't like a lot of his music from like 2020 to like 2023, but he put out like a really good album last year, and Fantano actually gave it a decent score. So
that was the first time.
That was the first time he liked one of the albums that I liked. So.
Yeah, but let's not even get into the fucking Japanese. I could talk about that shit for a long time. It's actually crazy how much the Japanese were able to like worm their way out of any responsibility for the horrific crimes that they committed.
Oh, I mean, I think we committed a pretty horrific thing against them.
Well, yeah, but we feel really bad about that. The Japanese are like, they completely ignore it, and they like, it's actually crazy. No one escaped the Japanese prison camps. Every single person that was in there died. There was like literally no reports.
It is interesting that we don't hear as much about what happened there compared to Germany and stuff too, because there was fucked up shit going on everywhere during World War II, for sure.
And Japan doesn't even teach their own people about their dark history. Like, they really try to sweep it under the rug. It's really messed up.
I think that the culture is just different. Like, they're obviously very ashamed of what they did and stuff.
They don't even know about it anymore. A lot of the younger people don't.
But I think that's why it's because the older people are
so
ashamed and they want to forget about it. But yeah,
it was
Is this it?
literally disturbing, and the way they treated their prisoners of war in Japan, barbaric, disgusting, like horrifying.
Yeah,
rarely see stuff like that.
Yeah. They learned some stuff about hypothermia or whatever, because no one else was willing to freeze humans to find. Oh, whoa. That's wild.
It's horrible.
That's him. Yeah.
Is this because it says this is the weirdest post-fight speech ever? Because I'm curious what he said. Hold on. But this speech was given in the ring after the fight.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dynamic Banter, by the way. Shout out to Dynamic Banter.
You know, Dan Carlin's Hardcore History is a great 6-part series. Dude, I am so uneducated about history, and I've actually become more interested in it recently. Like, I started watching some ancient Egypt shit, like when I was going to sleep and stuff, and it's so cool. Like, I feel like I couldn't appreciate it when I was a kid at all. I didn't care about what happened in the past, but now it's like kind of fascinating to me.
I did not have the appreciation for it at the time, but the thing is, I'm not really that interested in World War II.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in like way older stuff. I have sort of a like medieval hyperfixation right now that's like getting kind of to a what would you call that?
A crescendo?
No, like what is it when you're like so obsessed with something that you think about it way too much?
Oh, I don't know.
I have limerence with medieval times. That's the only word I can think of.
They viewed any surrender as dishonorable, so they viewed enemy soldiers as less than human. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It was a crazy, crazy time.
You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Steve Saragosa's podcast. He's a good guy. They were on a
Shout
show
out.
together. This is old YouTube. Even before you were even on YouTube, Ethan.
Yeah.
You don't even know.
No,
bro.
Society started going wrong at the Renaissance. Don't at me.
You come from another age, my friend, for sure.
Yeah,
I'll
you were
I'll check him
vaping on
out.
the streets.
I wasn't.
Might check out the Shane Gillis thing too.
Probably not even that far.
Our
in
friends
life.
hate Shane Gillis.
Yeah, we got some friends that hate Shane Gillis.
They're big haters.
I can't really hate. He seems like a pretty cool guy.
I think his impression of people with Down syndrome is funny. I think it's like really accurate.
Yeah.
And he seems like a chill guy. Also, his Trump impression is really good.
His Trump impression is really good.
In some of Casey's old videos. Casey Neistat.
Oh, so you love him?
Yeah.
They're fighting for your life.
I would pay very good money to be in.
What are they doing? Why did they edit between
what is the
every single
jump
word?
cuts?
I'm sorry, but what a
And
dynamic
that's what I
banter.
learned. You should not have to
Watch
give
how
a
they edited
speech
this guy.
after fighting for your life.
I would pay very good money to be in that booth while that's happening. This is the first time for.
Well, what they say is like, oh, he's just like your average like funny friend or like a funny guy you went to high school
Yeah,
with.
he's like a funny guy you'd meet at a bar. That's how he's not that funny.
But I feel like that's underselling
Yeah.
him a little bit. Like,
They're just big haters. That's the thing.
yeah. Shane got personally offended at Andrew Scholes when they were making fun of Down syndrome people on his podcast. Really? That's funny.
What just happened?
I think it's AI. AI
I
trimming,
would
yeah.
be very good.
It's time for me in.
So here it is. Okay.
It's like cut to William Haynes, and he's gonna say something nice.
And we're out.
probably.
All you mean so much to me. Without the line
Oh, he says the lion hose. So he's saying all the hose means so much to me. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's doing a gag.
What does he say? What does
That's
he say?
funny.
What does he say?
I came here to take ass and bring names, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Cut to the wide. Cut to the wide. Commercial.
And that's what I learned.
So he said, "I want to thank all the hoes tonight. I'd be nowhere without you." And then what did they? Because that seems like obviously it's a gag, right? But also this is a boxing event, and also you're the N-word guy and girl. You guys are the N-word couple.
right.
So like, I mean, just a little hoe joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what did they say about the speech?
Oh, they were super offended by it, and they were like, "Oh, I can't believe you."
Yeah, and it's like, are you
What did
gonna
he
be
do?
offended? Like, are you really gonna be offended at like the word hose, like
That's
in
crazy.
passing? Like, have you ever listened to like rap music where they say that? Like, come on.
That's like something I would pretend to be offended about, like as
Right.
a joke.
Yeah, like it's just like it's so like not like demeaning or anything, and obviously wasn't meant as a demeaning thing at all.
He was
That it
also-
doesn't matter.
He was also totally like playing a character and like doing a bit. Like it's really not
Yeah,
that serious.
and not to mention it was funny as fuck.
Yeah,
so
it
it's
was.
like it was awesome. He gets the hoe pass. I feel like.
Did that. Like there was a lot of stuff that it was just kind of in passing. Like I wasn't ever really taking notes on all the people.
Yeah,
that
of course.
Yeah, it was just kind of, there was so much. Plus there was.
Yeah, he messed that up on purpose. It's like a joke. He was
Yeah.
there to take ass and what did he say?
He said like ass and
Oh,
names,
yeah, he was
but
there
I'm
to
all
take
out of.
ass and kick names.
Yeah.
And he's all out of bubble gum.
Yep. Yeah, Creator
a
Clash
lot-
was trying really hard to be PC, so it was like the slightest, like that comment is such a not a big deal at all, but like they're so sanitized that it's like in contrast with everything else that was going on there, like that was so extreme to them.
They
So
wouldn't even
stupid.
let their fighters like have pretend beef or anything. Like that's why people like fights.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
That's the best part about fights is the pretend beef
right.
or the real beef.
Happened in those 2 years, and yeah, a lot of it. Like I thought there was gonna be a damn documentary on, so I thought a lot of this stuff
Yeah.
would have came out, but
Yeah.
it never did. So.
Wow.
There was a moment where I thought she was gonna get upset with AB, like during the, I believe, second Creator Clash, because she came to the gym one day, and I don't know if this rings a bell, but because I don't know the YouTube world, right? but she says somewhere along the lines of like there was like an AI sexual thing or a video that was done.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I guess like AB either shared it or like knew about it.
There's no way that's true, AB, right?
And that
He's like, what?
yeah. And then she was like, "Ugh, I find that so offensive. Like I'm gonna have to talk to him. And then
I
was
think
just,
she's referring to the cutie Cinderella thing.
You didn't do anything.
Yeah, what does AB
Yeah,
have to
what
do with
the-
that?
He's on the show.
yeah, I guess she brought it to the gym.
But what does
Everyone
it have to do with
trained.
AB? Yeah, it has nothing to do with AB. You're gonna have to talk to AB about something I did.
Sometimes you just take an opportunity.
This is
to
for
talk to
Ian's
AB.
career and reputation.
I love that clip.
They have
Give
the
me a sec
video
here, guys,
too.
just to enjoy the moment.
So we know the cutie. Do you want to explain it?
Yeah, so basically, Cutie Cinderella is Ludwig's girlfriend, and somebody made like AI deepfake porn of her, and this one streamer got caught with a tab open of that AI deepfake porn.
And they were friends.
They were friends, so it was really weird.
Yeah, he was watching deepfake porn of his friend.
Yeah, so but basically like Ethan was covering it on his stream, covering her reaction. She made a video where she was just like sobbing, crying, like talking about how hurt she was, and they started playing this funny meme song of like this
song.
guy, the chestnuts roasting over an open fire guy.
Mhm.
And they started cracking up. Like Ethan was like, "Zach, play it." And basically they got criticized for like being insensitive to a girl that was really hurt by like being
Yeah.
victimized by having AI porn.
It's honestly all Zach's fault. I don't even think Ethan
It wasn't Zach's
Ethan
fault.
told him to play it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Zach, they talk about it here, but
Didn't she make him apologize on stream? I don't remember that. Maybe.
Have you ever seen such a flawless victory in your life? Chestnuts roasting. Jack Frost. Frosting. I don't know what's the word. Thank you, Zach. Thank you to enough.
By the way,
yeah, Tafka, things have changed so much. Like I feel like even when I was a kid, like in the 2000s, like people weren't like thinking about race nearly as much as they are now. Like race was not a thing. People were like, it wasn't a hot button topic. Like people were just, you would be in the class with all your different friends of all different colors, and
Yeah.
nobody was like thinking about that stuff. People would laugh at stuff that was funny, and that was it. Like
Yeah, and you would just make jokes, and then you would be friends with them the next day. It was like literally just jokes.
right, yeah, like I never even like thought about anyone else's race like at all. It's just so different now. I have to remember Ethan was edgy like the rest of Ian's friends. Yeah. I remember a video of him with her angrily in the background apologizing. Honestly, I thought the Cutie Cinderella chestnuts thing was so funny. I thought that was hilarious.
It is such a non-issue. It was like really not that big of a deal. Like it was fucked up,
yeah.
and I think it was fucked up what happened to her. Like I don't think that should have happened, and I feel bad that her friend was watching it. That's really sad.
Yeah, I think the friend part is the worst part of
Yeah.
it. But I just thought that clip where Ethan was just like, they start playing this ridiculous video on top of this girl crying, was like, the juxtaposition was so funny. It wasn't funny because he was like disrespecting her
Yeah.
or like making a mockery out of her. It was just the contrast was hilarious.
wait, for the record, a lot of people don't know why a lot of us were laughing in that moment. It wasn't actually the chestnuts moment. It was just the way that it played out.
Yeah.
It was
Ethan-
awkward. It was coarse. It
very
was
awkward.
It was
you know what I mean?
nobody should be blamed for anything that happened in the office other than me.
Well,
Like,
it was.
thank you for
It was
saying
more that.
Yeah, we love to make fun of stereotypes. Yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
thing is like a lot of racial humor is, I feel like, more targeted at like the absurdity of racism rather than like being actually racist.
Yeah.
Like, I think the absurdity of racism is really funny sometimes. You know what
Because
I mean?
it's like it's so silly. It's so silly how tribal we are. You know what I mean? We've
Yeah.
always been like that, and like it's just funny to make fun of it and to like be a little shocking.
Yeah.
You kept telling
right?
Zach to play
Obviously.
it, and then as soon as he did, you blamed Zach. So
I
that-
told Zach to play it. I bullied him into playing
You
it.
totally did.
Zach was
You
like, I'm
tried
not
to throw
doing
him
it.
under
And
the
I
bus.
said,
That's why
play
we were
it.
laughing.
You guys have no idea what we're talking about. That's okay. We'll move on. So you guys had mentioned you hung out with Ian one time without Anisa, and he was normal.
Oh my god, it was so nice.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is the sparring
Oh my god, it was so nice.
sessions that we had, or just the week that she was gone, was the most normal he ever was. That's why I remember on his show or on your show, he said that without Anisa, he's super awkward, and I was like, that's not true at all.
Opposite.
Like, you became famous without her.
Yeah, she convinced
Like, what
him
the
that
hell
was
are you
true.
talking about?
Yeah.
And then
You hear that? She convinced him that that's true. He's so weird, and he needs her there all the time to
Yeah.
to talk for him. How sad is that?
when anytime he was there without her, after sparring, a lot of times.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard that about the what's the team that like their name was like the whatever Redskins?
Oh,
Who is that?
No, that's the Chiefs. The
Because
Redskins.
I heard that like
I
the Native Americans in the area were like they weren't offended at all.
Oh, and don't get me started on the Land O'Lakes shit. Because the Land O'Lakes girl that they took off of the packaging, first of all, she was so cute. She was so cool. I loved looking at the packaging when I was a kid. But it was literally drawn by a Native American woman.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get more unracist than that.
Right. Yeah. I
like-
love her, the Queen of Felting, and dude, she really is. She really is. It's awesome.
The guys all hang out together, and that's usually when she would interrupt it and then tell him he had to leave. But then when she wasn't there, he'd hang out for like an hour and a half after his training session and just like hang out and talk to the guys, watch training. He actually seemed like he liked it at those points. So it was very odd.
How
that sometimes
crazy is that? He actually seemed
Aw.
interested in boxing when she wasn't there. When he didn't have this fucking annoying witch talking in his ear the whole time. And he actually was there in the moment. Oh my god.
Damn.
That's sad. That's just sad. Like, he has to live with this every day.
times he would seem like he hated boxing, and then other times like that when she was gone, he would hang out for an hour and a half after the session.
Yeah, you would see moments of him breaking through and being his true self, and then I would have hope for him. But then she would go and like have like a talking point, and then he would back her. So then I'm just like, you know what? Forget it. I don't feel sorry for you anymore, Ian. I'm
Well, and
tired.
I didn't know sometimes because sometimes he would say that she's the one like keeping him on the boxing path.
Yeah, Redskins, I could take or leave. I think it's fine that they got rid of it because it is kind of like if there was a team called like the Brownskins or something, it's like I don't know.
But the point is that it wasn't the Native Americans in the area that were offended by it. It was
Yeah.
it was like it was just
It
people
was-
who
it was white
decided
people.
it was it was white people who decided that it was offensive for them.
Yeah.
And I think it's very different if like a group of people tells you like, hey, this is kind of fucked up, can you stop doing this, versus like when it's somebody else being like, this is offensive on their behalf.
Yeah, it's just hard because there's so many kooky individuals of any race that could tell you that something is offensive.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that one person I follow on Instagram.
I don't know who you're talking about.
well, nothing.
Okay.
And then other times I felt like she was kind of the reason that it was hard for him. So it was hard to figure out if he's in charge or if she's in charge.
Right.
Because some of the times it seemed like, okay, Ian's in charge and this is what's going on. And then other times he would say things and you're like,
I feel like I can't even repeat that, but it's so funny.
her words. Like, that's not your words at all.
That's such a bizarre freaking way to navigate the world, man. What's
You
going
did have
on?
a moment at the sorry.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say she had a moment at the gala, Creator Clash 2, where she gave a speech, and she had gone up there, and I remember she said her speech began with, when I gifted Ian boxing.
Jesus.
What?
And then she went on
That
to
is
explain
crazy.
it.
Ian boxing?
We're always fascinated by that choice of words, and it's something my partner and I, my
How do you
podcast
get
partner, we always.
He might have been bullied by his parents and stuff. That would also explain why he wanted to be like an internet tough guy type character. I mean, not tough guy. What is that? Is that what would you call him? Like his old content cop persona.
Yeah, tough guy's fine, I think.
Yeah, he was like the cool guy who had the authority on everything, and like maybe that makes sense.
Yeah, well, didn't him or Anisa, probably Anisa, talk about how his parents are like fucked up or whatever?
They
Or
did,
someone?
yeah, at some point, yeah.
That's
Well, that's what we always say. We always do that.
Yeah, the
Whenever
Washington Skins of Color. There we go. I can repeat that one.
someone's doing something they enjoy. I'm like, well, ever since I gifted you video games,
Yeah.
Wow.
finally
What a
enjoy
weird
them.
comment. All right, this next question's very salacious, so it's totally up to you. You can pretend like you don't even know what I'm talking about if you want. But what I've heard is that she was hitting on one of his sparring partners and was obsessed with him and gave him a VIP pass to the event.
A lot of his sparring partners got the passes, but she definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them. Because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch everything.
I forgot we still hadn't gotten to this point.
Wow.
And then, even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it.
She was into watching another guy beat Ian's ass. Oh my god.
Yeah, I want to say that. I want to say that before. So Anisa never gave shoutouts to Michael training Ian at all, but she put out the first video of Ian like getting hit, rocked in sparring when Ian was sparring with her crush. Yeah.
Oh my god.
By the way, I mean, I haven't seen the video, but it sounds like she posted a video of him getting hit really hard. So that's just another layer of this humiliation thing.
Wait, who was hitting her? Do we know?
No,
Or him?
it was
Who
the
was
guy
hitting
she
him?
had a crush on.
But who was it?
They talk about him. He's just some tattooed guy, I guess.
They-
Some guy with tats.
Oh my god.
Hitting Ian, and that's the video she decides to post from the training. Not anything where Ian looks cool and is punching someone and getting a nice hit on them. No, it's a video of Ian getting his ass kicked. Wow. Just loves to humiliate him. I don't get it. Yeah, for sure, Ari. Yeah, I don't know if I trust her opinion of his family either. I feel like he's a very awkward person, and Anissa's a leech feeding off his insecurities. Yeah, I think he was by default like an awkward person, but it seemed like he had like coping mechanisms around that, and he kind of was more comfortable in his own skin. But what happened was like she knocked down all those coping mechanisms, and now he's built new like fucked up ones that don't work as well, or something like that. That would be my analysis there.
That was our friend Gabe.
She shared it.
Yeah.
And we have a clip too. You guys can share.
I would call. I
Yeah,
would call
she
him
definitely
Gorgeous
made him way
Gabe.
more insecure.
He's a beautiful
before-
guy.
Yeah, he's got tattoos.
Oh, his name's Gabe, Erica.
He's large. He's tan.
He's tatted up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might have. I bet they have on Kiwi Farms already.
Tattoos. Nobody calls him.
They figure everything out, especially if there's a video of him. I'm sure they know.
Nice
Gorgeous.
tattoo.
Wait, I have it. I need to check their thread. The Jomha's thread. Holy shit, I haven't checked it since this happened.
He has a very nice tattoo.
Yeah.
Oh, they're nice. Thanks.
Oh, so like
Thanks.
we can actually clear it up. Like they literally did say that when they go get tattoos, they either point at the wall and get one off the wall, or what they would do.
What?
They would tell.
They
the
point
tattoo-
at the wall.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we've
You
literally
knew that.
been we've literally been speculating that they are off the wall this
Oh
whole time.
yeah.
I didn't know that for sure. I've just been saying like they look like they're off the wall.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep. And then listen to this.
artist that if he had a tattoo he really wanted to do, then he could just do it on them.
Oh my god.
And so, like, all of these tattoos meant nothing except to somebody else.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's so odd to just go in and say, hey, if I'm
Couldn't
like,
agree more.
She was putting tattoos all over Ian.
Yeah, during his
We're like,
fight
what the
camp.
hell?
She was putting the tattoos on him. So that just confirms to me that the tattoo thing was definitely her idea, at least in the beginning. She wanted him to be all tatted up because she thinks guys look really hot with tattoos.
Dude, the fact that their tattoos are like the same makes me think like, why did he do that?
And it makes me think that he has no taste of his own, like, because you would imagine if you and I had tattoos, we would probably have two very different styles of tattoo, but we would both be able to be like, okay, I like your tattoos, but it's different than mine.
I think we dress exactly the same and look exactly the same, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we actually do kind of look the same.
Well, we look the same.
We look like siblings.
Yeah, everyone says we look like siblings, but we definitely dress very differently.
Yeah, she's branding him. Yeah, it's the mark of the beast.
Adam and I are like that meme of like the alternative girlfriend with the gamer boyfriend or whatever, except I'm not really alternative and he's not really a gamer. So not at all.
We're like that meme, but like not at all.
All the whole everything.
We just kind of look like those people.
And listen, you can make fun of my tattoos.
I'm in high heels and he's in like sneakers. What's the Taylor Swift song?
I have no idea. I harbor no hate for flash tattoos. That's really funny and really depressing. Yeah, it's mostly just depressing because it's like he's not doing it for himself, seemingly. He just wants to make her happy. Kind of.
Well, also, I think it's kind of cool to go to an artist that you really like and be like, tattoo whatever you want. I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
But these people are all generic, like, traditional tattoo artists. So it's like not like he loves the art or something.
Yeah. Well, it seems like he just wants they just want to have more tattoos just for the sake of having the tattoos and not because they're like, oh, I'm really inspired by this art, or like I want like a sleeve, I want like a chest piece. It's just like, all right, I got to add another tattoo to my arm to like fill up space. Like it's just very soulless. The tattoos that they have are very soulless to me.
But mine are sentimental. They have meaning.
Yeah.
It's not, and it's funny because everyone says like, "Oh, you just picked like a random tattoo out of the 25 cents gumball machine, whatever." But that sounds like it is what they did. They just picked something on the wall.
That's why I was like, I want to clarify because I always hear people talking about how they chose their tattoos. They didn't choose their tattoos. They walk in and they say, "Hey, tattoo whatever you want on me." There's only a couple tattoos that, like, I'm sure Anisa probably was in control of a lot of hers, but most of Ian's. I think the only one he chose was like the eagle on his chest.
That is
Otherwise,
crazy.
Everything else. Oh, and
the eagle on his chest is the best.
It's the best one by far.
Yeah.
She had this story too about how this girl had a crush on Ian at the gym and was asking about tattoos, and I'm like, that story was never true. That girl has like, she's married with children and has her own life. She just also does like tattoos. What's that?
It's projection.
Yes. Completely.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, because you've already exposed her for being like the first person that Ian's ever been with, right?
Yes.
So in my opinion, what happened was she even told us, she used to always tell her mom, "I'm going to be with a millionaire." And so we think that once
she used to tell her mom that she would be with a millionaire.
Oh,
how do you know
Her
that?
mom told her that it had to be someone rich.
How did you know that?
Well, she told
she
us.
would tell us that.
It was. I remember exactly.
Oh
it was
my
when
God.
we were in Vegas going to the
She's
other.
bragging about it to them. She's like, "Yeah, my husband is so rich." Yeah, isn't it funny how I ended up with like such a rich husband? Oh my God.
And we were inside the Uber, and we were with Ian and Anisa, and Anisa said that like her mom only had two expectations for her to marry someone that was rich and also to be of her religion, right? And so she said that Anisa goes, "Well, I mean, I didn't get someone that was of my religion, but at least I got one part of it right. He's rich." And then she like laughed about it, and then he was in the car, and you could tell he was bothered by it.
I was bothered.
Who wouldn't be bothered by that?
You just said he was near your
Yeah, this is on. It's like a fountain.
This is awesome.
That's like one of those
fucking
things that you
crazy.
never ever say.
Yeah,
like,
you couldn't torture that out of me.
You could think that's like a funny story, but like you could understand why a guy would be bothered by hearing that, right? Like she just has no social awareness at all. Yeah, the Uber driver, true. Yeah, they're definitely not enthused about tattoo culture beyond the look of it. Yeah, it's just about filling up space and being a tattooed person. Like
That's really
So
great.
Yeah. I felt like she was always trying to control him because she was the first girl he'd ever been with.
Yeah.
I felt like she didn't want other people. Like I felt like that was.
Did
why
you
she
know
didn't want
that?
with them.
That he
Yeah,
lost.
I mean,
you knew that?
he said he claimed.
Just to verify, because people are like, oh, you're making that up. You guys are co-signing. He was a virgin.
Well, he claimed he was with one other woman before her.
Oh.
So what Anisa told us was that
At camp.
Button.
yeah.
I'm
So
kidding.
Anisa told us that Ian had a girlfriend, but he
The button thing is so funny.
never had sex with her, and that she was a single mom.
So he lied.
and-
What?
Yeah,
He was with
and
a
that
single
that's
mom?
like he couldn't get anybody.
I
so
heard
like,
this.
So like this.
He was
yeah,
dating a
see, so
single
he-
mom?
Well, she
Yeah.
It was
And he
something
didn't have
about
sex
some
with her?
sort of MILF at rock.
So at the end of the day, like Anisa was the first person that he ever been with sexually. Like, yeah, that is still true.
Climbing or something.
He dated a single mom and like it wasn't serious at all. Like that is not, yeah, like
Yes.
Oh, rock climbing MILF with a child, and then they never had sex?
Only single
Know
player.
what to do.
So
Only single.
hold on. So he says they had sex, but she says they didn't have sex.
I couldn't figure it out, but I swear.
So Anisa told me directly that like he dated a single mom and it went nowhere, and he didn't know how to be in a relationship. So then they just kind of like broke up after a little bit, and then when Anisa met him, he was still living with his parents, right?
Yep.
And then she convinced him that he had to move out of his parents' house and buy a house, or she was gonna break up with him because she needed him
what just
to
happened?
be a real man.
Oh.
And so that's when he took his $1 million of money and went and bought that house
Yeah, same Ari.
that they lived in.
But also, then you saw on Discord that she said that his room in his parents' house stunk.
Convincing him to buy a house is crazy because it's like she's this new girlfriend at the time telling him what to do with his money, like for her benefit. That is so weird. Like, you're just like, you really need to get out of your parents' house. We need to get a house together immediately. You have to buy a house. You have the money for it. Why don't you just do it? Like, oh, bro. Well, yeah, I mean, that's fair that if it was his idea and he wanted to buy a house and everything, like, go for it. But if you want to just, you don't have a problem living with your parents, you're happy there and they're okay with it too, I don't think that he should have been pressured at all.
Look like trash is what she told her people on Discord. So
Detective Heart of America. The Film Cow guys did a ton of other good stuff beyond Llamas with Hats and Charlie the Unicorn. Oh, those guys. Wow, that's such a throwback. That's such a throwback. I remember Charlie the Unicorn was the shit when I was in like elementary school. That was what we all watched.
so it's like no wonder
I think I remember Llamas with Hat. Yeah, Carl. Okay, yeah, I remember that too.
why she wanted him to move out of that house. His room.
YouTube was so much fun when it was like all creative stuff like that was on the front page. And now it's kind of like, because there's just so much content, it's like it's hard for somebody like an animator to be a big YouTuber now. Like you're going to be a new animator, it's just not possible for you to put out a bunch of content for someone to watch you every single day. Like you're basically like working on something that you release maybe like once a month or like once every 2 weeks at most, just because of how much work goes into making an animation.
Stunk like trash.
It's just you can't compete with people who are making a bunch of like YouTube shorts or something.
Move out because she
Well,
wanted to get her
I
claws
think-
deeper.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I think the stink follows him. It's probably not the trash.
But so literally, she was the first person that he had ever really
You
been
know
with.
what?
Yeah, she used the house against him like it determined their relationship. Yeah, that's crazy.
I gotta say something.
It sounds to me like she just used him to get a house, kinda. That was one part of what she was using him for a little bit.
Toxic gender norms. She was bragging about how she bagged a millionaire.
True.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a toxic
Yeah.
gender norm.
Completely. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, bask in that.
Toxic.
You know, you need a man to buy her a house, a real man. I mean, this is toxic femininity right here.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm the toxic one though.
Yeah.
Right, right. Because you're pushing this poor guy who's going to go fight.
That was what was crazy to me is I'm like, if I'm the toxic one, why is it when you say something, everyone talks shit in my comments, but when I say something, I wasn't creating any toxic drama. Like all the toxic drama was following him.
True.
But yeah, I was the toxic person. I was like, this is crazy.
What did you guys think when he dropped that content cop on me right before the event?
I was shocked. I was shocked. I was like, because he said he was going to do a content cop, so I figured it would be somebody. There's plenty of people online that talk shit about him, so we were like, oh, it's probably going to be somebody that constantly talks shit about him and his podcast. And
the thing is, the content cops weren't necessarily about people who talk shit about him. Like, I was shocked because it was too obvious for him to go after H3 to me. Like, it was like he never used to choose targets that you would expect for content cops. It was like, it was always a person that you like. Remember the Rice Gum one was called Content Cop Jake Paul because everyone was begging him to do Jake Paul, and it was like part of the bit was like, yeah, I'm not giving this guy fucking attention. I'm not gonna even use his name for clicks.
To be fair, I didn't expect it because I thought they were still friends.
Well, yeah, but it was like, I think at that point we knew that they had turmoil and they were kind of angry with each other. I just thought that Ian would never like make a content cop on H3 for that. I don't know.
Yeah, it was. I guess it was like a little bit obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of slop on YouTube now, and it's crazy. She's probably in a hole at the time, possibly running low on money and didn't want to work or do anything for herself, so she's seen the next best thing. Yeah, for sure.
I thought it'd be Asmongold. That would be.
Yeah, Asmongold would have actually like, and I like Asmongold, but I feel like he would have been a prime target for a content cop.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, you know. Or I could see Ian making a content cop on some like right-wing influencer. Like, he obviously hates like Steven Crowder, like people like that, Ben Shapiro. I knew it was going to be a political
video. That's almost too obvious though, also.
It is kind of obvious, but I knew that it was going to be something political because otherwise he wouldn't have uprooted his entire philosophy of, oh, content cop is totally immoral and wrong to do to someone.
Yeah.
I knew it had to be a political thing, but I just didn't expect H3.
Anisa. And so then when he did it on you, like I was shocked. I was
Me
like,
too.
he literally attacked the one person that promoted his event more than he did.
Yeah.
That got a lot of fans. That's part of why I was like, man, I wanted to do your show or wanted to at least put our side of the story out because you were one of the people that was most supportive to him, and yet he chose to do the content cop on you. And I'm like, that must have been like Anisa's doing, in my opinion.
100%. That's what it had to be. This all had to be her idea. Because, I mean, listen, but I don't want to also, you know, I don't want to excuse Ian being a scumbag, but like the way that they talk about it is like, my wife is half Irish and half Lebanese. We understand what it means to fight the oppressor, and I'm just like, that is what? Like, Anisa's never left North America.
Yeah, Vitaly got arrested, and he's in like is it Thailand or the Philippines? I forget. But yeah, I thought, yeah, Kick streamers was another one that people were talking about, like the problems with Kick. They've had some weirdos on there.
Or like a TikToker, I could see him doing like one of those like horrible TikTokers that's like doing like really destructive pranks.
Yeah.
That I think are kind of funny, but
yeah.
Regardless.
From what I can tell.
We would get in arguments sometimes because she would talk about how dangerous America is. Like, so after my dad had died, I went to Manchester, and my dad lived in a very, very ghetto area of Manchester. He lived on government housing out there, so it was a super dangerous area. There was people getting stabbed all the time, arsons all the time. So I told her when I was out there, I was like, yeah, it's a dangerous place. She's like, America's dangerous.
Oh,
I'm like,
my God.
Okay, but there's
Shut up.
Are you serious? Like,
shut up.
America's more dangerous than like a sketchy area in Manchester. All of America is more dangerous than
she's just making it about herself. Like he can't even be in a dangerous area without her being like, well, so is America. I'm actually living like a really dangerous, cool life also.
Wow, he really is cooked. 3 years at minimum until his trial. Holy
Oh
shit.
my god. Really?
That's rough.
That's horrible. I didn't know it was that bad. Oh my god.
Dangerous places too, but
How is Johnny Somali free, but that guy's in for 3 years? Johnny Somali was like, well, I to be fair, I don't know what Vitali does on his foreign country streams. I've just seen his like predator catching streams. But yeah.
I also think it's funny how like Leafy finally got what he wanted out of idubbbz. idubbbz finally made that fucking Ethan Klein
Yeah,
content cop. Like
true.
that's what he's been dreaming about.
Dude, we need Leafy to come back
Yeah,
again.
this would be a great time for Leafy to come back.
Leafy's such a burnout, dude. He's on drugs. His fucking Rumble streams were like incoherent rambling, but it was for some reason I was addicted to his Rumble streams. I thought they were really funny.
but she would always try to just be like, America's so dangerous and act like America is this worst place ever. And she would always talk about how she's like,
Oh, really? Johnny is gonna go away for years too? Damn. That's good. I want Johnny Somali to go to jail. Johnny Somali's a complete idiot.
anti-capitalism. I'm like, your favorite shopping mall is Bellevue Square,
Yeah.
which is like where all the rich people go in Bellevue. But you're a communist.
Well, you know, the irony, and it sticks with all of them, it's these socialist communists that are always like, I'm going to secretly take 34% and give the fighters.
Yeah, I think she's cheated on him before. I think she'll probably
do it again.
cheat on him again. Yeah.
Percent, and I'm not going to give a bonus to my actually working class and people, you two who are working your butts off, and I'm going to stiff them. Me, the fucking, and let me prove to you guys. I'm going to make a proclamation right here, as the resident capitalist. This was not discussed beforehand. This was not offered in any way. This is, you guys are hearing this for the first time. You had no incentive to do this other than your rageful, we all mutually despising these two evil people. I'm putting words into your mouth a little bit. But I want to say here that I, the capitalist, will once again be ponying up for the right cause. It is not right that he stiffed you guys. I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got.
Oh my god.
Because he should have never fucked you guys.
That's so
insane.
It's my pleasure to do it. I'm going to send you guys
They're
that
so
money.
grateful. It's so sweet. Yeah, she wants to be oppressed so bad. He needs to cut his losses and get out of there. Yeah, for real. I think she's going to have to break up with him, though. Like Erica said, I don't think he'll ever break up with her on his own.
You should have got more than it from him, frankly. But once again, let's just bask.
I know,
Hassan
Ethan is
doesn't
awesome
pay
again.
His moderators, his mods are on stream
Yup.
begging for money.
Doesn't pay his
right?
mods.
Yeah,
Look it up.
Look at me, right? Go ahead, Tom. Say something.
Look it
nice
up is
about
a
me.
great
You're just an
clip.
amazing
That is a great
person. You look
clip.
very handsome in the suit
Is-
today.
Is-
You're
That's what my mom
generous
says.
with your
Who
money.
is this? I'm sorry for
you're
being
just
so
all around good guy,
ignorant.
good family guy,
I have
great
no
dad
idea.
and husband.
Thank you. Communist never.
Who
I'll
is
say
that?
Thanks for reimbursing me
I
and
thought
Lena
you
for
knew.
her
I thought you would
training.
know
Those-
for
those are
sure.
nice. The check cleared.
The check cleared.
I can't believe you're giving me $5,000. This is crazy, dude. I was coming over That's nuts.
Oh, you said. Sorry, I didn't hear you. You said you were going to give him money too, Harley.
Yeah, Harley.
No, but basically what I'm driving as I want the best for you guys. It's totally unfair how you guys got stiffed. So I want to promote you. What are you guys working on right now? Like, where can people go support you?
So I'm working on trying
He
to get my own
manages
gym
their
going.
sponsors and stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you,
My
Sid.
business is called Bonafide Boxing. I'm on Instagram on Bonafide Boxing. We're gonna start doing.
Yeah, I believe them. I fully believe everything they've said. Like, they're not. There's nothing in this story in all of these stories that they could possibly be like exaggerating for like drama or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. This just comes off as like they've been really frustrated for a long time dealing with these people, and they are happy to be able to get it off their chest.
Mm-hmm.
And more on the YouTube channel. We haven't done anything for a long time.
Yeah, sneak out in the middle of the night and go to Cuba. Yeah.
Ian being broke would be the best thing that could happen to him. True.
Maybe if he just got like a job and had to live a normal life for a while.
Some people need to hit rock bottom a little bit to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But everything you can usually find out Bonafide Boxing. But we are trying to open our own gym. We actually had asked Ian if he could help us open a gym, not even financially, because at the time we were okay. So we were like, hey, could you just help us out by like signing as a guarantor? And he had told us in no world could he ever help us.
He said that?
Yeah. Literally.
Wow.
He said it like in a mean way?
In no world. He said in
In
no
no
world.
world
can I
is
help you."
crazy.
Why would he respond like that?
He did.
Yeah.
He
So
Yeah.
Wait, why? When was that? When did he say that?
That was
right after the second creator class.
Yeah, it was
In no world can I help you?
September of 2020. It was actually like a year
It was
after.
July. No, I know exactly.
That
And
would
I
be
know exactly.
crazy because at the same time he would just be like nuking his career on purpose just to get her to leave him. But like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that's why. I think he's just completely delusional.
In no world.
Exactly, because I remember when we found that spot. So we found a spot in July 2023 after CC2, and I didn't think that like the 250K
Yeah, I think we
hit
talked about
hard
that earlier,
because,
Ty.
like,
Yeah.
they made it seem like, oh, they're fine and they're moving on and all these other things, right? And so Michael and I had the capital for our business, but we
So yeah, I think we're good on the rest of this. I don't think
Wait,
they
wait,
talk
wait, but
about the
don't-
drama anymore.
No, you should talk. You should go to the part where she talks about being a child bride.
Yeah,
It's right
so-
here.
Right, but we can't watch this whole thing. But
Oh.
that's why I talked about it at the beginning of the stream because I knew I wasn't probably gonna get to
Okay.
this part. But yeah, this girl went through crazy life, was a child bride, and was able to escape when she was 23. But it was from the age of 12 to 23. She was married off to a guy much older than her, had 2 kids with him, and they are now she's like an activist for against child brides and working with actual legislators and stuff. So definitely big props to her. Like I said, you would never guess that she went through something that traumatic because she's very positive and just very sweet. And yeah,
And
it's-
correct me if I'm wrong, but Ian and Anisa, like, she asked them to sign something for legislation, and she asked them to like promote something.
she asked them to promote their cause,
Yeah.
and they refused to do it.
And they refused to even sign it, like a petition or anything.
Yeah.
From what I remember.
It's really
and they
weird.
they left her on red about it.
Yeah, bizarre. Very
Really
bizarre.
I mean, you don't have to promote anything or post anything. I know that like people get like asked for promotion all the time, but you can at least dignify like a response or like donate some money to a good cause or something like that. Or it's really not that hard. You don't have to promote it.
It's very like who is like against this cause?
How could you? It's not controversial at all. Child marriage is bad. Oh my god.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is what I think. I think because they talk about this a little bit, the Planned Parenthood thing, I guess Planned Parenthood was against the bill that would ban child marriage because they were worried that they were going to ban abortion and birth control and a few other things. I guess Ian and Anisa...
What do those things have to do with each other? I don't get it.
I don't know. We would have to look into it. But I guess Ian and Anisa might have been worried that like if they supported them, people would start calling them anti-abortion or something. That would be my best guess at why they didn't talk about it. But yeah. Yeah, check these people out.
Yeah.
Leave
do
a
we
like
have
on the
their-
H3
Do
stream.
we have their like YouTube channels or anything? Its name is like
Where is it?
Michael. Wait, right. Bonafide Boxing.
Bonafide Boxing, that's what it is. Oh, it's right here. Literally just click on it. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, guys.
All right.
We did it. We did it. We made it through that entire stream. It's 1 a.m. I'm definitely... Actually, Erica's really tired, guys, I think. So we have to go. Erica's tired.
Adam's hungry.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate all the support, all the new viewers, and thank you guys for sticking around. We will see you again very soon.
Yeah, thanks for the love, guys. That was crazy.
Appreciate it.